Chapter 2269. The middle-aged patrolling disciple looked at Duan Lingtian with fear, shock, and disbelief in his eyes. He was afraid of the purple-clad young man's strength. He was shocked when he saw the purple-clad young man daring to kill a disciple of the Wandering Saint Palace outside their territory. This was the first time he had seen someone who dared to kill a disciple of the Wandering Saint Palace in their territory. Although there had been such maniacs in the history of the Wandering Saint Palace, they were all killed by the powerhouses of the Wandering Saint Palace without exception. Chenin must have said something offensive to the purple-clad young man through voice transmission. Based on the purple-clad young man's words, it must have something to do with the twin sisters next to him. These twin sisters should be his women. The remaining patrolling disciple from the Wandering Saint Palace seemed to have realized something. He was very familiar with Chenin, the disciple from the Wandering Saint Palace who had been killed. Therefore, he knew Chenin was a pervert who would lust after beautiful women. He was especially fearless when it came to beautiful women who did not have any background. Chenin must have seen these people coming to join the Wandering Saint Palace and thought they were just ordinary devils with no background. I'm afraid he didn't expect to meet his match until the moment he was killed. The patrolling disciple from the Wandering Saint Palace thought to himself as he observed a moment of silence for Chenin. At the same time, his eyes were filled with fear when he looked at the purple-clad young man who had killed Chenin. The purple-clad young man was too terrifying. He did not seem to have moved at all. Just the energy he released was enough to kill a powerhouse at the second form of the Saint Celestial stage as easily as killing a chicken. Even Brother Hong did not have time to react and the purple-clad young man attacked. Brother Hong is a powerhouse at the third form of the Saint Celestial stage. I'm afraid the purple-clad young man is not just a powerhouse at the fourth form of the Saint Celestial stage. The purple-clad young man might be a powerhouse at the fifth or sixth form of the Saint Celestial stage. The patrolling disciple from the Wandering Saint Palace speculated. However, even if he's a powerhouse at the sixth form of the Saint Celestial stage, he won't be able to escape death for killing a disciple of the Wandering Saint Palace outside our territory. The young patrolling disciple did not doubt this at all. A hint of pity could be seen in his eyes when he looked at Duan Lingtian again. Usually, a powerhouse at or above the fifth form of the Saint Celestial stage could join the Wandering Saint Palace as long as he or she was willing. For such powerhouses, the Wandering Saint Palace would usually make an exception and take them in. However, to a certain extent, the purple-clad young man's actions were a provocation to the Wandering Saint Palace. If the Wandering Saint Palace did not execute him, their reputation would be tarnished and their reputation would be tarnished. Therefore, he did not think that the purple-clothed young man would be able to survive today. If you want to call for help, then hurry up. You've been holding that voice transmission jade slip for a long time. Duan Lingtian said calmly as he glanced at the patrolling disciple from the Wandering Saint Palace. It was as though he was talking about something insignificant. There were almost no Tao cultivators among the demons, so there were no Tao talismans. However, the devil clans still had something like a voice transmission jade slip. Even if the devil clans did not have it, now that the devil clans had invaded the Debussy subterranean, they would have easily obtained many voice transmission jade slips. After all, voice transmission jade slips were not rare. The middle-aged patrolling disciple's eyes widened when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. He did not expect Duan Lingtian to have already discovered the voice transmission jade slip he had taken out. The reason he did not crush the voice transmission jade slip to call for help was not because he did not know how to use the voice transmission jade slip, but he was worried the purple-clad young man would discover it if he crushed the voice transmission jade slip to call for help. At that time, with the purple-clad young man's strength, he would be able to intercept the voice transmission jade slip and kill the middle-aged patrolling disciple. He had already seen the purple-clad young man's strength earlier. With that kind of strength, killing him would be as simple as killing a chicken or cutting grass. Due to his fear of the purple-clad young man's strength, the middle-aged patrolling disciple did not crush the voice transmission jade slip. He wanted to wait for the other patrolling disciples to catch the purple-clad young man's attention before he crushed the voice transmission jade slip. This was to prevent the purple-clad young man from intercepting the voice transmission jade slip. However, he did not expect the voice transmission jade slip. The purple-clothed young man had long discovered the communication jade slip in his hand that he hadn't crushed even after a long time. If you want to call for help, hurry up. At the same time, Duan Lingtian's casual words echoed in the middle-aged patrolling disciple's ears. Even then, he did not dare to act rashly. Who knew whether or not the other party would stop him from sending the message after he crushed the jade slip, and then kill him at the first possible moment. Ding Jianhong? Why are there only two of you? Who are they? Ding Jianhong, the middle-aged patrolling disciple from the Wandering Saint Palace, was still mulling over this matter when an old voice sounded from afar. Ding Jianhong felt a sense of relief. The other patrolling disciples from the Wandering Saint Palace finally discovered the situation. Swoosh! Swoosh! Whoosh! 3 figures appeared along with the voice. They were an old man, a middle-aged man, and a young man. The old man was the leader of the trio. The person who had spoken was none other than the old man. Crack! Duan Lingtian instinctively looked at the 3 patrolling disciples from the Wandering Saint Palace when Ding Jianhong finally crushed the voice transmission jade slip in his hand. A streak of light shot out and entered the Wandering Saint Palace's estate in just a blink of an eye. Swoosh! 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 The streak of light from the voice transmission jade slip caused quite a commotion. It instantly alerted the 3 patrolling disciples from the Wandering Saint Palace, causing their expressions to change. At this moment, Ding Jianhong had crushed the voice transmission jade slip. It was obvious he had encountered a troublesome situation. Moreover, the patrolling disciples from the Wandering Saint Palace usually consisted of 3 patrolling disciples. Now that Ding Jianhong was alone, the 3 patrolling disciples from the Wandering Saint Palace had a bad feeling about this. The 3 of you. This purple-clad young man has just killed Chenan. At this moment, Ding Jianhong's voice rang from the side of the 3 patrolling disciples from the Wandering Saint Palace. Ding Jianhong's voice transmission caused the expressions of the 3 patrolling disciples to change drastically. I didn't even have time to react when he made his move. By the time I reacted, Chenan had already been killed. Apart from a spatial ring, there was no trace of him at all. From the beginning until the end, he didn't move at all. I suspect he's at least a powerhouse at the 5th form of the Saint Celestial stage or even the 6th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Before the 3 patrolling disciples could regain their senses, Ding Jianhong continued to transmit his voice to them through voice transmission. A powerhouse at the 5th form of the Saint Celestial stage? A powerhouse at the 6th form of the Saint Celestial stage? The 3 of them were so shocked that their bodies stiffened. Even the strongest person among them was only at the 3rd form of the Saint Celestial stage. Even a powerhouse at the 5th form of the Saint Celestial stage could easily kill them, let alone a powerhouse at the 6th form of the Saint Celestial stage. At this moment, Duan Lingtian shifted his gaze back to Ding Jianhong. Ding Jianhong felt guilty when he saw Duan Lingtian's gaze. However, he sighed in relief when he recalled he had already sent out the message through his communication jade token. Even if he were to die, his death would not be in vain. Ding Jianhong was prepared to die when he heard Duan Lingtian's lazy voice. Ding Jianhong was stunned when he heard Duan Lingtian's lazy voice. I told you to crush your communication jade token a long time ago. Why did you wait until now? Are you worried I'll stop you from sending out the message through your communication jade token? These were Duan Lingtian's words. He's not afraid I'll spread the message. At this moment, Ding Jianhong finally realized this even though he was slow to react. It was precisely because of this that Ding Jianhong was also puzzled in his heart. He could not figure it out no matter how hard he thought about it. Is he not afraid of dying? Where does he get the confidence to do this? Just as Ding Jianhong was puzzled, a thunderous voice suddenly resounded from afar. This thunderous voice was filled with anger and fury. How could I have forgotten about him? Ding Jianhong's eyes brightened when he heard the voice. The father of Chenan, the disciple who was killed by the purple-clad young man, was an elder of the Wandering Saint Palace. Moreover, he was an elder at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Elder Chentong. Elder Chentong. Soon after, a middle-aged man with a medium build flew over from afar. In just a blink of an eye, he arrived at Duan Lingtian's side. Ding Jianhong and the other 4 patrolling disciples from the Wandering Saint Palace bowed at him. The reason why the middle-aged man came here was naturally because a group of people gathered here had attracted his attention. The middle-aged man was none other than Elder Chentong of the Wandering Saint Palace. He was also the father of Chenan, the disciple who was killed by Duan Lingtian. Ding Jianhong. I remember my son was patrolling with you today. Where is he? Chentong ignored the patrolling disciples from the Wandering Saint Palace and asked coldly as he looked at Ding Jianhong. Elder Chentong. Chenan was killed. Ding Jianhong felt as though he had been plunged into an ice cave when he saw Chentong's cold gaze. He gritted his teeth as he turned to look at Duan Lingtian with great difficulty. You killed my son? Chapter 2270. You're the one who killed my son. Elder Chentong of Wandering Saint Palace said as he looked at Duan Lingtian. His voice was so loud that it hurt everyone's ears. Before Duan Lingtian could reply, the old man who had spoken earlier said, Duan Lingtian. The old man who was the leader of the 3 patrolling disciples from the Wandering Saint Palace spoke to Chentong. Elder Chentong, he's the one who killed your son. Moreover, Ding Jianhong said that Chenan was killed by his attack and was reduced to ashes. The old patrolling disciple from Wandering Saint Palace said as though he wanted to stir up trouble. Elder Chentong, this fellow killed Chenan outside our Wandering Saint Palace's estate. Not only is he looking down on our Wandering Saint Palace, but he's also looking down on you. The old patrolling disciple from Wandering Saint Palace continued to add fuel to the fire. Immediately, Chentong's pupils shrunk again and again as his expression became increasingly gloomy. A cold aura surged out of his body, causing everyone present to feel as though they were in a world of ice and snow. You're seeking death. When Chentong's eyes that were filled with killing intent landed on Duan Lingtian, he shouted coldly again as the saint origin in his body surged out through his saint veins. Daddy! This person is so annoying. A young and pleasant voice rang out, and it attracted the gazes of most of the people present. It was Duan Si-ling who was in Duan Lingtian's arms. At this moment, Duan Si-ling looked at Chentong with a frown. A hint of disdain could be seen on her adorable face. Since Si-ling says he's annoying. Daddy, can you ask him to scram now? Duan Lingtian said gently as he patted Duan Si-ling's head affectionately when he heard Duan Si-ling's words. From the beginning until the end, Duan Lingtian did not even look at Chentong. It was as though Chentong did not exist at all. Shameless boasting. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, the old patrolling disciple from Wandering Saint Palace glared at Duan Lingtian angrily and said, You're a brat. Boy, do you really think you can look down on Elder Chentong just because you're a powerhouse at the 5th or 6th form of the Saint Celestial stage? Elder Chentong is a powerhouse at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Let alone the 5th form of the Saint Celestial stage, even if you're a powerhouse at the 6th form of the Saint Celestial stage, you won't be able to escape death today. Based on the patrolling disciple from the Wandering Saint Palace, the old patrolling disciple from the Saint Palace was certain that Duan Ling Tian would die. You're at the fifth form of the Saint Celestial stage. At the same time, Chen Tong scoffed disdainfully. Even if your cultivation base is at the sixth form of the Saint Celestial stage, I'll definitely kill you with just one move. I only need one move to kill you. Chen Tong's words were indeed arrogant. However, none of the patrolling disciples from the Wandering Saint Palace doubted Chen Tong's words. All of them felt that Chen Tong was indeed capable. If I knew Elder Chen Tong would come, I wouldn't have needed to crush my communication jade token to inform the other elders. Ding Jianhong thought to himself. Die. As soon as Chen Tong finished speaking, his body flashed as the sound of wind whistling rang in the air. Along with the sound of wind whistling in the air, a gust of wind appeared. The gust of wind seemed to have transformed into a raging dragon as it charged toward Duan Ling Tian at an extremely fast speed. Chen Tong stood with his hands behind his back on top of the gust of wind. He looked majestic as though he was looking down on heaven and earth. All of this happened in just a blink of an eye. When Chen Tong moved, the patrolling disciples from the Wandering Saint Palace only saw a flash before their eyes. In the next moment, Chen Tong appeared near Duan Ling Tian. Saint Origin surged out of his body and gathered in his hands. All of a sudden, boom! An earth-shattering explosion rang in the air as the vast Saint Origin in Chen Tong's hands surged toward Duan Ling Tian like a torrent that had broken through a dam. This attack was so powerful that it was earth-shattering. Boom! 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 A vast and majestic Saint Chi burst out from Chen Tong's hands like a torrent. In addition to the earth-shattering sound at the beginning, this Saint Chi also shook the void and set off a series of deafening explosions. Chen Tong's Saint Origin surged out like a torrential flood and was only a few feet away from Duan Ling Tian. Ding Jianhong, the patrolling disciple from the Wandering Saint Palace, could not help but sigh inwardly. Karma really comes fast. Previously, the purple-clad young man killed Chenin, but now, it's his father's turn to kill him. Moreover, he's not the only one who's going to die. His daughter and his woman will die as well. Just as Ding Jianhong had these thoughts in his mind, suddenly, he seemed to have seen something. The pity in his eyes disappeared and was replaced by shock and disbelief. At this moment, it was not only Ding Jianhong. Even the few patrolling disciples from Wandering Saint Palace, including the old patrolling disciple, narrowed their eyes in unison. Shock and disbelief were written all over their faces. Why were they like this? All of this was because of the method Duan Ling Tian used when Chen Tong's Saint Chi fell on him. As soon as Chen Tong's Saint Origin approached Duan Ling Tian, a huge whirlpool suddenly appeared in the void with Duan Ling Tian as the center. The vortex spun faster and faster as it emitted a terrifying devouring force that seemed to be able to devour the heavens and earth. Before Chen Tong's torrential Saint Origin could reach Duan Ling Tian, it was blocked by the whirlpool and devoured by the whirlpool. How's this possible? This scene caused Chen Tong's face to change drastically. Immediately, he pushed the Saint Chi in his body to the limit without reservation. In just a blink of an eye, the momentum of the Saint Chi that was like a mountain torrent increased again. It's about time. After devouring another portion of Chen Tong's energy, Duan Ling Tian's heart jolted. The whirlpool in the air that overlapped with his body suddenly began to spin in another direction. The instant the whirlpool rotated in the opposite direction, a similarly vast and mighty torrent-like force swept out and violently collided with Chen Tong's subsequent force. In an instant, boom! Another earth-shattering sound rang out as the two equally vast and majestic forces collided, causing the void to tremble as though it would collapse at any time. At the same time, gusts of turbulent gales swept out in all directions from the point of collision of the two forces. Boom! 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 After a series of loud noises that sounded like aftershocks, Chen Tong's subsequent force finally defeated the force that swept out from the whirlpool that overlapped with Duanling Tian's. In fact, the force that swept out from the vortex was the force that Duanling Tian had devoured from Chen Tong. This was also a new experiment that Duanling Tian came up with on a whim. He could use the divine ability, the elementary devouring technique, to devour his opponent's Saint Qi within a controllable range. At first, Duanling Tian planned to devour his opponent's Saint Qi to enhance his Saint Qi. However, he soon discovered that the Saint Qi was different from the Saint Qi. His opponent's energy was different from the heaven and earth spirit energy, so he could not use it to enhance his Saint Qi. He could only rely on the divine ability, the elementary devouring technique, to reverse the situation. Moreover, while he was using the elementary devouring technique to devour his opponent's energy, the energy that he had devoured from his opponent was being depleted as well. This was the reason Duanling Tian fell into a disadvantageous position when he used his divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, to attack another spear with his spear. However, even if he was at a disadvantage, Chen Tong's Saint Qi had almost depleted his Saint Qi. Black Turtle's Barrier. Duanling Tian cast his defensive divine ability in a timely manner. A gigantic defensive light shield in the form of a black tortoise appeared and easily blocked Chen Tong's follow-up attack. Oh, no! Horror dawned on Chen Tong when he saw his Saint Qi was almost depleted while his opponent was unharmed. Moreover, it did not seem like he had depleted his Saint Qi at all. At this moment, he would have lived in vain if he still did not realize he had kicked an iron plate. This purple-clad young man was not a powerhouse at the 5th or 6th form of the Saint Celestial stage at all. He was at least at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Otherwise, it would be impossible for the purple-clad young man to devour his energy and turn it against him. I'm an elder of the Wandering Saint Palace. If you dare to kill me, the Wandering Saint Palace won't let you go. Chen Tong's expression changed drastically when he saw Duanling Tian looking at him. His voice trembled as he roared. At this moment, Chen Tong was like a drowning man who had grabbed onto a straw to clutch at. The straw to clutch at was the Wandering Saint Palace. Elder Chen Tong, you don't have to worry about whether the Wandering Saint Palace will let me go or not. Duanling Tian smiled faintly when he heard Chen Tong's words. Then, he raised his hand and released his Sun Saint origin that he had been accumulating. It transformed into a gigantic sword and slapped it at Chen Tong. Currently, Chen Tong's Saint origin was almost depleted. Even a powerhouse at the 1st form of the Saint Celestial stage would be able to kill him. Moreover, this was Duanling Tian's technique. Smack! As the giant sword slammed into the space where Chen Tong was, the space trembled and ripples spread out in all directions. Chen Tong, on the other hand, had disappeared into thin air. All that was left was a storage ring that floated in the air all by itself, and it fell from the sky as soon as it appeared. Whoosh! A shapeless force stretched out and guided the falling spatial ring to return to Duanling Tian. Chapter 2271. How's this possible? Elder Chen Tong was a powerhouse at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage, but he was killed in just a blink of an eye? Before Elder Chen Tong attacked, he said he would kill the purple-clad young man in one move. However, the purple-clad young man only used 2 moves to kill him. Who's this purple-clad young man? Why is he so terrifying? He killed a powerhouse at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage as though he was killing a chicken. I'm afraid this purple-clad young man is at least at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage, right? The group of patrolling disciples from the Wandering Saint Palace looked at Duanling Tian in disbelief after they recovered from their shock. There were even a few people who couldn't help but reach out to pinch their own thighs and give themselves a slap, as if they wanted to verify whether they were dreaming or not. He's so powerful? Ding Jianhong, the middle-aged patrolling disciple from the wandering Saint Palace, thought the purple-clad young man would definitely die. He even thought the purple-clad young man would be killed by Chen Tong with just one move. However, the reality before his eyes had given him a bright and clear look. Indeed, someone had been killed and turned into ashes. However, that person was not the purple-clad young man. It was Chen Tong, an elder at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage from the wandering Saint Palace. Ding Jianhong did not expect this at all. He did not expect the purple-clad young man to possess such terrifying strength. He's not a powerhouse at the 5th or 6th form of the Saint Celestial stage. He's a powerhouse at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Now, Ding Jianhong was deeply aware of this point. Ding Jianhong was not the only one who had realized this. Even the old patrolling disciple from the wandering Saint Palace who wanted to stir up trouble in front of Chen Tong had realized this as well. Lord, please spare my life. Lord, please spare my life. When Duan Ling Tian looked at the old patrolling disciple from the wandering Saint Palace calmly, the old patrolling disciple trembled violently before he fell to his knees. He kept kowtowing to Duan Ling Tian as he begged for mercy. After witnessing Duan Ling Tian's strength, the old patrolling disciple from the wandering Saint Palace could not muster up the courage to resist at all. What a joke! Even an elder at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage like Chen Tong was killed in 2 moves, let alone a mere cultivator at the 3rd form of the Saint Celestial stage like him. It was precisely because of this that he had tossed his dignity to the back of his mind and only begged the purple-clad young man before him to spare his life. Humph! Duan Ling Tian snorted coldly in response to the old elder's question. When the elder heard Duan Ling Tian's words, he was so frightened that his body stiffened. His eyes widened as a look of despair appeared on his face. Boom! Under the watchful eyes of the others, no one saw Duan Ling Tian's movement. It was as though a gust of wind had blown past the kneeling elder from the wandering Saint Palace. A thunderous sound rang in the air as the wind blew past the kneeling elder. After the loud explosion, the elder from the wandering Saint Palace disappeared as though he had vanished into thin air. All that was left behind was a lonely spatial ring. The entire place fell silent again. The remaining 4 patrolling disciples from the wandering Saint Palace, led by Ding Jianhong, did not even dare to breathe loudly. They did not even dare to look at Duan Ling Tian. All of them lowered their heads as though they were waiting for Duan Ling Tian's verdict. Wow! Daddy is so strong. He actually managed to chase them away. Duan Ling danced in Duan Ling Tian's arms. Her delicate face was filled with excitement. In her eyes, she only thought that it was her father who had chased them away, and not that he had killed them to the point where not even a speck of dust remained. Chased them away? When the 4 patrolling disciples from the wandering Saint Palace heard Duan Ling's words, they could only smile wryly. Was this young lady joking? Did she not see how the spatial ring would automatically remove its owner after the person was gone? All of a sudden, Duan Ling Tian seemed to have sensed something as he looked in the direction of the wandering Saint Palace's estate. After a few moments. Swoosh! Swoosh! Accompanied by 2 swift whistling sounds, 2 ghostly figures flew over from afar, one in front and one behind. The speed of one of them was much faster than the speed of the other. He was the first to arrive at the place where Duan Ling Tian and the others were. Who killed my wandering Saint Palace's disciple? The person asked in a deep voice as soon as he appeared. Elder Lin Yuan. Elder Lin Yuan. When the person appeared, Ding Jianhong and the other patrolling disciples from the wandering Saint Palace who were originally anxious felt relieved. They immediately bowed respectfully at the person who had just arrived. The person who had just arrived was an old man with white hair and eyebrows. He was dressed in a long robe and had a youthful complexion. He looked like an immortal. The 4 patrolling disciples from the Wandering Saint Palace were relieved because the old man was one of the strongest elders in the Wandering Saint Palace. He was at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Swoosh! Another person arrived after Elder Lin Yuan from the Wandering Saint Palace. Elder Peng Lai. Elder Peng Lai. The 4 patrolling disciples from the Wandering Saint Palace immediately bowed at the person who had just arrived. This person was also an elder from the Wandering Saint Palace. His name was Peng Lai, and he was a short and muscular middle-aged man. Naturally, his cultivation base was slightly lower than Lin Yuan's since he was only at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Ding Jianhong, did you crush the communication jade slip and say that someone killed our Wandering Saint Palace's disciple, Chenan? Peng Lai asked in a deep voice as he looked at Ding Jianhong. When Ding Jianhong heard Peng Lai's words, he could not help but look at the purple-clad young man who was holding a little girl in his arms. Peng Lai and Lin Yuan followed Ding Jianhong's gaze and looked at Duan Lingtian in unison. Duan Lingtian. Suddenly, Lin Yuan's pupils shrank, and then he roared out, his voice full of anger. In his eyes, waves of hatred and anger rose up, as if they could burn everything. At this moment, Lin Yuan did not look like he was looking at someone who had killed a disciple from the Wandering Saint Palace. He looked more like he was looking at his father's murderer. What's going on? Elder Lin Yuan. Does he know this purple-clad young man? Upon seeing Lin Yuan's reaction, Elder Peng Lai, Ding Jianhong, and the other patrolling disciples from the Wandering Saint Palace were dumbfounded. They did not know what was going on at all. Based on Lin Yuan's reaction, it seemed like he knew the purple-clad young man for a long time. Moreover, it seemed like there was a deep grudge between them. Duan Lingtian? Peng Lai regained his senses after a while. He found the name familiar. In the end, he seemed to have recalled something, and his eyes narrowed. I remember, the person who killed Elder Lin Yuan's grandson, Lin Qigang, seems to be called Duan Lingtian? Could it be him? Peng Lai's heart skipped a beat when he looked at Duan Lingtian again. You know me? On the other side, Duan Lingtian had a stupefied expression. When the elder from the Wandering Saint Palace saw him, not only did he call out his name, but he even glared at him with hatred. It was as though there was a grudge between them for killing his son and stealing his wife. Duan Lingtian was certain. This was definitely his first time meeting the elder from the Wandering Saint Palace. Of course, I know you. Lin Yuan was so angry that he laughed. His eyes were filled with killing intent as he said, "A year ago, my grandson, Lin Qigang, was killed by you. I didn't expect you to come knocking on my door after a year. It seems like the heavens have been kind to me." When Lin Yuan finished speaking, his killing intent soared into the sky. It was mixed with devil qi that seemed capable of piercing through the heavens. Lin Qigang? Duan Lingtian was stunned. Although the name sounded familiar, he could not recall where he had heard it from. Apart from Elder Peng Lai, the other disciples from the Wandering Saint Palace who were patrolling the area narrowed their eyes in shock when they heard Duan Lingtian's words. This Duan Lingtian. Is he the one who killed Elder Lin Yuan's grandson, Lin Qigang? I heard Elder Lin Yuan's grandson was killed outside the ruin that was suspected to be left behind by a celestial-grade saint inscription master. Moreover, he was killed by a human devil who was even stronger than Miss Wen Jing. I didn't expect him to be the culprit. Is there something wrong with this Duan Lingtian's brain? He wants to join the Wandering Saint Palace after killing Elder Lin Yuan's grandson? Humph. Don't forget he's a powerhouse at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage like Elder Lin Yuan. The problem is, when he killed Elder Lin Yuan's grandson, Lin Qigang, he also killed Elder He Qing's son, He Jia, and Elder Lu Wei's grandson, Situ Yuji. He dares to come to the Wandering Saint Palace after offending 3 elders at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage? He's really bold. The patrolling disciples from the wandering Saint Palace whispered among themselves. Although their voices were not loud, Duan Lingtian and the others could clearly hear them. Elder He Qing. Elder Peng Lai shook his head inwardly when he heard the whispers of the patrolling disciples from the wandering Saint Palace. That Elder He Qing had already died a year ago. His soul pearl was discovered to have shattered a year ago. The palace master of the wandering Saint Palace had even sent a few elders to investigate the cause of his death. However, they did not manage to find anything. He Qing was an elder at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage after all. He was one of the pillars of the wandering Saint Palace. For this reason, the wandering Saint Palace had kept his death a secret. For this reason, the disciples from the wandering Saint Palace were unaware of his death. So, you're that person's grandfather. Realization dawned on Duan Lingtian when he heard the whispers of the patrolling disciples from the wandering Saint Palace as he looked at Lin Yuan again. As for Elder Lin Qing, he should be the elder at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage whom I killed a year ago, right? That person should be Hisan Jia's father. However, these disciples from the wandering Saint Palace don't seem to know that Lin Qing is dead. Chapter 2272. A powerhouse at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage? At the same time, Elder Lin Yuan and Elder Peng Lai frowned when they heard a disciple whispering to each other. After a series of voice transmissions, they finally learned what had happened. Elder Chen Tong from Wandering Saint Palace, who was at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage, was killed by Duan Lingtian in just 2 moves. Duan Lingtian's strength is actually so terrifying? Peng Lai's expression changed drastically. Although he had heard that Duan Lingtian was stronger than Miss Wenjing was only at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage after all. She was not as strong as Chen Tong. However, today, Duan Lingtian had killed Chen Tong in just 2 moves. How could he not be shocked? Duan Lingtian's cultivation base is most likely at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Peng Lai thought to himself. However, even if his cultivation base has broken through to the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage, I don't think he's a match for Elder Lin Yuan. If Elder Lin Yuan fought Chen Tong in a death duel, I'm afraid Elder Lin Yuan would be able to kill Chen Tong in just 1 move. However, Duan Lingtian only needed 2 moves to kill Chen Tong. Peng Lai was filled with confidence when he thought about this. Although Duan Lingtian is also at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage, he might not be as strong as Elder Lin Yuan. That's right. Although Elder Lin Yuan isn't at the peak of the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage, he has been at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage for quite some time now. He's definitely stronger than Duan Lingtian. With Elder Lin Yuan's strength, he would only need 1 move to kill Chen Tong. In comparison, Duan Lingtian is indeed weaker. A few patrolling disciples from Wandering Saint Palace whispered among themselves. Based on their words, it was obvious they were confident in Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan had similar thoughts as well. Duan Lingtian. Lin Yuan stared at Duan Lingtian with a gaze as cold as the edge of a blade. Even if you're at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage, I'll still kill you to appease my grandson's soul in heaven. At the same time, Lin Yuan's body exuded a fierce and terrifying aura. His saint qi surged like boiling water, and his demonic qi soared into the sky. Shut! As soon as Lin Yuan finished speaking, Duan Lingtian said impatiently in a low voice, "Brother Lingtian." In the next moment, elementary devouring tactic. As soon as Lin Yuan mobilized the saint origin in his body, Duan Lingtian cast his assist-type divine ability at lightning speed, causing a whirlpool to appear in the air and merge with his body. During this process, Duan Lingtian's 99 saint veins played a crucial role. Before Lin Yuan could fully mobilize the saint origin in his body, not only did Duan Lingtian fully mobilize his saint origin, but he also cast the divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic. As soon as the elementary devouring tactic was activated, the heaven and earth spirit energy in the surroundings surged toward Duan Lingtian and entered his body. It temporarily became a part of Duan Lingtian's Sun Saint origin. In just a blink of an eye, Duan Lingtian's Sun Saint origin had risen to the level of a powerhouse at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. In fact, it was not inferior to Lin Yuan's Saint origin that was about to be fully activated. Not only was it not inferior to Lin Yuan's Sun Saint origin, but it was even stronger. When the group of people from Wandering Saint Palace saw Duan Lingtian's momentum, they thought Duan Lingtian was going to fight Lin Yuan. However, a shocking scene unfolded before their eyes. Golden crow's wings. Under everyone's watchful eyes, a pair of flaming wings appeared on Duan Lingtian's back. As he flapped them, the sound of air exploding reverberated in the air. Duan Lingtian, Ke, and Gan Ru Yen, who were next to him, followed the sound of air exploding as they flew into the distance. Duan Si Ling, who was in Duan Lingtian's arms, Ke, and Gan Ru Yen were all brought along by Duan Lingtian. He's trying to escape. When the group of people from Wandering Saint Palace saw this, the same thought appeared in their minds. Trying to escape. At this moment, Lin Yuan had also activated his Saint origin. Killing intent flashed in his eyes as a smirk appeared on his face. He instantly cast his movement technique and divine ability. Before this, Yang Kai had also cast his own assist-type divine abilities to further enhance his Saint Qi. Swoosh! Lin Yuan's figure swayed, creating a loud and heavy sound as he tore through the air. Boom! 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 When Lin Yuan's body moved, there was naturally a violent friction with the air, which then set off a series of dense air explosions. Elder Lin Yuan is indeed stronger than Duan Lingtian. Elder Peng Lai of Wandering Saint Palace thought to himself when he saw Lin Yuan's speed was faster than Duan Lingtian's. However, he seemed to have overlooked something important. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was not moving alone. He was bringing along 3 burdens with him. However, Peng Lai's eyes widened when he saw Duan Lingtian. This was because he saw Duan Lingtian stopping in the distance. When he moved again, his speed was already on par with Lin Yuan's. He's bringing 3 people with him. At the same time, Peng Lai finally noticed the 3 people Duan Lingtian was bringing with him. He gulped nervously. After he changed places, the heaven and earth spirit energy in that area stirred and was absorbed by him. What's his assist-type divine ability? Why is the heaven and earth spirit energy in that area not enough for him? After all, Peng Lai was at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Based on what he had seen earlier, it did not take him long to figure this out. Since Peng Lai had noticed it, Lin Yuan had noticed it as well. How's this possible? Lin Yuan's pupils shrank, and an ominous premonition arose in his heart. However, his hatred for Duan Lingtian overshadowed this ominous feeling. His assist-type divine ability must have raised his saint origin to its limit. Even if I can't catch up to him, he won't be able to escape under my watch. When the effect of his assist-type divine ability wears off, he'll die. With this thought in mind, Lin Yuan continued to chase after Duan Lingtian. During this time, Lin Yuan discovered Duan Lingtian had changed places to use his assist-type divine ability to absorb the heaven and earth spirit energy in his surroundings. Initially, Peng Lai was terrified. He thought Duan Lingtian's strength would increase by using his assist-type divine ability. However, when he discovered Duan Lingtian's speed was still the same as his, he could not help but sneer. "You're just playing tricks on me." As long as Duan Lingtian's strength did not increase, Lin Yuan was not afraid at all. However, did Duan Lingtian's strength not increase at all? Naturally, the answer was no. In fact, When Duan Lingtian changed places for the second time and absorbed the heaven and earth spirit energy in his surroundings, his speed was much faster than Lin Yuan's. However, he did not do that. He did not think it was necessary. As long as he maintained the same speed as Lin Yuan would not be able to catch up to him. At the same time, he could use his divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, to improve his saint origin. His saint origin would be comparable to the saint origin of a powerhouse at the 9th form of the saint celestial stage. Swoosh! Swoosh! Lin Yuan chased after Duan Lingtian like a cat chasing a mouse. The patrolling disciples from the wandering saint palace were dazzled when they saw this. Although they could not see Duan Lingtian and Duan Lingtian's figures clearly, they could vaguely sense their speed was about the same. Otherwise, Lin Yuan would have caught up to Duan Lingtian or Duan Lingtian would have escaped. Duan Lingtian's speed seems to be much faster than before, He's relying on his assist-type divine ability to increase his speed. Once the effect of his assist-type divine ability wears off, he'll return to his original state. However, his assist-type divine ability is really amazing. Even though he's carrying 3 people, he's still able to keep up with Elder Lin Yuan. It's really amazing. The 4 patrolling disciples from the Wandering Saint Palace, including Ding Jianhong, began to discuss among themselves again. At the same time, they were also watching the battle intently. Although they could not see anything clearly, they could vaguely hear the sound of 2 figures tearing through the air one after the other. They did not even blink as they continued to watch the battle. It was as though they were afraid of missing out on something. But now, they had overlooked another problem. After the effect of his assist-type divine ability wore off, Duan Lingtian would return to his original state and Lin Yuan would catch up to him. Why did he not run away? Why was he running in circles on the spot? About 10 breaths later, Duan Lingtian had cast his movement divine ability, the Golden Crow's Wings. It's done. Duan Lingtian had finally raised his saint origin to the point where it was comparable to the saint origin of a powerhouse at the 9th form of the saint celestial stage. Duan Lingtian's confidence was boosted when his body was filled with explosive saint origin. Whoosh! He paused for a moment and turned around to look at Lin Yuan, who was chasing after him. What's he doing? Could it be that the effect of his assist-type divine ability has worn off? He knows he can't escape, so he decided to fight Elder Lin Yuan head-on? That's possible. Apart from the patrolling disciples, even Elder Peng Lai of the Wandering Saint Palace shared the same thoughts. Only the person involved, Elder Lin Yuan of the Wandering Saint Palace, felt more and more uneasy. Whoosh! Under everyone's watchful eyes, Duan Lingtian raised his hand and a 3-foot-long blade appeared in his hand. It was a 1,000 inscription saint sword. Condense. With just a thought, Duan Lingtian channeled his sun saint origin that was comparable to the saint origin of a powerhouse at the 9th form of the saint celestial stage into the 1,000 inscription saint sword. In the next moment, go! Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Swoosh! Swoosh! Chapter 2273. Swoosh! The sound of a sword whistling in the air rang in the air. Lin Yuan, the elder from Wandering Saint Palace, who was pursuing Duan Lingtian, suddenly felt as though he was being targeted by a terrifying aura. Oh, no! Lin Yuan's expression changed drastically. His saint origin surged with devil chi and formed a shield in front of him. The shield was so huge that it seemed to be able to support the sky. You're not much stronger than the elder from Wandering Saint Palace who I killed a year ago. He's Hisan Jia's father. These words rang in Lin Yuan's ears as soon as he heard the sound of a sword whistling in the air. It was none other than Duan Lingtian's voice transmission. Hisan Jia's father? Wasn't that He Qing? He Qing was killed by him. Just as this thought subconsciously appeared in Lin Yuan's mind, he suddenly realized something. A loud explosion interrupted his train of thought. He didn't even have time to react when a sword light flashed past his eyes. Bang! Immediately after, the defensive technique that he hastily put up was also shattered under the bombardment of the sword light. After the huge shield completely condensed from Saint Chi was disintegrated, the sword light continued to fly towards Lin Yuan without slowing down in the slightest. No! Lin Yuan cried out in despair. He did not even have time to react before his glabella was pierced, leaving behind a bloody hole. Swoosh! As soon as the bloody hole appeared between Lin Yuan's glabella, a soul that looked exactly like him flew out of his body. It was none other than Lin Yuan. When he realized he would not be able to dodge the sword ray, he had decisively abandoned his body and cast the soul detachment technique that was unique to powerhouses at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage to escape. However, would he be able to escape? Swoosh! 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 Duan Ling Tian, who was carrying Duan Si Ling, had already appeared before Lin Yuan's glabella was pierced by the sword ray. It was as though he was crossing heaven and earth with each step he took. In just a blink of an eye, he was already near Lin Yuan. Soul escape? Duan Ling Tian didn't seem surprised at all when he saw Lin Yuan's soul leave his body before his body was killed. Instead, he sneered. In the blink of an eye, Duan Ling Tian hugged his daughter, Duan Si Ling, tightly in his arms as he raised his right hand and struck Lin Yuan's body and soul with his palm. Immediately. Bang! A loud, muffled sound was heard. At the same time, waves of majestic saint origin surged out of Duan Ling Tian's right palm like a surging river. Wave after wave, it was endless. No! Lin Yuan's soul, which had just escaped from his body, let out a cry of despair in the face of the destructive power that swept over like a vast ocean. The next moment, whether it was his body or soul, it was like a lone boat in the vast sea that was drowned by a wave. During this entire process, he did not even cause the slightest ripple. Lin Yuan, an elder of the Wandering Saint Palace and a powerhouse at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage, he was dead. Lin Yuan was the second elder of the Wandering Saint Palace who was at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage that Duan Ling Tian had killed in the past year. He's dead? Among the people present on the scene, only Peng Lai, an elder of the Wandering Saint Palace, clearly saw how Duan Ling Tian killed Lin Yuan. For this reason, he was the most shocked when he saw Duan Ling Tian killing Lin Yuan. Could it be that Duan Ling Tian was toying with Elder Lin Yuan from the beginning? When Peng Lai looked at Duan Ling Tian again, his eyes were filled with horror. After he came to a stop for the last time, not only did he not continue to flee, he turned around and attacked Elder Lin Yuan with lightning speed. He easily destroyed Elder Lin Yuan's body when Elder Lin Yuan cast the soul-detaching technique that's unique to powerhouses at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. He easily killed Elder Lin Yuan. Thinking of the scene just now, Peng Lai's pupils shrank again and again, and his heart trembled. Terrifying. This was too terrifying. Elder Lin Yuan was a powerhouse at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage after all. In the entire Wandering Saint Palace, the only person who could kill Elder Lin Yuan so easily was the Palace Master of the Wandering Saint Palace. Although I'm not sure if Duan Ling Tian is a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, one thing is certain. After Duan Ling Tian cast his assist-type divine ability, his strength is comparable to a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Apart from the Palace Master, I'm afraid no one in the entire Wandering Saint Palace is a match for him. Peng Lai's heart skipped a beat when he thought of this. Peng Lai's heart skipped a beat. Meanwhile, the 4 patrolling disciples from the Wandering Saint Palace, including Ding Jianhong, did not see Duan Ling Tian's movements, but they knew Elder Lin Yuan had been killed by Duan Ling Tian. What? What's going on? What's going on? Wasn't Duan Ling Tian being chased by Elder Lin Yuan earlier? Not only did he attack Elder Lin Yuan, but he even killed him in just a blink of an eye. Elder Lin Yuan died just like that? It only took him a few moments to kill Elder Lin Yuan. Is Duan Ling Tian a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage? A powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage? Doesn't that mean he's at the same level as our palace master? The hearts of the patrolling disciples from the Wandering Saint Palace twitched when they saw Duan Ling Tian collecting Lin Yuan's spatial ring with just a wave of his hand. They began to discuss among themselves after a while. Apart from being shocked by Duan Ling Tian's ability to kill Lin Yuan, an elder of the Wandering Saint Palace, in such a short time, they suspected Duan Ling Tian was a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Otherwise, how could he have killed Elder Lin Yuan in such a short time? Even if Elder Lin Yuan is the strongest powerhouse below the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage in the Human Devil clan, Xing Yuan Ba, the Vice Palace Master of Great Spirit Palace, it's impossible for him to kill Elder Lin Yuan in such a short time. I agree. No matter how strong Xing Yuan Ba is, he's only at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Even if he's at the peak of the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage, it's impossible for him to kill Elder Lin Yuan so easily. The two patrolling disciples from the Wandering Saint Palace chimed in. Due to this reason, they were even more certain. The purple-clad young man, Duan Ling Tian, was most likely a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. The patrolling disciples from the Wandering Saint Palace were shocked. On the other hand, Ke and Gan Ru Yen were not surprised at all. Their expressions remained calm. This was because they knew Duan Ling Tian's strength was comparable to an ordinary powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. It was not a big deal for him to kill an elder at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. With his strength, if he wants to join our Wandering Saint Palace, even Lord Palace Master would personally welcome him. However, we're not only refusing him entry, but we're also provoking him. Duan Ling Tian said. While Ding Jianhong sighed, he could not help but mutter softly. His voice was not loud, so the other three patrolling disciples did not hear what he said. However, Elder Peng Lai, a powerhouse at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage, heard Ding Jianhong's words clearly. Duan Ling Tian wants to join the Wandering Saint Palace? Peng Lai's eyes widened when he heard Ding Jianhong's words. He hurriedly sent a voice transmission to Ding Jianhong. Previously, he had rushed over from the Wandering Saint Palace's estate. All he knew was that Duan Ling Tian had killed a disciple and an elder from the Wandering Saint Palace. He did not know that Duan Ling Tian wanted to join the Wandering Saint Palace. Initially, he thought Duan Ling Tian had intentionally come to provoke the Wandering Saint Palace. He did not expect Duan Ling Tian to join the Wandering Saint Palace. Yes. Ding Jianhong quickly replied through voice transmission. He did not dare to be negligent. Since he's here to join the Wandering Saint Palace, why did he kill Chenin? Peng Lai was puzzled by this. It should be Chenin who blasphemed his woman. I believe Elder Peng Lai has heard of Chenin as well. He's extremely obsessed with women, and when he saw such a pair of gorgeous sisters, he probably thought that they didn't have any background. So, it's normal for him to go a little overboard with his words. Ding Jianhong smiled wryly through voice transmission. Damn it! I can't believe it. Peng Lai's expression darkened when he heard Ding Jianhong's reply. He did not doubt Ding Jianhong's words at all. After all, it was impossible for a powerhouse like Duan Ling Tian to kill a disciple of the Wandering Saint Palace for no reason when he wanted to join the Wandering Saint Palace. That Wandering Saint Palace's disciple, Chenin, must have crossed the line and was killed by him. It's good that he's dead. It's good that he's dead. It's also good that Chen Tong died because he didn't teach his son well. At this moment, Peng Lai only felt the deaths of Chen Tong and Chenin were purely due to their own actions. It's a pity for Elder Lin Yuan. If Duan Ling Tian had joined the Wandering Saint Palace and displayed his strength, Elder Lin Yuan wouldn't have killed him even if he had a deep grudge with him. When Peng Lai recalled Lin Yuan who was killed by Duan Ling Tian, he felt it was a pity. He believed that Duan Ling Tian was not a weakling. Even if Lin Yuan had a grudge with Duan Ling Tian, as long as Duan Ling Tian had the strength to suppress Lin Yuan would not dare to seek revenge from Duan Ling Tian. Everyone was afraid of death. Moreover, it was such a worthless death. Lord Duan Ling Tian, why you intend to join the Wandering Saint Palace? Chapter 2274. Lord Duan Ling Tian. Elder Peng Lai's attitude changed drastically when he saw Duan Ling Tian. Naturally, Ding Jianhong and the other patrolling disciples from the Wandering Saint Palace were shocked. However, when they thought about it and recalled Duan Ling Tian's formidable strength, they came to a realization. If Duan Ling Tian isn't joking and really wants to join our Wandering Saint Palace, I'm afraid Lord Palace Master wouldn't blame him for killing Chen Tong, Chenin, and Elder Lin Yuan. Ding Jianhong thought to himself, after all, a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage like him is much more valuable than Chen Tong, Chenin, and Elder Lin Yuan combined. Ding Jianhong inhaled sharply when he thought about this. He bowed at Duan Ling Tian and said, Lord Duan Ling Tian. When the other 3 patrolling disciples saw Ding Jianhong bowing respectfully to Duan Ling Tian after Peng Lai, they hastily bowed as well even though they were still in a daze. Lord Duan Ling Tian. After the 3 Dao masters greeted Duan Ling Tian in unison, the entire place fell silent again. Duan Ling Tian replied indifferently to Peng Lai's question, I sincerely want to join the Wandering Saint Palace. However, it seems like the people in the Wandering Saint Palace aren't very welcoming of me. Duan Ling Tian looked at Peng Lai meaningfully when he reached the end of his sentence. It's an accident. Peng Lai hastily waved his hand when he saw Duan Ling Tian looking at him meaningfully. Peng Lai said solemnly, if Lord Duan Ling Tian really wants to join the Wandering Saint Palace, the Wandering Saint Palace will naturally welcome you. I believe even the Lord Palace Master will be happy to know that Lord Duan Ling Tian wants to join the Wandering Saint Palace. Oh? Really? I've killed many people from the Wandering Saint Palace earlier. Duan Ling Tian narrowed his eyes. Those people that Lord Duan Ling Tian killed deserve to be killed. If they didn't provoke you, why would you kill them, Lord Duan Ling Tian? Peng Lai forced a smile on his face. Although his words sounded like he was flattering Duan Ling Tian, they were his true thoughts. Lord Duan Ling Tian and madams, please follow me. I'll arrange a place for you. I'll inform the Palace Master of the Wandering Saint Palace. He'll meet Lord Duan Ling Tian was assigned a place. Palace Master Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian nodded Lai's words. Duan Ling Tian and Duan Ling Tian. Gan Ruyen frowned when she heard Peng Lai's words. However, she did not say anything in the end. She's not my madam. As soon as Peng Lai finished speaking, Duan Ling Tian pointed at Gan Ruyen and said, she's my wife's sister. Lord Duan Ling Tian, I'm sorry. Madam, I'm sorry. Miss, I'm sorry. Upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words, Peng Lai immediately apologized to Duan Ling Tian, and Gan Ruyen awkwardly. He did not expect he would make such a big mistake. After apologizing, he looked at Duan Ling Tian cautiously as though he was afraid Duan Ling Tian would pursue the matter. However, he sighed in relief when he saw Duan Ling Tian had no intention of pursuing the matter. Following that, he led the way. When Duan Ling Tian corrected Peng Lai, Gan Ruyan's expression darkened. She thought to herself, who cares? When Duan Ling Tian saw Peng Lai walking toward the Wandering Saint Palace's estate, he quickly followed after him with Duan Si Ling in his arms. He did not bring Gan Ruyen with him this time. There was no need to. Peng Lai walked slowly as though he was afraid Duan Lingtian and the others would not be able to keep up with him. For this reason, there was no need for Duan Lingtian to bring the two women with him. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian and the others followed Peng Lai into the Wandering Saint Palace's estate. The 4 patrolling disciples from the Wandering Saint Palace, including Ding Jianhong, heaved a sigh of relief when they saw Peng Lai. Their bodies were drenched in cold sweat. If Lord Duan Lingtian joins the Wandering Saint Palace, he'll probably become a vice palace master, right? Ding Jianhong muttered to himself. Although his voice was not loud, it was heard by the other 3 patrolling disciples from the Wandering Saint Palace. All of them nodded in agreement. With Lord Duan Lingtian's strength, it's more than enough for him to become a vice palace master of the Wandering Saint Palace. If he really becomes a vice palace master of the Wandering Saint Palace, the Wandering Saint Palace's strength will increase greatly. With this, we'll be able to make up for the loss of the 2 elders who died in his hands. If he becomes a vice palace master of the Wandering Saint Palace, the title of the first vice palace master of the Wandering Saint Palace will most likely fall on his head. Of course. The patrolling disciples from the Wandering Saint Palace discussed among themselves. They were all guessing that Duan Lingtian would become a vice palace master of the Wandering Saint Palace. I'm afraid it's no longer possible to hide what happened today. At the same time, Ding Jianhong seemed to have discovered something. He looked around and sighed. There were a few figures hidden behind the clouds in the sky. Needless to say, these people were patrolling disciples from the Wandering Saint Palace like him. Moreover, they must have been here for quite some time. They must have seen what happened earlier. Meanwhile, under the arrangement of Elder Peng Lai of the Wandering Saint Palace, Duan Lingtian and the others stayed in an independent mansion. At the same time, Peng Lai considerately arranged a few servants for them. Peng Lai is a smart person. After Peng Lai left, Duan Lingtian thought to himself. After he killed Elder Lin Yuan of the Wandering Saint Palace, not only was Peng Lai no longer hostile toward him, but Peng Lai was also very respectful toward him. Moreover, Duan Lingtian could tell that Peng Lai was sincere. The respect that Peng Lai displayed in front of him was from the bottom of his heart and was not fake. Up until now, Peng Lai was the only person from the Wandering Saint Palace whom he had a good impression of. If I settle down in the Wandering Saint Palace in the future, I'll definitely need some helpers. This Peng Lai is a talent that can be molded. However, before I reveal some information to him, I'll need him to swear on the lightning penalty oath. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Although it was said that one shouldn't doubt the people they used and shouldn't use those they doubted, in this dangerous world, the lightning penalty oath was the most direct and straightforward way to obtain a person's loyalty, and there were no hidden dangers. Most importantly, what Duan Lingtian wanted to do was considered a traitor from the Human Devil clan's point of view. Naturally, he had to be careful. Daddy, Daddy. The people here are so strange. At first, they were so mean to us, but after Daddy chased them away, they became much more polite. Duan Xiling, who was in Duan Lingtian's arms, said to Duan Lingtian. That's right. These people are like that. They won't listen to us unless we beat them up. Duan Lingtian nodded with a smile on his face. Upon hearing his words, Kerr only smiled faintly. As for Gan Ruyen, she had a strange expression on her face. While Peng Lai went to look for the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace, shocking news began to spread in the Wandering Saint Palace. When the news spread, it caused an uproar in the Wandering Saint Palace. Chenan, a patrolling disciple, was killed outside the Wandering Saint Palace's estate. Chenan's father, Elder Chen Tong, wanted to avenge Chenan, but he was killed by that person as well. The news had spread like wildfire, causing a commotion in the Wandering Saint Palace. In the history of the Wandering Saint Palace, it was rare for someone to be so bold as to kill a disciple outside the Wandering Saint Palace's estate, let alone an elder of the Wandering Saint Palace. This was a slap to the face. It was a slap to the Wandering Saint Palace's face. Who's so bold? Is he tired of living? Most of the people from the Wandering Saint Palace were furious. They felt the madman had a death wish. However, when they heard another piece of news, they were rendered speechless. After Elder Lin Yuan received the news from the patrolling disciple who crushed the communication jade slip, he personally took action. But in the end, he was still killed by that madman? How? How's that possible? Elder Lin Yuan was a powerhouse at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. How could he be killed so easily? It said that the madman only used 2 moves to kill Elder Lin Yuan, just like how he killed Elder Chen Tong. He killed Elder Lin Yuan in 2 moves. What a joke. This isn't a joke. It said that the madman deliberately teased Elder Lin Yuan at the beginning, bringing 2 women and a little girl to let Elder Lin Yuan chase him. In the end, he seemed to feel that he had teased enough, so he struck out like a thunderbolt and killed Elder Lin Yuan in 2 moves. Who did you hear this from? A patrolling disciple who was hiding in the dark told me. Similar rumors were spreading in the Wandering Saint Palace. When these words entered the ears of Ding Jianhong and the other 3 patrolling disciples, they could not help but frown. Those patrolling disciples who are hiding in the dark don't know what's going on at all. They're just spreading rumors. This is too much. Ding Jianhong said with a dark expression on his face. Currently, all the rumors in the Wandering Saint Palace were unfavorable to Duan Lingtian. However, as one of the people involved, Ding Jianhong knew the truth. Even if Duan Lingtian had killed the Chen family's father and son and Elder Lin Yuan, Duan Lingtian's actions had a reason, and he wasn't being arrogant or reckless. No. I must reveal the truth to the public. Otherwise, it won't be good for the Wandering Saint Palace if Lord Duan Lingtian is displeased with this. Chapter 2275. News that was unfavorable to Duan Lingtian spread in the Wandering Saint Palace. Soon after, 2 pieces of news began to spread in the Wandering Saint Palace. The reason Chenin was killed by that expert was because he disrespected that expert's woman with his words. The reason why Chen Tong was killed by that expert was because he saw his son being killed, so he tried to kill that expert without distinguishing between right and wrong. In the end, he was killed instead. When the news spread, it caused a huge commotion in the Wandering Saint Palace. After all, before this, most people had viewed the Chen father and son as the weaker party. Since they were from the Wandering Saint Palace, it was only natural for them to side with the Chen father and son. However, as the news spread, most of the Wandering Saint Palace's disciples began to doubt the authenticity of the news. They no longer sided with the Chen father and son duo. Are these 2 pieces of news true? Many people were doubtful about these 2 pieces of news. After all, these 2 pieces of news were too sudden. It was as though they were deliberately spread. It should be true. This is because the news came from a few patrolling disciples who were lucky enough to survive. Compared to the patrolling disciples who are hiding in the dark, these few people know more about what happened. Someone in the know revealed this piece of news. In an instant, the news spread from 1 to 10, 10 to 100, in the end, almost everyone in the Wandering Saint Palace knew about this. The Chen father and son had a death wish for what they had done. Naturally, there were still many people who continued to defend the Chen father and son because they thought they were from the Wandering Saint Palace. Regardless of what happened, that person dared to kill our people outside the Wandering Saint Palace's estate. That's a slap in the face to the Wandering Saint Palace. That's right. We can't let that madman off. If that madman doesn't die, what will happen to the Wandering Saint Palace's reputation? We must ask Lord Palace Master to personally punish him. While the Wandering Saint Palace was in an uproar over the deaths of the Chen father and son, another piece of news spread. The powerhouse who killed the Chen clan's father and son is also a pure human devil. He's here to join the Wandering Saint Palace. However, in the end, the father and son from the Chen clan treated us unkindly and caused the death of one of our patrolling disciples. Everyone in the Wandering Saint Palace fell silent when they heard the news. The madman they were talking about was actually a humanoid devil who possessed a pure human bloodline? Was it one of their kind? Moreover, was the young man here to join the Wandering Saint Palace? After a brief moment of silence, another commotion broke out in the Wandering Saint Palace. Oh my God! That expert is actually one of us? Moreover, he intends to join the Wandering Saint Palace? Become one of us? That's a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage who could kill Elder Lin Yuan in 2 moves. Even if he's not as strong as our Lord Palace Master, I'm afraid he's not much weaker, right? Such an expert, yet the Chen father and son actually refuse to let him in? Idiot! Idiot! Humph! From the looks of it, the death of the Chen family's father and son was purely their own fault. At this moment, no one in the Wandering Saint Palace supported the Chen family's father and son. Everyone was condemning the Chen family. The reason for this was because of the Chen family's father and son. Not only was the young man suspected to be at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, but he was also one of them with a pure human bloodline. Of course, the most important thing was that the powerhouse wanted to join the Wandering Saint Palace. If a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage joined the Wandering Saint Palace, the Wandering Saint Palace's strength would skyrocket. This was a good thing for everyone in the Wandering Saint Palace. Although the members of the Wandering Saint Palace were known as humanoid devils, they were all pure humans. In the human world, they were devil cultivators. Let alone the devil clans, they did not feel a sense of belonging even in the human devil clans. Only in the Wandering Saint Palace did they feel a sense of belonging. Due to this unique sense of belonging, everyone in the Wandering Saint Palace hoped that the Wandering Saint Palace would grow stronger and better. For a force like the Wandering Saint Palace, if they wanted to grow stronger, they would need another powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Only then would the Wandering Saint Palace have more room to grow. Today, they learned that a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage was planning to join the Wandering Saint Palace, but he was stopped by the Chen father and son. The Chen father and son were clearly blocking the path of the Wandering Saint Palace. This was equivalent to blocking the path of everyone in the Wandering Saint Palace. As members of the Wandering Saint Palace, how could they not be angry? After all, this matter concerned the interests of the Wandering Saint Palace and the Wandering Saint Palace. Not only did the father and son from the Chen clan cause the death of one of our patrolling disciples, but even Elder Lin Yuan was killed because of them. Damn it! They deserve to die. Soon after, many people began to voice their opinions. You're wrong about that. At this moment, another person stepped forward and explained, Elder Lin Yuan's death has nothing to do with the Chen father and son. It's because Elder Lin Yuan had a personal grudge with the powerhouse who wanted to join the Wandering Saint Palace. It was precisely because of this personal enmity that he wished for nothing more than to crush that expert's bones and scatter his ashes, and he even attacked that expert. Personal grudge? What personal grudge? Immediately, many people were puzzled by this. Speaking of personal grudges, I have to mention the incident that happened a year ago. Elder Lin Yuan's grandson, Lin Qi-gang, Elder He Qing's son, Hesun Jia, and Elder Lu Wei's grandson, Situ Yuji, died outside a ruin that was suspected to be left behind by a celestial-grade saint inscription master, right? Of course. It caused quite a commotion back then. It said that the 3 of them died in the hands of a Duan Ling Tian. That Duan Ling Tian seems to be one of us who possesses a pure human bloodline. Don't tell me, he's... That's right. He's the powerhouse who killed the Chen father and son, as well as Elder Lin Yuan. Heavens! It's him. As similar discussion spread throughout the Wandering Saint Palace, it was as though an earthquake had struck the Wandering Saint Palace. Everyone was shaken by the news. The powerhouse was Duanling Tian, who killed the sons and grandsons of the 3 elders in the Wandering Saint Palace a year ago? I didn't expect him to be the person from a year ago. If that's the case, it's normal for Elder Lin Yuan to kill him. However, Elder Lin Yuan probably didn't expect him to be so powerful. Otherwise, he wouldn't have acted so recklessly. Of course. Even if Elder Lin Yuan has a grudge with him for killing his grandsons, he wouldn't have acted recklessly if he knew he would die. Indeed. Only a fool would seek death when he knows he's going to die. The Wandering Saint Palace was destined to be chaotic today. Duanling Tian? Brother Ling Tian? It's him? In the Wandering Saint Palace's estate, in the spacious residence of one of the vice palace masters, a young man dressed in brocade robes rose to his feet in shock when he heard the news from the outside. Naturally, he was familiar with the name Duanling Tian. If Duanling Tian did not save him a year ago, he would have died in the ruin left behind by a celestial-grade saint inscription master. However, he did not expect Duanling Tian to be so powerful. After a year, Duanling Tian had appeared in the Wandering Saint Palace in such a domineering manner. It's still acceptable for him to kill Elder Chen Tong in 2 moves, but he killed Elder Lin Yuan in 2 moves. Could it be that his cultivation base is at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage? The young man's heart raced when he thought about this. After all, Elder Lin Yuan was an elder at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage in the Wandering Saint Palace. Although he was not at the peak of the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage, he was still a powerhouse at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. The young man was none other than Huang Qi-ling, a disciple from the Wandering Saint Palace whom Duanling Tian had met a year ago. At that time, Huang Qi-ling had sensed that Duanling Tian was not a member of the Wandering Saint Palace. That was why he had taken the initiative to strike up a conversation with Duanling Tian. Due to Huang Qi-ling, Duanling Tian had gotten into a conflict with 3 disciples from the Wandering Saint Palace. Duanling Tian managed to kill the 3 disciples from the Wandering Saint Palace despite being besieged. The 3 disciples were the sons of the 3 elders from the Wandering Saint Palace. He seems to be in the Wandering Saint Palace right now. Huang Qi-ling no longer hesitated when he thought of this. He flew up into the air and left the spacious mansion. There was a guest area in the Wandering Saint Palace's estate. Usually, guests would be arranged in this area. The guest area was divided into several smaller areas. Distinguished guests would usually be arranged in separate mansions. After arriving at the guest area, Huang Qi-ling asked around and found out which mansion Duanling Tian and the others were arranged in. Brother Ling Tian. When they arrived outside Duanling Tian's mansion, Huang Qi-ling did not barge in rashly. Instead, he called out loudly. His voice was not loud, but it was filled with saint origin so it could be heard from afar. Come in. A familiar and gentle voice rang in Huang Qi-ling's ears, causing him to smile from ear to ear. He could tell the owner of the voice had not forgotten about him. How did you know I'm here? Chapter 2276. Brother Ling Tian, you're now famous in the Wandering Saint Palace. If you go out and say your name, who in the Wandering Saint Palace wouldn't know you? Huang Qi-ling said with a smile. Heavenly voice novel. Initially, he was worried Duanling Tian's attitude toward him would change. After all, Duanling Tian was no longer the same as before. He was suspected to be a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. However, when Huang Qi-ling saw Duanling Tian greeting him with a smile, he realized something was amiss. This Brother Ling Tian was still the same Brother Ling Tian from a year ago. Oh. Duanling Tian was slightly surprised when he heard Huang Qi-ling's words. Duanling Tian finally understood what had happened after Huang Qi-ling's words. His actions today had caused a commotion in the wandering saint palace. Father. Who's he? At this moment, Duan Si-ling walked out of one of the rooms. As she walked toward Duan Ling Tian, she stared at Huang Qi-ling curiously. He's father's friend. You can call him uncle. Duan Ling Tian hugged Duan Si-ling as soon as she came to his side. He had a doting expression on his face as he spoke to Duan Si-ling uncle. Duan Si-ling looked at Huang Qi-ling and called out to him sweetly. Huang Qi-ling responded with a smile and a burst of warmth rose in his heart. All of this was because Duan Ling Tian had addressed him as a friend. In other words, Duan Ling Tian had treated him as a friend. Since it's our first meeting, I didn't bring a gift. I obtained this jade pendant by chance a few years ago. I'll give it to you. Huang Qi-ling rummaged through his spatial ring before he took out a jade pendant that was round and green. The moment the jade pendant appeared, the air in the surroundings seemed to have warmed up. It was as though the jade pendant was a natural furnace. Duan Si-ling did not take the jade pendant when Huang Qi-ling handed it to her. Instead, she looked at Duan Ling Tian as though she was waiting for his permission. Since it's a gift from me, you can take it. Duan Ling Tian smiled affectionately as he patted Duan Si-ling's head. Thank you, uncle. As soon as Duan Ling Tian finished speaking, Duan Si-ling grabbed Huang Qi-ling's jade pendant and played with it. Wow! It's so warm and comfortable. I didn't expect Brother Ling Tian to have a daughter. Huang Qi-ling. At the same time, he could not help but recall Duan Ling Tian's name. When Huang Wenjing first returned, she thought he was close to Duan Ling Tian, so she had come to ask him about Duan Ling Tian. At that time, he could tell Duan Si-ling was interested in Duan Ling Tian. Huang Wenjing had fallen in love with Duan Ling Tian. Sister Wenjing still doesn't know Brother Ling Tian has a wife and daughter. If she finds out, I'm sure she'll be sad. At this moment, the news of Brother Ling Tian's arrival in the Wandering Saint Palace has most likely reached her ears. Huang Qi-ling sighed inwardly when he thought about this. He knew Huang Wenjing very well. She had been arrogant since she was young. Although she had many suitors, she had never looked at a man seriously, let alone fall in love with one. Due to this reason, when he discovered Huang Wenjing had fallen for Duan Ling Tian a year ago, he was so shocked that he could not regain his senses for a long time. I'm afraid only someone like Brother Ling Tian is worthy of Sister Wenjing, the most beautiful woman in the human devil clan. At that time, Huang Qi-ling had sighed inwardly. However, he realized now that Huang Wenjing had fallen in love with Huang Wenjing. Even if Duan Ling Tian was worthy of Huang Wenjing, it was impossible for them to be together since Duan Ling Tian already had a wife and daughter. Although it was normal for powerful men to have multiple wives in this world where only the strong were respected, he knew Huang Wenjing's temper very well. She would never share the same man with another woman. While Duan Ling Tian and Huang Qi-ling were chatting, in the residence of an elder in the Wandering Saint Palace's estate. Bang! A loud noise rang in the air as a white-haired old woman smashed the stone table in front of her into pieces. The old woman's bright eyes were suffused with a cold glint. It was like a knife or a sword, as if it could tear everything apart. Duan Ling Tian. Following that, the old woman let out a low, hoarse roar, almost enunciating every word. Her tone was filled with anger and endless hatred. Of course, it was also filled with deep helplessness. I'm useless. I won't be able to avenge you for the time being. The old woman's eyes widened as she muttered to herself, however, don't worry. Although I can't kill Duan Ling Tian, I can kill the people around him. I heard he has a wife and a daughter. I don't believe he'll be able to stay by his wife and daughter's side for the rest of his life. As long as I have the chance, I'll kill his wife and daughter and bury them with you. I'll make Duan Ling Tian suffer for the rest of his life. I'll make him regret killing you." The hatred in the old woman's voice intensified as she muttered to herself. It was as though she would not rest until Duan Ling Tian was dead. Based on the old woman's words, it was obvious who she was. She was none other than the grandmother of Situ Yuji, one of the 3 disciples from the Wandering Saint Palace whom Duan Ling Tian had killed a year ago. She was an elder at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. 2 of the 3 disciples killed by Duan Ling Tian a year ago had their elders killed by Duan Ling Tian. Only Lu Wei, an elder from the Wandering Saint Palace, was left. Today, Lu Wei learned that Duan Ling Tian, the person who killed her grandson, had come to the Wandering Saint Palace. When she heard that Duan Ling Tian had killed Lin Yuan, whose strength was on par with hers with just 2 moves, she temporarily dismissed the idea of seeking revenge from Duan Ling Tian. This was because she knew she would only be courting death if she sought revenge from Duan Ling Tian. For this reason, she had chosen another path of revenge. She wanted to wait for an opportunity to kill Duan Ling Tian's wife and daughter so that Duan Ling Tian would regret it for the rest of his life. However, would she be able to obtain that opportunity? "Brother Ling Tian, it's here." Suddenly, a voice came from outside and clearly entered Lu Wei's ears, causing Lu Wei's expression to change greatly. "Brother Ling Tian? Don't tell me it's Duan Ling Tian." When he thought of this, Lu Wei, whose expression had already changed greatly, couldn't help but fiercely shrink his eyes. Swoosh! As soon as Lu Wei's eyes widened, the sound of wind whistling rang in the air. Lu Wei's eyes widened in shock again. She did not know how to react at all. Whoosh! When Lu Wei finally regained her senses, a figure appeared in her line of sight. It was a purple-clad young man. Although it was her first time meeting this young man, she had seen him in the portrait before, so she recognized him at a glance. This purple-clad young man was the person who killed her grandson, Situ Yuji. He was her sworn enemy. Duan Ling Tian. Whoosh! Another sound of wind whistling rang in the air. It was a young man in embroidered clothes. He was none other than Huang Qiling. "Duan Ling Tian, why are you here? I didn't look for you to take revenge." Lu Wei looked at Duan Ling Tian and said in a deep voice. In Lu Wei's opinion, if she did not look for Duan Ling Tian to take revenge, then Duan Ling Tian had no reason to kill her. However, did some things require a reason? "I know you didn't look for me to take revenge." When he heard Lu Wei's words, Duan Ling Tian said indifferently, "However, I have a habit. I don't like to let a hidden danger that can threaten the safety of the people around me continue to exist in this world." Duan Ling Tian revealed his intentions after he finished speaking. He wanted to eliminate the source of trouble. He wanted to completely eliminate Lu Wei, this hidden danger. "Huang Qiling, you're the one who asked him to kill me?" Lu Wei's eyes widened when she heard Duan Ling Tian's words. She looked at Huang Qiling ferociously as she said, "Don't forget that you're the son of the Vice Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace. You've violated the palace rules by helping an outsider to deal with me." "Elder Lu Wei, what are you talking about?" Huang Qiling frowned when he heard Lu Wei's words. He pretended to be confused as he said, "I'm only accompanying Brother Ling Tian around the palace today." "What do you mean by helping an outsider to deal with you? Why don't I understand?" "Don't act dumb." Lu Wei said coldly, "You know very well what you've done." In fact, Lu Wei had guessed correctly. The reason Duan Ling Tian appeared here was due to Huang Qiling's persuasion. "Brother Ling Tian, with your actions today, Situ Yuji's grandmother, Elder Lu Wei of Wandering Saint Palace, definitely won't dare to seek revenge from you. However, she's not a simple person. Perhaps, she won't dare to seek revenge from you in the future. However, she'll do whatever it takes to make you feel regret and pain. For example, she'll harm the people around you. And this was also her usual method in the past. When she was young, she once had an extremely resounding nickname, Black Widow. Therefore, I advise you, if possible, it's best if you kill her before the palace master comes looking for you to prevent future trouble. These were Huang Qiling's exact words before they arrived. Upon hearing Huang Qiling's words, Duanling Tian thanked Huang Qiling and did not hesitate to ask Huang Qiling to lead the way to Lu Wei, an elder from the Wandering Saint Palace. His wife and daughter were even more important to him than his own life. He would not allow anyone who could threaten them to live in this world. Whoosh! Duanling Tian raised his hand and the 1,000-inscription saint sword appeared in his hand. His eyes were cold and emotionless as he looked at Lu Wei. Sword-wielding technique. As soon as Lu Wei turned around to flee, Duanling Tian's 1,000-inscription saint sword flew out from his hand. Stop! Chapter 2277. Swoosh! The 1,000-inscription saint sword shot out like a meteor, leaving a trail of sword marks in its wake. Spurt! A soft sound rang in the air as the 1,000-inscription saint sword pierced through the back of Lu Wei's head and came out from between her eyebrows. Blood splattered everywhere. The entire process happened in just a blink of an eye. When the 1,000-inscriptions sacred sword killed Lu Wei's body, it also destroyed her soul that was about to use the soul separation technique to escape, completely cutting off her life force. It was impossible for her to survive. Lu Wei, an elder of the Wandering Saint Palace and a powerhouse at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage, she was dead. She was killed by Duanling Tian with a single strike. She did not even have time to cast the soul-detaching technique to escape. The reason Duanling Tian was able to succeed so easily was that he had devoured the heaven and earth spirit energy outside the mansion to raise the Sun Saint origin in his body to its limit before he entered the mansion. His Sun Saint origin was comparable to the Saint origin of a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Coupled with the 3rd stage of the Supreme Sword Dao mental cultivation method, the Sovereign Heart Sword, it was easy for him to kill a powerhouse at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. This, Huang Qiling, who was hovering in the air, was shocked when he saw Lu Wei being killed by Duanling Tian in just a blink of an eye. One strike. Just one strike. At this moment, Huang Qiling's heart twitched violently. Duanling Tian had killed Lu Wei, an elder at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage from the Wandering Saint Palace, with just one strike. It was as easy as killing a chicken. Killing a powerhouse at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage was as easy as killing a chicken. Perhaps, only a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage was capable of such a feat. You're Duanling Tian. At this moment, a furious and loud voice sounded. Along with it, a figure appeared out of thin air. The figure seemed to appear out of thin air above the mansion. Huang Qiling could not help but shudder when he saw the figure. He quickly bowed respectfully. Lord Palace Master. At this moment, Huang Qiling recalled something. Earlier, when Duanling Tian made his move, the Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace had stopped him. However, Duanling Tian ignored him and continued to kill Elder Lu Wei from the Wandering Saint Palace. Huang Qiling knew the Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace was angry when he sensed the cold aura from the Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace. Moreover, he was quite angry. If Brother Ling Tian really joins the Wandering Saint Palace, Lord Palace Master shouldn't do anything to Brother Ling Tian. After all, the value of Brother Ling Tian alone is much higher than Elder Lu Wei and Elder Lin Yuan combined. Huang Qiling comforted himself. Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace? After Duanling Tian put away Elder Lu Wei's spatial ring, he noticed the figure that had appeared out of thin air. When he heard Huang Qiling's greeting, he knew the person who had arrived was the Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace. When Duanling Tian looked over, the Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace appeared before him. The Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace wore a silver robe. He was a middle-aged man with a medium build. Although he did not have a striking appearance, he had a dignified air about him. He exuded the aura of a superior. At this moment, the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace was glaring at Duan Ling Tian coldly as he emitted a cold aura. "You're Duan Ling Tian?" The palace master of Wandering Saint Palace finally spoke. His voice was as cold as ice, giving people the impression that he was in a world of ice and snow. Yes. Even though Duan Ling Tian was facing a famous powerhouse in the Human Devil clan like the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace, he remained calm. He was neither servile nor overbearing. After all, his current strength was comparable to a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Therefore, he did not need to be humble when dealing with a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Elder Lin Yuan made a move on you, so it's understandable that you killed him. However, Elder Lu Wei did not make a move on you. Do you think the Wandering Saint Palace is a pushover when you come to her residence to kill her? The palace master of Wandering Saint Palace said coldly. His voice became colder as he spoke. Even Huang Qi-ling, who was standing in the distance, could not help but shudder when he heard the voice of the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace. He felt as though he had fallen into an ice cellar. On the other hand, Duan Ling Tian remained calm as though he was not affected by the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace's words. He replied indifferently, "Palace Master Yuan, you're being too presumptuous. I, Duan Ling Tian, have always believed in the principle of, I won't attack unless I'm attacked. I've never killed without reason. The people I killed, in my opinion, deserve to be killed. As for that old woman, don't you know who she is, Palace Master Yuan?" Duan Ling Tian narrowed his eyes as he stared at the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace fearlessly. Not long after Duan Ling Tian arrived in the Human Devil Saint City, he had heard of the leaders of the 9 strongest forces in the Human Devil clan, the 3 palaces and 6 halls. One of them was the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace. The palace master of Wandering Saint Palace was Yuan Haochen. Most people called him Palace Master Yuan. I won't attack unless I'm attacked. I've never killed without reason. Good, good. Very good. Yuan Haochen was so angry that he laughed when he heard Duan Ling Tian's words. He said angrily, "Today, I'd like to see what makes you, Duan Ling Tian, qualified to act so arrogantly in my Wandering Saint Palace." As soon as he finished speaking, Yuan Haochen's figure flickered and disappeared from the spot. At the very least, in Huang Qi-ling's eyes, Yuan Haochen had disappeared into thin air. However, in Duan Ling Tian's eyes, Yuan Haochen seemed to have transformed into a cannonball as he flew toward him. During this process, Yuan Haochen's body that was originally of average height began to swell. What kind of technique is this? Duan Ling Tian was stunned when he saw Yuan Haochen's body that was originally of average height began to swell up in just a blink of an eye. However, even though he was stunned, Duan Ling Tian did not dare to underestimate the danger before him. Golden Crow's Wings. When Yuan Haochen, who was wearing a silver robe, was about to reach Duan Ling Tian did not hesitate to use his movement divine ability and unleash his Sun Saint origin. Whoosh! Whoosh! In the next moment, a pair of flaming wings appeared on Duan Ling Tian's back at lightning speed. With a flap of the wings, Duan Ling Tian dodged Yuan Haochen's attack at a ridiculously fast speed. Brother Ling Tian has disappeared as well. As soon as Duan Ling Tian made his move, he disappeared from Huang Qi-ling's line of sight as well. How fast? Huang Qi-ling knew very well what had happened. Whether it was the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace or Brother Ling Tian, they had not really disappeared. Their speed was so fast that Huang Qi-ling could not even see them with his naked eye. The palace master of Wandering Saint Palace is much stronger than the sect leader of Zoroastrianism and the supreme elder of Zhuangzi Buddhism in the upper province. After Duan Ling Tian dodged Yuan Haochen's attack with his movement divine ability, the golden crow's wings, he discovered the distance between him and Yuan Haochen was getting shorter and shorter. Duanling Tian's expression turned even more solemn. If this continues, he'll catch up to me sooner or later. It seems like I'll have to fight him. With this thought in mind, Duanling Tian continued to fly as he turned around. With a raise of his hand, the 1,000 inscription saint sword appeared in his hand again. Sword-wielding art. With this thought in mind, the 1,000 inscription saint sword in Duanling Tian's hand shot out like a bolt of lightning, leaving a fleeting sound of sword whistling in the air. What a fast sword! No wonder he could kill Elder Lu Wei with just one strike. He didn't even have time to use the soul detachment technique. Although Duanling Tian's 1,000 inscription saint sword was fast, it was still within the range of Yuan Haochen's control. An attack of this level was not a threat to him. Duanling Tian must have just broken through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. His strength should be at the bottom of the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. However, he's still a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. While many thoughts flashed through his mind, Yuan Haochen raised his hand and condensed his Saint Qi again. During this process, Yang Kai's Saint Qi streaked across the void and seemed to form a mysterious connection with the surrounding heavens and earth. This mysterious connection seemed to have caused Yuan Haochen's Saint origin to resonate with heaven and earth. All of a sudden, swoosh! Yuan Haochen suddenly moved his right hand. Saint origin that resonated with heaven and earth shot out from his fingers like 5 bolts of lightning as he grabbed at the air in front of him. The entire process was as smooth as flowing water. Qi. 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 With a buzzing sound, Yuan Haochen grabbed at the air in front of him, and a sword suddenly appeared in his hand. It was a sword that was completely grasped in his hand. A terrifying energy surged out of the sword as it trembled violently as though it was trying to break free from Yuan Haochen's grip. However, no matter how hard it struggled, it could not break free from Yuan Haochen's grip. Yuan Haochen's hand was like a pair of pincers that clamped tightly on the sword, preventing it from moving at all. The sword was none other than the 1,000 inscription saint sword that Duanling Tian had used to wield the sword from the 3rd stage of the Sovereign Heart sword. His comprehension of heaven and earth has reached such a level. Chapter 2278. Duanling Tian could see it. Yuan Haochen, the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace, had only used the profundity of his martial tactics. He did not even use any divine abilities. However, Duanling Tian managed to stop the 1,000 inscription saint sword that Duanling Tian had activated with all his might with just a casual grab. The 1,000 inscription saint sword could not move at all. It was as though it was gripped by a pair of pliers. Duanling Tian had used the 3rd stage of the Supreme Sword Dao mental cultivation method, the Sovereign Heart sword's 3rd stage, the sword wielding the heart. Even so, Yuan Haochen still managed to stop the 1,000 inscription saint sword. Moreover, Duanling Tian managed to stop the 1,000 inscription saint sword with such ease. His saint origin seems to have formed a connection with heaven and earth. It seems like he has reached the heaven and man unity stage. Duanling Tian finally understood why Yuan Haochen was so strong. Yuan Haochen's comprehension of heaven and earth had reached a certain level. In terms of cultivation base, he had reached a very high level. That was why he was able to unleash the power of his saint origin. Sheng Yuan casually grasped at the 1,000 inscription sacred sword that he had launched with all his strength using only the profundities of his martial arts. Sheng Yuan easily caught the 1,000 inscription sacred sword. What kind of technique was this? Meanwhile, the energy on the 1,000 inscription saint sword that Yuan Haochen was unable to break free from Duanling Tian's grasp began to dissipate as time passed. In the next instant, Yuan Haochen grabbed the 1,000 inscription saint sword. All of a sudden, ding! A crisp and ear-piercing sound rang out. It was Yuan Haochen who had flicked his finger and pointed it at the 1,000 inscription sacred sword, sending it flying. Swoosh! The 1,000 inscription saint sword that was sent flying turned into a sword ray that shot toward Duan Lingtian as though it had eyes. Duan Lingtian's son Saint Qi boiled and gathered in his hands as he caught the sword with both hands. Even so, when he caught the 1,000 inscriptions sacred sword, the terrifying energy coming from it shook the Sun Saint origin in his hands. Even his hands were numb. What a powerful force! Immediately, Duan Lingtian was also shocked to the point that his heart jumped. Yuan Haochen had only used his Saint Qi to deflect the 1,000 inscriptions sacred sword with a casual flick of his finger. He hadn't even used any martial arts or divine abilities, yet he was already so terrifying. At this moment, Duan Lingtian finally realized how terrifying it was for a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage to comprehend heaven and earth. Based on the saint origin of the Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace, his comprehension of heaven and earth must have reached a certain level. I'm afraid he's not far from triggering the Celestial Ascension Tribulation. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Duan Lingtian, try and take this. Yuan Haochen, the Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace, shouted when Duan Lingtian had fully grasped the 1,000 inscriptions sacred sword. With a raise of his hand, his saint origin that resonated with heaven and earth surged out. Swoosh! Duan Lingtian's expression changed drastically when he heard Yuan Haochen's shout. What a joke! With Yuan Haochen's strength, he could easily grab the 1,000 inscriptions sacred sword that Duan Lingtian had unleashed with all his might with just a casual grab. If Duan Lingtian's palm strike contained both martial arts and divine abilities, Duan Lingtian would not be able to block it even if it contained both martial arts and divine abilities. It seems like I have no choice but to use the Super Saint weapon, the Devil Seal Tablet. When Duan Lingtian thought of the Super Saint weapon, the Devil Seal Tablet, when he realized he might die today. The Devil Seal Tablet was his last resort. Although he did not know if it would be effective against a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage like Yuan Haochen, however, this was his only chance. If he could kill Yuan Haochen, he would be able to become the new Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace and control the entire Wandering Saint Palace. If he could not kill Yuan Haochen, he would definitely die. However, if he did not use the Devil Seal Tablet, he would most likely die anyway. For this reason, Duan Lingtian decided to take out the Devil Seal Tablet and risk it all. Lord Palace Master. Huang Qiling's expression changed drastically when he saw Yuan Haochen's palm strike was about to land on him. Master, please have mercy on him. As soon as Huang Qiling finished speaking, another voice rang in the air. At this moment, a pleasant woman's voice rang out. There was a hint of coldness mixed within the coldness, but there was also a deep sense of concern. HM. Hearing this voice, Huang Qiling's palm that was about to land slightly slowed down. At the same time, he could not help but frown slightly. Whoosh! At the same time, Duan Lingtian felt a gust of wind blowing in front of him. Then, he saw a beautiful figure standing in front of him, shielding him. It's her. Just by looking at her back, Duan Lingtian recognized the white-clad woman before him. She was none other than the strongest powerhouse among the younger generation in the Wandering Saint Palace. She was also the most beautiful woman in the Human Devil clan, Huang Wenjing. Duan Lingtian had fought with Huang Wenjing a year ago. Moreover, Huang Wenjing had given him the opportunity to enter the time cave in the ruin left behind by the eminent celestial quasi-celestial grade saint inscription master so he could improve his divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, to its maximum. Duan Lingtian was still grateful for that. Later on, he even helped Huang Wenjing to improve her innate spiritual root to a violet innate spiritual root. Although it was only a light violet innate spiritual root, it was enough to crush almost everyone in the devil clans. Duan Lingtian did not expect to see Huang Wenjing again after a year. Huang Wenjing addressed Yuan Haochen as master. A year ago, someone mentioned that Huang Wenjing is the last disciple of the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace. Moreover, the palace master is very fond of her. Duan Tian's heart jolted as he recalled many things that happened a year ago. Wenjing, what are you doing? Yuan Haochen asked in a deep voice. His expression darkened when he saw his favorite disciple was stopping him from killing Huang Wenjing. His tone was slightly stern. Master, he came here to join the Wandering Saint Palace. If you kill him like this, I'm afraid the people in the Wandering Saint Palace will be disheartened. The aura emitted from Huang Wenjing's body was still ice-cold, but her words were filled with determination. Yuan Haochen knew how stubborn Huang Wenjing was when he heard the determination in her voice and saw the determination in her eyes. In the end, he had no choice but to let go of Duan Tian. He did not have any children, so he treated his last disciple like a daughter. Therefore, he had no choice but to let go of Huang Wenjing when he saw how determined she was to protect Duan Tian. Moreover, he did not plan to kill Duan Tian. Although he had asked Duan Tian to receive his palm strike, he did not intend to use his full strength. He only wanted to test Duan Tian's strength and see how strong Duan Tian was. As the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace, how could he easily reject a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage who wanted to join the Wandering Saint Palace? However, he did not expect things to turn out this way, so he could only give up on testing Duan Tian. Forget it. I can confirm now that he's a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. With this thought in mind, Yuan Haochen had completely given up on testing Duan Tian. Duan Tian was unaware of Yuan Haochen's thoughts. Otherwise, he would have been terrified. This was because Duan Tian had decided to use the Super Saint weapon, the Devil Seal Tablet, at all costs when faced with Yuan Haochen, who was about to strike him with his palm. One could imagine this. If the Devil Seal Tablet was exposed, even if Yuan Haochen only wanted to test him and did not intend to kill him, he might still kill him when he realized he was not a human devil but a human. After all, the Wandering Saint Palace was one of the 9 great forces in the Human Devil clan. Although the members of the Wandering Saint Palace had the bloodline of humans, they were still part of the devil clans. Seeing Yuan Haochen put his hand down, Huang Qiling breathed a sigh of relief. Huang Wenjing also secretly breathed a sigh of relief. As for Duan Tian, he looked at Duan Tian gratefully. Thank you. Duan Tian. Yuan Haochen called out Duan Tian's name as soon as Duan Tian finished speaking. Whoosh! As Yuan Haochen called out to Duan Tian, he raised his hand and a streak of light shot out toward Duan Tian. The streak of light did not have any offensive power, so Duan Tian caught it easily. When Duan Tian opened his hand to take a look, he noticed it was a token. Looking at the words inscribed on it, he was surprised to see it was an identity token. Vice Palace Master? Duan Tian's eyes lit up when he saw the words Vice Palace Master engraved on the identity token. At this moment, Duan Tian felt as though things had taken a turn for the better. His current mood was as if he had just experienced a roller coaster ride. From today onward, Duan Tian is the Vice Palace Master of the Wandering Saint Palace. Duan Tian's eyes lit up when he saw the words Vice Palace Master engraved on the identity token. Yuan Haochen spoke again. His voice seemed to contain some sort of magical power. Not only did it spread out of the mansion, but it even spread far and wide. In just a blink of an eye, it had spread throughout the entire Wandering Saint Palace's estate. Everyone in the Wandering Saint Palace's estate heard Duan Tian's words. Duan Tian. Vice Palace Master? Lord Palace Master has given the order. From today onward, Duan Tian is the Vice Palace Master of the Wandering Saint Palace. If Duan Tian is the Vice Palace Master of the Wandering Saint Palace, doesn't that mean the Wandering Saint Palace will have another powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage? This is great news. Chapter 2279. The entire Wandering Saint Palace was in an uproar over Duan Lingtian's promotion to Vice Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace. Duan Lingtian held the identity token in his hand as he looked at Yuan Haochen, the Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace, who was standing nearby. He did not know how to react. Previously, Yuan Haochen had acted as though he wanted to kill Duan Lingtian. However, it was as though Yuan Haochen had become a completely different person. Not only did Yuan Haochen give him the identity token as the Vice Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace, but Yuan Haochen had also announced that Duan Lingtian had become the Vice Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace. The difference between before and after was so great that it was like the difference between heaven and earth. It caused Duan Lingtian to be in a state of shock even after a long time. Suddenly, Yuan Haochen looked at Duan Lingtian and said with a smile, "Welcome to the Wandering Saint Palace. Vice Palace Master Duan, welcome to the Wandering Saint Palace. From today onward, I hope that you and the other Vice Palace Masters will uphold the rules of the Wandering Saint Palace and be strict with others and ourselves." Yuan Haochen's words had a hidden meaning. As long as one was a normal person, one would be able to discern that he was vaguely conveying a message to Duan Lingtian. "Duan Lingtian, you're now the Vice Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace. Duan Lingtian hoped that you would not act recklessly in the Wandering Saint Palace and violate the rules of the Wandering Saint Palace. Don't worry, Palace Master." Duan Lingtian understood the hidden meaning in Yuan Haochen's words. However, he did not care since he had already killed all his enemies in the Wandering Saint Palace. In the future, it was unlikely that anyone in the Wandering Saint Palace would dare to make an enemy out of him. Even if someone dared to make the first move, it would not be considered a violation of the Wandering Saint Palace's rules even if he killed them. Hearing Duan Lingtian's agreement, Yuan Haochen nodded. Then, he looked at Huang Wenjing who was standing not far away from Duan Lingtian. "Wenjing, I have something to do now. You'll be in charge of settling Vice Palace Master Duan and his wife and daughter." After saying that, Yuan Haochen turned into a gust of wind and left. Not good. Hearing Yuan Haochen's words before he left, Huang Qiling's expression changed slightly. Almost at the same time that Huang Qiling's expression changed, Huang Wenjing's beautiful and cold face also changed color with a whoosh. His wife and daughter? He actually had a wife and a daughter? Although Huang Wenjing followed her master to this place, she didn't know that Duan Lingtian didn't come alone. She also didn't know that Duan Lingtian had a wife and daughter with him. "You?" Huang Wenjing trembled. Huang Wenjing's delicate body trembled slightly as she turned around. Her beautiful eyes stared straight at Duan Lingtian as she asked in disbelief, "You really have a wife and daughter?" At this moment, not only was Huang Wenjing's voice not cold, but it was also trembling. Her trembling voice seemed to contain extreme nervousness. At this moment, Huang Wenjing had lost a lot of her composure compared to her previous ice-cold appearance. "Yes." Duan Lingtian nodded without any hesitation when he heard Huang Wenjing's question. Then, he added, "I have 2 wives, a daughter and a son. One of my wives and my daughter came with me to the Wandering Saint Palace." Duan Lingtian was no longer a hothead who did not understand romance. Naturally, he could tell Huang Wenjing was interested in him. Due to this reason, he quickly cut her off. Although he hadn't spent much time with Huang Wenjing, he could tell that Huang Wenjing was a proud woman. It was impossible for a woman like her to share a man with another woman. Huang Wenjing's heart skipped a beat when she heard Duan Lingtian's words. A hint of paleness could be seen on her beautiful face. "Why? Why didn't you tell me before?" Huang Wenjing looked at Duan Lingtian and asked in an agitated tone, "What's wrong with you?" Duan Lingtian frowned slightly when he heard Huang Wenjing's questioning tone. Although he was slightly displeased, he did not flare up in the end. Before? You didn't ask me before, right? Why would I bring this up if you didn't ask me? Duan Lingtian was speechless. However, when he saw the pained expression on Huang Wenjing's face, he could not help but sigh inwardly. At this moment, no matter how slow-witted he was, he realized he had unintentionally hurt this woman. That's right. Why would you bring this up if I didn't ask you? Duan Lingtian's words were like a sharp sword that ruthlessly pierced Huang Wenjing's heart. Her delicate body trembled violently, and a sorrowful expression appeared on her face. Following that, Huang Wenjing's body swayed as she flew into the air and left alone. Huang Qiling, I'll leave him to you. Before Huang Wenjing left, she transmitted her voice to Huang Qiling. Her tone was cold again. Upon hearing this, Huang Qiling could not help but smile bitterly. Huang Wenjing turned around and left. When she was out of sight of Duan Lingtian and Huang Qiling, 2 streams of tears rolled down her beautiful face. A year ago, she was only attracted to that man. In the past year, apart from cultivating, that man was like a nightmare to her. He had completely integrated into her world, and it was getting harder and harder for her to part with him. Sometimes, the matters between a man and a woman were just so magical. In the past year, Huang Wenjing had fallen deeply in love with Duan Lingtian. When she found out Duan Lingtian already had a wife and a daughter, she completely broke down. She no longer cared about her usual cold facade. At this moment, Huang Wenjing could hear the sound of her heart breaking. What a beautiful dream it was, but it was shattered just like that. The joy she felt when she found out Duan Lingtian had come to the Wandering Saint Palace had turned into the biggest joke in the world at this moment. Duan Lingtian could not help but smile wryly when he saw Huang Wenjing leaving without saying goodbye. Brother Lingtian, Sister Wenjing handed you to me before she left. I'll take care of all of you from now on. At this moment, Huang Qiling looked at Duan Lingtian and said with a sigh. All right. Duan Lingtian nodded. In that case, let's go back and pick them up. As Duan Lingtian and Huang Qiling made their way back, Huang Qiling smiled wryly and said, Brother Lingtian, don't blame Sister Wenjing. She's been the pride of the Wandering Saint Palace since she was young. She's used to being arrogant. All this time, it has always been men who revolve around her, but she has never taken a fancy to a man, until she met you. Although I knew she had feelings for you, I didn't expect her feelings to be so deep. Huang Qiling could not help but sigh when he reached the end of his sentence. Based on Huang Wenjing's behavior earlier, it was not difficult for Huang Qiling to see how deep her feelings were. While Huang Qiling was taking care of Duan Lingtian and the others, news of what had happened in the Wandering Saint Palace spread like wildfire in the Wandering Saint Palace. It did not take long for the news to spread throughout the Human Devil Saint City. The Wandering Saint Palace was one of the 9 strongest forces in the Human Devil clan, the 3 palaces and 6 halls. Many things had happened in the Wandering Saint Palace today. It was only natural that more than half of the Human Devil clans were alerted. In the Crimson Blaze Palace's estate. Did you hear? Today, a powerhouse entered the Wandering Saint Palace's estate and killed 2 elders of the Wandering Saint Palace. One of the elders was Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan? Isn't he an elder at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage in the Wandering Saint Palace? To be able to kill him. Who did it? I heard it's the young man who killed Lin Yuan's grandson, Lin Qigang, a year ago. What? You're saying the young man who killed Lin Yuan's grandson is strong enough to kill Lin Yuan? It's not as simple as just killing him. It said that the young man only used 2 moves to kill Lin Yuan. 2 moves? You must be kidding. When the news spread to the Crimson Blaze Palace, one of the 3 palaces and 6 halls, it caused a commotion. In the Great Spirit Palace's estate. What happened to the young man in the end? Was he killed by the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace? That's right. He's so arrogant to kill someone in the Wandering Saint Palace's estate. Isn't he seeking death? The Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace is a powerhouse who could trigger the Celestial Ascension Tribulation at any time. Based on his understanding of heaven and earth, there's almost no one below the eminent Celestial who's a match for him in the Human Devil clan. That young man will definitely die if he makes a move. I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you. That young man didn't die. What? The Spirit Gathering Palace, one of the 3 palaces and 6 halls in the Human Devil clan, was also shocked. In the Azure Sheen Hall's estate. That young man didn't die. Did he escape before the Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace made his move? That's not the case. Rumor has it that the reason he's still alive is because he didn't go to the Wandering Saint Palace to kill. Instead, he went there to join the Wandering Saint Palace. He's a sexless human devil with a pure human bloodline. What? He's a sexless human devil? Since when did an itinerant demonic cultivator become so powerful? He killed Elder Lin Yuan of Wandering Saint Palace with just 2 moves. It's very likely he's a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Does this mean he has joined the Wandering Saint Palace? Apart from the Crimson Blaze Palace, the Spirit Gathering Palace, and the Azure Sheen Hall in the 3 palaces and 6 halls, the other 5 halls were also filled with shocking news. That young man's name is Duan Lingtian. He has been appointed as the Vice Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace by Yuan Haochen, the Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace. From today onward, the Wandering Saint Palace will have another powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Those who were gloating over the death of a powerhouse at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage were dumbfounded when they heard the news. As a result. Chapter 2280. Moreover, the new Vice Palace Master was a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. This news quickly spread throughout the Human Devil Holy City. After the news spread throughout the Human Demon Holy City, it continued to spread like a hurricane, and it didn't take long for the news to spread throughout the entire Human Demon Holy City. The Wandering Saint Palace is so lucky? A Vice Palace Master at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage? It's said that the Vice Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace is a sexless cultivator. He only joined the Wandering Saint Palace today. I heard the Vice Palace Master of the Wandering Saint Palace is very powerful. He killed 2 elders as soon as he arrived in the Wandering Saint Palace. One of the elders was at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Isn't this too valiant? In the following period of time, not only in the Human Devil Holy City, but also in the territories of the Human Devil clan, there were similar discussions. After all, the Wandering Saint Palace, one of the Human Devil clan's 3 palaces and 6 halls, had a Vice Palace Master at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. This was big news to the entire Human Devil clan. In addition, the human demons also knew that Yi Futian was a member of the demon race. The new Vice Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace was Duan Lingtian. The new Vice Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace is Duan Lingtian? Are you sure you're not mistaken? In a certain restaurant in the Human Demon Holy City, a demonic human looked at his companion in shock as if he had heard some shocking news. He's indeed called Duan Lingtian. Why? Do you know him? The latter asked in confusion. No. I don't know this person. I just thought of a person named Duan Lingtian, and that person was a human, not a demonic human. The former shook his head and said. Now that you mention it, I remember something. When I first heard the name Duan Lingtian, I also felt a sense of familiarity. Tell me, who is that person? The latter asked again. Although the conversation between the two was not loud, the people at the surrounding tables could still clearly hear the content of their conversation. I seem to have the same feeling too. I think I've heard of the name Duan Ling Tian before, but I can't remember where I've heard of it. Inside the restaurant, more and more demonic humans joined in. They also felt that the name of the new Vice Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace was familiar, but they could not recall where they had heard it before. Aren't you guys too forgetful? At this moment, a human demon in the corner of the restaurant's lobby shouted. His voice was so loud that it drowned out the voices of the majority of the people present. The territory of our human devil clan used to belong to that human force. Have you forgotten? Of course not. The human devil clan's current territory used to belong to the Azure Cloud Mansion. That's right. Before we occupied this area as our new territory, it was the territory of the Azure Cloud Mansion. The Azure Cloud Mansion is one of the two strongest forces in the Wuxia subterranean. Many human devils responded at once. I remember now. At this moment, a voice suddenly rang in the air. A human devil stood up and said in shock, "The son of the Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion, the young Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion, the person who obtained the Super Saint weapon, the Devil Seal Tablet. Isn't his name Duan Ling Tian? I remember now. No wonder the name Duan Ling Tian sounds familiar. The young Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion has the same name as well. I can't believe the new Vice Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace has the same name as the young Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion. Rumor has it that the young Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion went to the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land after his Super Saint weapon, the Devil Seal Tablet, was taken away. Now that the inter-province transportation formation between the lower province and the upper province has been destroyed, I'm sure he didn't expect the Azure Cloud Mansion to cease to exist. Although they have the same name, their fates are too different. After discovering the new Vice Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace had the same name as the young Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion, everyone in the Human Devil Saint City began to discuss this topic. Many human devils who had used the soul-searching secret tactic on those who had seen the portrait of the young Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion could not help but recall the face of the young Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion, Duan Ling Tian. Fortunately, such human devils were rare and had not seen the current Vice Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace, Duan Ling Tian. Otherwise, they would have discovered it. The Vice Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace, Duan Ling Tian, looked exactly the same as the young Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion. This was something that Duan Ling Tian did not expect. Otherwise, even if he didn't change his name, he would definitely disguise his face to hide it from others. After Duan Ling Tian was appointed as the Vice Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace by Yuan Haochen, the Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace, Duan Ling Tian moved into a spacious mansion. The area where this mansion was located was very spacious. There were only a few mansions in the area. The heaven and earth spirit energy here was much better than the other places in the Wandering Saint Palace's estate. I'll be in closed-door cultivation for a while. If there's anything urgent, you can wake me up. If there's nothing urgent, you don't have to wake me up. Duan Ling Tian looked at the middle-aged man in front of him and said in a deep voice. Duan Ling Tian's words sounded more like an order. Yes, master. The middle-aged man humbly replied like a servant. Fortunately, there were no other people in the Wandering Saint Palace around, so they did not see this scene. Otherwise, they would be shocked as well. This was because the middle-aged man was an elder in the Wandering Saint Palace. Elders in the Wandering Saint Palace were considered high-ranking officials in the Wandering Saint Palace. Although they had to be respectful in front of the Vice Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace, they did not have to bow and scrape like a servant. However, not only did this elder bow and scrape before Duan Ling Tian, the new Vice Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace, but he even addressed Duan Ling Tian as master. You may leave. When Duan Ling Tian raised his hand, the middle-aged man bowed respectfully and left. This middle-aged man was none other than Elder Peng Lai, who had welcomed Duan Ling Tian and the others into the Wandering Saint Palace's estate when Duan Ling Tian and the others had just arrived. Since Duan Lingtian had intended to recruit Peng Lai, he had invited Peng Lai to leave the Wandering Saint Palace after a few days. They had also left the Human Devil Saint City and the Human Devil Clan's territory. After that, Duan Lingtian spent some time killing people from the other devil clans to help Peng Lai improve his innate spiritual route to Indigo. You have two options now. The first option is to swear on the lightning penalty oath and pledge your loyalty to me. If you perform well in the future, I don't mind helping you improve your innate spiritual route to a violet innate spiritual route. The second option is to die. Peng Lai was overjoyed that his innate spiritual route had been upgraded to an indigo innate spiritual route when Duan Lingtian forced him to make a choice. Although it was rather sudden, Peng Lai still chose the first option without hesitation. He would swear his loyalty to Duan Lingtian and pledge his loyalty to Duan Lingtian. A violet innate spiritual route. When Peng Lai thought about the possibility of his innate spiritual route becoming a violet innate spiritual route, he could not help but feel excited. Who exactly is this master of mine? He can actually help people improve their innate spiritual roots. Peng Lai's respect for Duan Lingtian grew. After all, he was shocked by Duan Lingtian's ability to help people improve their innate spiritual roots. After all, even an eminent celestial would not be able to do this. Just like that, Peng Lai became Duan Lingtian's subordinate. Although Peng Lai was still an elder of the Wandering Saint Palace, he still prioritized his master, Duan Lingtian. Now that Si Ling and Kerr have begun to cultivate, I can focus on improving my cultivation base. After Peng Lai left, Duan Lingtian returned to his room to cultivate. Previously, the strength of Yuan Haochen, the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace, had greatly stimulated Duan Lingtian. Moreover, Duan Lingtian had felt an unprecedented amount of pressure. This was why Yuan Haochen did not kill him that day. Otherwise, he would have died. Naturally, that was under the premise that the Super Saint weapon, the Devil Seal Tablet, could not kill Yuan Haochen. A powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage needs to comprehend heaven and earth to trigger the Celestial Ascension Tribulation. During this process, the comprehension of heaven and earth can directly affect the strength of one's saint origin. After witnessing the strength of Yuan Haochen, the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace, Duan Lingtian was extremely eager to break through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. As long as he could break through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, he would be able to comprehend heaven and earth and increase the strength of his son's saint origin. Otherwise, his son's saint origin would be stuck at the limit of his saint origin. Since there was a limit to his saint origin, Duan Lingtian's strength did not increase even after he had broken through to the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. The only benefit was that he had mastered the soul-detaching technique that was unique to powerhouses at or above the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. He could use his soul to escape when he was in danger. Moreover, his soul was independent of heaven and earth. Currently, if Duan Lingtian wanted to raise his strength, he would have to break through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage or comprehend the Supreme Sword Tao mental cultivation method, the Sovereign Heart Sword, and divine abilities. In the end, Duan Lingtian chose the former. Currently, the devil clans have gained a foothold in the lower province. Their next step is to reconstruct the inter-province transportation formation and invade the upper province. Before that, I must break through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Chapter 2281. Due to Duan Lingtian's closed-door cultivation, many people from the Wandering Saint Palace who wanted to meet him were unable to do so. Apart from the elders of the Wandering Saint Palace, there were also a few vice-palace masters of the Wandering Saint Palace, including Huang Qiling's father. Although Huang Qiling's father was a vice-palace master of the Wandering Saint Palace, his strength was only above the elders of the Wandering Saint Palace. He was the weakest among the vice-palace masters of the Wandering Saint Palace. Otherwise, the three descendants of the elders at the eighth form of the Saint Celestial stage would not have treated Huang Qi Ling that way. Brother Ling Tian has gone into closed-door cultivation. Even Huang Qi Ling had only just learned about Duan Lingtian's closed-door cultivation. Just like that, Duan Lingtian, the new vice palace master of the Wandering Saint Palace, went into seclusion again after joining the Wandering Saint Palace. As time passed, there were fewer and fewer people talking about him in the Human Devil Saint City and the Human Devil clan's territory. Time could dilute everything. These words were not false at all. Time flew by, and a year passed in just a blink of an eye. At this time, people no longer paid attention to Duan Lingtian in the Human Devil Saint City and the Human Devil clan's territory. They were more interested in the matter of the inter-province transportation formation being reconstructed by the formation masters of the Devil clans. Have you heard? Currently, the construction of the inter-province transportation formation is almost at its final stage. It'll take us at least 1 or 2 years to reach the upper province from the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. A human devil exclaimed excitedly in a restaurant in the Human Devil Saint City. How could we not have heard about such big news? Another human devil chuckled. I heard that the Human Devil clan's 3 palaces and 6 halls has sent many powerhouses to search for materials needed to reconstruct the inter-province transportation formation. As the 2 humanoid demons started the discussion, more and more humanoid demons joined in. It's not just the Human Devil clan. The other devil clans are also searching for materials in the Wuxia subterranean. Some devil clans have even returned to their homeworlds in search of materials. Currently, in order to set up the inter-province transportation formation that connects the upper and lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, the devil clans can be said to be united. I hope the devil clans will still be as united as they are now after we invade the upper province. Of course we have to be united. After all, most of the human powerhouses were in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. If we don't unite, we might not be able to defeat them and conquer the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. It's said that the cultivation environment in the upper province of the Martial Saint Land is very good, and the cultivation resources are abundant, of course. If that wasn't the case, why would all the human experts gather there? If it was some remote place, would you go there? The more you talk, the more I look forward to it. I really hope that the interdomain teleportation array can be completed as soon as possible. In the restaurant, a group of demonic humans were in full swing. Based on their words, they were filled with anticipation for the excellent cultivation environment and abundant cultivation resources in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. In the territory of the Boar Demons. The 3 patriarchs of the Boar Devil clan, namely the Black Boar tribe, the Thunder Boar tribe, and the Red Boar tribe, rarely gathered together. The materials that our Red Boar tribe collected recently have been sent over. What about your side? The chief of the Red Boar tribe looked at the other 2 and asked. It's the same. The chiefs of the Black Boar tribe and the Thunder Boar tribe also nodded. The materials they spoke of were naturally the materials needed by the Devil Race's formation masters to set up the inter-realm transportation formation. Based on the current progress, the inter-province transportation formation will be completed very soon. At that time, the Boar Devil clan will have to move again. The eyes of the chief of the Thunder Boar tribe flashed as he spoke with anticipation. He. This time, our territory will be transferred to the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. It's said that the cultivation environment in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land is very good, and the cultivation resources there are very abundant as well. The leader of the Red Boar tribe said with a smile. It's a pity the 3 children won't be able to witness our Boar Devil clan invading the upper province with the Devil clans. When they were still alive, they were eager to enter the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land and kill more powerful humans to obtain better cultivation resources. The leader of the Black Boar tribe sighed. Upon hearing his words, both the chiefs of the Thunder Boar tribe and the Red Boar tribe fell silent. At this moment, their gazes were also filled with complicated emotions. The three children mentioned by the leader of the Black Boar tribe were none other than the three great guardian warriors of the Boar Devil clan who were killed a year ago. It had been a year since the death of the three great guardian warriors of the Boar Demon clan. However, the three patriarchs of the Boar Devil clan had never forgotten about this matter. This was because the identities of the three guardian deities were too sensitive. It's been a year, but there's still no news from the old patriarch. Looks like he should be at a critical juncture of his closed-door cultivation, and he's ready to receive the next heavenly tribulation at any moment. The chief of the Red Boar tribe said. That should be the case. The leader of the Thunder Boar tribe nodded. I'm sure the old patriarch hasn't discovered that the soul pearls of the three children have shattered. Otherwise, with his temperament, he would have rushed over from the exiled realm a long time ago. The three children are the old patriarch's favorite grandchildren. If he finds out they're dead, he'll definitely rush over even if the next heavenly tribulation is coming. The leader of the Black Boar tribe said in a deep voice. For a moment, the atmosphere at the scene became somewhat stifling. Based on the words of the three patriarchs of the Boar Devil clan, the old patriarch of the Boar Devil clan was still in the exiled realm. The old patriarch of the Boar Devil clan was still in the Devil clan's hometown, the Banished Realm. He had yet to ascend to the Devata realm. There's one more thing. The leader of the Red Boar tribe, one of the three patriarchs of the Boar Devil clan, said as though he had just recalled something. As he spoke, he took out a slightly tattered scroll. What's this? The leaders of the Black Boar tribe and the Thunder Boar tribe turned to look at the scroll. At the same time, the leader of the Red Boar tribe unrolled the scroll in his hand. After the scroll was unfurled, a vivid and lifelike portrait appeared clearly in front of the three of them. Swoosh! Swoosh! In just an instant, other than the leader of the Red Boar tribe who seemed to be prepared for this, the leaders of the Black Boar tribe and the Thunder Boar tribe had a change in expression. Their pupils constricted. The reason why they lost their composure was not because of anything else, but because they all recognized the person in the portrait. It's him. Where did you get the portrait? The leaders of the Black Boar tribe and the Thunder Boar tribe asked in unison. After exchanging a glance, they turned to look at the leader of the Red Boar tribe. The person in the portrait was none other than them. It was none other than the purple-clad young man they had seen in the mirror image a year ago. He was the purple-clad young man who had killed the three great guardian warriors of the Boar Devil clan. When they had witnessed the purple-clad young man killing the three great guardian warriors of the Boar Devil clan with the Super Saint weapon, the Devil Seal Tablet, they were certain the purple-clad young man was a human powerhouse. Initially, the three patriarchs had planned to tell the public about the human powerhouse. However, after further discussion, the three of them unanimously decided to temporarily keep this news a secret. They did not want to infuriate the human powerhouse. After all, before this, they had never heard of a human powerhouse who possessed the Super Saint weapon, the Devil Seal Tablet, in the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. It was highly possible that the Boar Devil clan had not taken action. The first target of the human powerhouse's attack was the Boar Devil clan. If they spread the news, the human powerhouse would most likely suspect the Boar Devil clan was the culprit. If the human powerhouse decided to vent his anger on the Boar Devil clan, even the three patriarchs were not confident they could stop the human powerhouse. However, they did not hear any news about the human powerhouse from the other devil clans. Since the human powerhouse did not attack the Boar Devil clan, they heaved a sigh of relief and decided to keep the news a secret. After all, it was better to leave the risk to others. This was the thought of the three patriarchs of the Boar Devil clan. As the saying went, every man for himself, and the devil takes the hindmost. This portrait was taken from a clansman of the Red Boar tribe. According to him, the portrait came from a human he killed and was stored in the human spatial ring, the Black Boar tribe leader said. The chief of the Red Boar tribe said when he saw the patriarchs of the Black Boar tribe and the Thunder Boar tribe looking at him. "Do you know who he is?" The chief of the Thunder Boar tribe asked in a deep voice. Although the chief of the Black Boar tribe did not say anything, he looked at the chief of the Red Boar tribe with a hint of doubt in his eyes. When they saw the portrait earlier, they were certain the portrait belonged to the human powerhouse. The portrait was definitely not drawn in the past year. It had to have been drawn for quite some time. For this reason, they were certain the portrait was drawn by the chief of the Red Boar tribe. Yes. The chief of the Red Boar tribe nodded solemnly. A hint of dread could be seen in his eyes. He's Duan Ling Tian, the young mansion master of the Azure Cloud Mansion. He's also rumored to have obtained the Super Saint weapon, the Devil Seal Tablet, but it was snatched away by a human powerhouse from the upper province. As soon as the chief of the Red Boar tribe finished speaking, the patriarchs of the Black Boar tribe and the Thunder Boar tribe widened their eyes in unison. "It's him?" Both of them cried out in unison. An expression of shock and disbelief could be seen on their faces. Naturally, they were familiar with Duan Ling Tian since he had obtained the Super Saint weapon, the Devil Seal Tablet. However, they did not expect Duan Ling Tian would be so powerful. Chapter 2282. Duan Ling Tian, the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion? Isn't he just a weak human? How did he suddenly become so strong? Didn't they say his Super Saint weapon, the Devil Seal Tablet, was taken away by a powerhouse from the upper province? Why is it back in his hands now? How many years has it been since he left the Wuxia subterranean and went to the upper province? At that time, he hadn't even broken through to the first form of the Saint Celestial stage, right? However, his strength is comparable to an ordinary powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. After confirming the human powerhouse who had killed the 3 great guardian warriors in the mirror image a year ago was Duan Ling Tian, the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion, the chiefs of the Black Boar tribe and the Thunder Boar tribe were still in a daze. After all, they were in the Wuxia subterranean, so they were unaware of what had happened in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint land. Otherwise, they would not be so conflicted about it. After all, there were still rumors in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint land about Duan Ling Tian killing Xie Zong, an elder from the Zhuangzi Buddhism sect, and taking back the Super Saint weapon, the Devil Seal Tablet, that Xie Zong had taken away from him. "I've thought about what you said before," the chief of the Red Boar tribe said with a frown. At the same time, the chief of the Red Boar tribe frowned and said, "In the end, I couldn't help but make a bold guess." "What guess?" Upon hearing the chief of the Red Boar tribe's words, the chiefs of the Black Boar tribe and the Thunder Boar tribe turned to look at him curiously. "I think the rumor of a powerhouse from the upper province snatching the Super Saint weapon, the Devil Seal Tablet, away from Duan Ling Tian is just a rumor spread by the Azure Cloud Mansion. Their purpose is to divert everyone's attention from the Devil Seal Tablet away from Duan Ling Tian. After all, as long as the Devil Seal Tablet is with Duan Ling Tian, everyone's attention will be on him. If it's just people from the lower province, the Azure Cloud Mansion wouldn't be afraid of them. However, as far as I know, many powerhouses from the upper province came to the lower province to covet the Devil Seal Tablet in Duan Ling Tian's hands." The chief of the Red Boar tribe voiced his guess. His guess was reasonable and it caused the leaders of the Black Boar tribe and the Thunder Boar tribe to nod their heads. That is indeed a possibility. That should be the case. Both of them agreed with the Red Boar tribe's chief's guess. Something's wrong. All of a sudden, the chief of the Thunder Boar tribe seemed to have recalled something as he frowned again. It has only been less than 10 years since the news of Duan Ling Tian's Super Saint weapon, the Devil Seal Tablet, being taken away by a powerhouse from the upper province was released in the Azure Cloud Mansion, right? Duan Ling Tian's strength is comparable to an ordinary powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage in less than 10 years? Or perhaps, at that time, he had been hiding his strength? When the chief of the Thunder Boar tribe asked these questions, he immediately reminded the chiefs of the Black Boar tribe and the Red Boar tribe, causing them to frown. I can't figure it out. I don't understand either. In the end, the two of them shook their heads, indicating that they couldn't figure it out. The Azure Cloud Mansion is really a strange human force, the chief of the Thunder Boar tribe said with a glint in his eyes. As far as I know, when the Human Devil Clan's vanguard attacked the Azure Cloud Mansion, they lost more than half of their men. They only retreated when the Human Devil Clan's army arrived. I've heard about this as well. It's said that the Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion and another powerhouse from the Azure Cloud Mansion killed more than half of the Human Devil Clan's vanguard. Even the last disciple of the Palace Master of Great Spirit Palace, one of the Human Devil Clan's 3 palaces and 6 halls, was killed by them. The chief of the Red Boar tribe nodded. Initially, I thought there weren't many powerhouses in the Wuxia subterranean. However, it seems like the Azure Cloud Mansion alone has many powerhouses. If it wasn't for the Human Devil Clan, I'm afraid our Boar Devil Clan might not have been able to take down the Azure Cloud Mansion. The chief of the Black Boar tribe said in a deep voice. With Duan Ling Tian around, unless the old patriarch personally makes a move, it's impossible for our Boar Devil Clan to be a match for the Azure Cloud Mansion. Regardless of whether it was the chief of the Thunder Boar tribe or the chief of the Red Boar tribe, they deeply agreed with the words of the chief of the Black Boar tribe. However, never in their wildest dreams would the 3 of them have thought that. Even Duan Ling Tian did not know where the people from the Azure Cloud Mansion had gone. Even if he wanted to contribute to the Azure Cloud Mansion, there was nothing he could do. Now that we've confirmed the human powerhouse who possesses the Super Saint weapon, the Devil Seal Tablet, is Duan Ling Tian, the young Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion, should we spread this news? The chief of the Red Boar tribe looked at the chiefs of the Black Boar tribe and the Thunder Boar tribe, seeking their opinion. The two of them looked at each other. In the end, the chief of the Thunder Boar tribe shook his head and said, "There's no need to rush. Ever since Duan Ling Tian killed our 3 great guardian warriors a year ago, it seems like he has disappeared without a trace. Perhaps, he hasn't attacked the other devil clans. If we expose him, we might infuriate him and cause him to vent his anger on the Boar Devil clan." The chief of the Thunder Boar tribe said with a fearful expression on his face, "That's not a good thing for the Boar Devil clan. We're back to square one." The chief of the Red Boar tribe smiled wryly. A year ago, although they did not know the human powerhouse was Duan Ling Tian, the young Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion, they did not expose him because they were afraid of him. However, now that they knew the human powerhouse was Duan Ling Tian, they were still afraid of him. After all, not only was he comparable to a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, but he also possessed the Super Saint weapon, the Devil Seal Tablet. The Devil Seal Tablet was the bane of all devils. I recently heard that a Vice Palace Master at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage has appeared in the Wandering Saint Palace, one of the 3 palaces and 6 halls of the Human Devil clan. The chief of the Black Boar tribe said, "The new Vice Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace is also called Duan Ling Tian." Although the Boar Devil clan's territory was adjacent to the Human Devil clan's territory, they rarely interacted with each other. If it was not for the fact that the Boar Devil clan had been searching for materials to construct an inter-province transportation formation, they would not have heard of this news. A Vice Palace Master at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage has appeared in the Wandering Saint Palace? He's also called Duan Ling Tian. What a coincidence! The chief of the Red Boar tribe was shocked when he heard the chief of the Black Boar tribe's words. "I'm afraid it's not just a coincidence." The chief of the Thunder Boar tribe had lived the longest, so he was more thoughtful. He looked at the chief of the Black Boar tribe and asked, "Do you know the background of the new Vice Palace Master? Is he an elder of the Wandering Saint Palace or someone who has just joined?" "He just joined the Wandering Saint Palace a year ago." The chief of the Black Boar tribe replied. "Someone who just joined the Wandering Saint Palace a year ago?" The chief of the Thunder Boar tribe narrowed his eyes when he thought of something. His expression changed drastically as he said, "The people in the Wandering Saint Palace are all devil cultivators with pure human bloodline. If that person doesn't have pure human bloodline, the Wandering Saint Palace wouldn't have accepted him even if he's an eminent celestial. He has pure human bloodline and his name is Duan Ling Tian. I suspect." The chief of the Red Boar tribe interrupted the chief of the Thunder Boar tribe. "You suspect the new Vice Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace is Duan Ling Tian, the human who killed the 3 great guardian warriors of our Boar Devil clan a year ago? The young Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion?" "Yes." The chief of the Thunder Boar tribe nodded before he said solemnly, "A year ago, he killed the 3 great guardian warriors of our Boar Devil clan. A year ago, the Wandering Saint Palace has a new Vice Palace Master. Moreover, he's a devil cultivator with pure human bloodline. Do you really think there's such a coincidence in this world? I suspect that Duan Ling Tian, the young Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion, appeared a year ago to infiltrate the Wandering Saint Palace in the Human Devil clan. He must have passed by our Boar Devil clan and killed the 3 great guardian warriors." The chief of the Thunder Boar tribe was certain of his guess. "If that's the case, it's possible." The chief of the Black Boar tribe said in a deep voice as his eyes turned cold. "A year ago, I saw Duan Ling Tian attacking from the mirror image. He doesn't seem to be a devil cultivator, right?" The chief of the Red Boar tribe voiced his doubts. "Do you think it's difficult for a human powerhouse whose strength is comparable to an ordinary powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage to disguise himself as a devil cultivator?" The chief of the Thunder Boar tribe asked. The chief of the Red Boar tribe was speechless when he heard this. As a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, he was, naturally, aware of the strength of a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. "I'm 90% certain that the new Vice Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace is Duan Ling Tian, the young Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion. Moreover, the people in the Wandering Saint Palace don't know his true identity." The chief of the Thunder Boar tribe said confidently. "It's said that the new Vice Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace has been in closed-door cultivation since he joined the Wandering Saint Palace a year ago. It's not surprising that the people in the Wandering Saint Palace don't recognize him as the young Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion. After all, not many people in the Wandering Saint Palace have seen him before." The chief of the Black Boar tribe said. "If that's the case, let's help the Wandering Saint Palace." The chief of the Thunder Boar tribe sneered. "Let's think of a way to show the portrait of Duan Ling Tian, the young Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion to those who have seen the new Vice Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace." "Good idea." The chief of the Red Boar tribe clapped his hands and cheered. "Good idea." Chapter 2283. A year ago, the 3 patriarchs of the Boar Devil clan were afraid of the human powerhouse who had killed the 3 great guardian warriors of the Boar Devil clan. Due to this reason, they did not dare to spread the news of the human powerhouse's appearance. Because of this, although they didn't say anything on the surface, they were very sullen in their hearts. A year later, when they found out the human powerhouse from a year ago was the former young Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion, Duan Ling Tian, they still did not dare to spread the news about him out of fear. They felt even more sullen because of this. However, now that they had found a way to deal with Duan Ling Tian, they could use the human devil clans to kill Duan Ling Tian. At this moment, the 3 patriarchs of the Boar Devil clan seemed to have found a straw to clutch at when they were on the brink of death. How could they let go of this straw that they had found after much difficulty? "I'm looking forward to seeing the expression on the face of Yuan Haochen, the Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace in the Human Devil clan, when he finds out he has lured a wolf into his house." The leader of the Red Boar tribe, one of the 3 patriarchs of the Boar Devil clan, chuckled. The Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace in the Human Devil Clan is the closest to becoming an eminent celestial among the 3 Palace Masters in the Human Devil Clan. He might even trigger the Celestial Ascension Tribulation at any time. In the Human Devil Clan, as long as those old monsters don't show up, he's the second strongest person in the Human Devil Clan after the Patriarch of the Human Devil Clan. Unfortunately, he's not an eminent celestial yet. Even if he is, or even if the Patriarch of the Human Devil Clan personally makes a move, he might not be able to defeat Duan Lingtian. The leader of the Thunder Boar tribe said. Indeed. The leader of the Black Boar tribe nodded in agreement. Although Duan Lingtian's strength is only comparable to an ordinary powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, he possesses the Super Saint weapon, the Devil Seal Tablet. With his strength, if he activates the Devil Seal Tombstone, even an eminent celestial won't be able to escape death if they're caught off guard. A hint of dread could be seen in the eyes of the leader of the Black Boar tribe when he spoke. Fear surfaced on the faces and eyes of the leaders of the Thunder Boar tribe and the Red Boar tribe when they heard this. Clearly, they deeply agreed with the words of the leader of the Black Boar tribe. As long as those old monsters in the Human Devil Clan don't show up, I'm afraid nobody in the Human Devil Clan can defeat Duan Lingtian. The leader of the Red Boar tribe said with a frown. Humph. It didn't matter if there was anyone in the Human Devil Clan who could deal with that Duan Lingtian. As long as Duan Lingtian dared to start a massacre in the Human Devil Clan, those old monsters of the Human Devil Clan would never let him go. At that time, he won't be able to escape death. The chief of the Thunder Boar tribe harumphed. Of course. Just like the old patriarch of our Boar Devil clan, those old monsters from the Human Devil clan are not afraid of the Super Saint weapon, the Devil Seal Tablet. The leader of the Black Boar tribe nodded. For this reason, we have to send this portrait to the Wandering Saint Palace in the Human Devil clan. As long as those who have seen their new Vice Palace Master see this portrait, they'll definitely be able to recognize the person in the portrait as their new Vice Palace Master. The leader of the Thunder Boar tribe said excitedly, at that time, they'll know that their new Vice Palace Master is Duan Lingtian, the young Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion. He's a human and not a human devil. I can't wait. The leaders of the Red Boar tribe and the Black Boar tribe were eager as well. Duan Lingtian, who was in closed-door cultivation in the Wandering Saint Palace of the Human Devil clan, was, naturally, unaware of what was happening in the Boar Devil clan. Currently, he was completely focused on his cultivation. Since half a month ago, Duan Lingtian had successfully broken through to the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. He did not come out of closed-door cultivation. Instead, he decided to continue cultivating. 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. This was because he knew it was meaningless for him to break through to the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Only by breaking through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage would he be able to improve his strength. While Duan Lingtian was cultivating, Duan Lingtian, and Gan Ru Yen, who had come to the Wandering Saint Palace with him, were also cultivating. This caused the large mansion to be immersed in a tranquil atmosphere. Outside the mansion, several figures were patrolling the area. They were none other than the patrolling disciples of the Wandering Saint Palace who were tasked with protecting Duan Lingtian and the others. These patrolling disciples were arranged by Elder Peng Lai of the Wandering Saint Palace. Time flew by. In just a blink of an eye, another year had passed. On this day, 3 patrolling disciples were patrolling outside the Wandering Saint Palace's estate. All of a sudden, one of the patrolling disciples looked at the other 2 patrolling disciples next to him and chuckled. Speaking of which, both of you should know about the Azure Cloud Mansion, right? Of course. One of the patrolling disciples nodded. The Human Devil clan's current territory used to belong to the Human Force, the Azure Cloud Mansion. Our Human Devil clan has taken over the Azure Cloud Mansion. Why did you bring up the Azure Cloud Mansion for no reason? The last patrolling disciple asked with a frown. It's mainly because I'm bored. Recently, I obtained a portrait outside. It's said to be the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion. The patrolling disciple who started the conversation laughed. The young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion? The other two patrolling disciples were stunned. One of them exclaimed, "The young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion who shares the same name as our new vice palace master of Wandering Saint Palace?" "Yes. That's him." The patrolling disciple who started the conversation nodded. "I've heard of the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion. It's said that he obtained the super saint weapon, the Devil Seal Tablet, when it first appeared. After that, a powerhouse from the upper province came to the lower province and snatched the Devil Seal Tablet from the Azure Cloud Mansion. Speaking of which, he's really unlucky." The other patrolling disciple chimed in. "Indeed, he's unlucky." The patrolling disciple who started the conversation smiled. Then, he looked at the other two patrolling disciples mysteriously and said, "What do you think? Are you interested in seeing what that unlucky guy looks like? Since we're bored, we can take it out and have a look. I'd like to see what kind of person is capable of obtaining the super saint weapon, the Devil Seal Tablet." Although it was taken away, he still possessed the Devil Seal Tablet. The other patrolling disciple said with a hint of anticipation in his eyes. "Stop wasting time. Quickly take it out and let us have a look." The last patrolling disciple looked at the patrolling disciple who started the conversation and urged him. However, when he saw the portrait that the patrolling disciple who started the conversation took out, he was completely dumbfounded. This was because he had seen the person in the portrait before. At the same time, the patrolling disciple who started the conversation with the other patrolling disciple resonated in his ears. "This is the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion?" "That's right. He's quite handsome. Unfortunately, he's unlucky." "That's because he's unlucky. If it were us, let alone obtaining and losing the super saint weapon, the Devil Seal Tablet, we might not even be able to see it." "That's true." The last patrolling disciple turned a deaf ear to the conversation between the two patrolling disciples. He was still standing in the void, his face alternating between green and white as the wind and clouds changed constantly. This was because he was completely stunned. How's this possible? Not only do they have the same name, but they look the same as well. Impossible. 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 At this moment, the last patrolling disciple's heart was in a mess. "Hey! Huangzheng, what are you doing? Come back to your senses. Why are you in a daze?" At this moment, the patrolling disciple who started the conversation with the other patrolling disciple had also ended their conversation. At the same time, both of them noticed something was amiss with Huangzheng. Upon hearing the voices of the two patrolling disciples, Huangzheng's body trembled slightly before he regained his senses. When he regained his senses, he looked at the patrolling disciple who started the conversation and asked solemnly, "Where did you get this portrait? Why did you say this is the portrait of the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion? Huangzheng, are you alright? Why are you acting so serious all of a sudden?" The patrolling disciple who started the conversation was stunned. "Answer me." However, Huangzheng ignored the patrolling disciple's surprised expression and asked anxiously. It was as though the answer to this question was very important to him. In fact, it was indeed very important to him. "I obtained this portrait from outside. I don't dare to say that the entire Human Devil clan has this portrait, but I'm certain more than half of the people in the Human Devil Saint City have this portrait. As for why I said this is the portrait of the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion, it's because I heard it from the others." "Huangzheng, why you've seen the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion before, right?" Another patrolling disciple looked at Huangzheng. His eyes flashed as he asked curiously. "Huangzheng, why you've seen the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion before?" The patrolling disciple who started the conversation looked at Huang Zheng with bright eyes. If you have any clues about the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion and provide it to the Great Spirit Palace, you'll definitely benefit greatly. The palace master of Great Spirit Palace's favorite direct disciple died in the hands of the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion and another powerhouse from Azure Cloud Mansion. He must be very interested in the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion. The patrolling disciple became excited when he reached the end of his sentence. I've indeed seen the person in the portrait before, Huang Zheng said with difficulty. Chapter 2284. Have you really seen the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion? Where did you see him? Do you have any clues about him? If you do, you can tell the Great Spirit Palace. The Great Spirit Palace will definitely reward you handsomely. The two patrolling disciples looked at the other patrolling disciple, Huang Zheng, and chimed in. I've seen the person in the portrait, but, before Huang Zheng could finish his sentence, he was interrupted again. But you don't have any clues about him? You don't know where he is now? One of the patrolling disciples asked before he sighed. That's a pity. It'll be fine if you have any clues about him. If you don't, it's useless even if you've seen him. Indeed. The other patrolling disciple nodded in agreement. Do you think, in this world, there will be two people with the same name and appearance? Huang Zheng did not pay attention to the words of the two patrolling disciples and instead asked such a question. Two people with the same name and appearance? One of the patrolling disciples was stunned when he heard this. How's that possible? The other patrolling disciple shook his head. Perhaps there are many people with similar appearances. There are definitely more people with the same name. But if it's someone with similar looks and the same name, it's definitely an existence that's as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. Not to mention people who share the same name and look exactly the same. That's almost impossible. Of course, there's also a possibility that they're twins or sisters, and they use the same name when they're outside. I can't think of a second possibility. The words of this patrolling disciple were reasonable and well-founded. What if one of them is a human and the other is a human devil? Huang Zheng smiled wryly. A human? A human devil? What are you trying to say, Huang Zheng? The two patrolling disciples frowned. Finally, one of them seemed to have thought of something as his eyes widened in shock. In the next moment, he gasped as he looked at Huang Zheng in shock. Huang Zheng, don't tell me. Our new Vice Palace Master who has the same name as the young Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion looks exactly the same as the young Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion? No way. The other patrolling disciple was dumbfounded. Yes. Huang Zheng nodded with a bitter expression on his face. I'm sure all of you have heard that I was there when our new Vice Palace Master killed Elder Lin Yuan. So, I know what he looks like. His appearance is identical to the person in the portrait you took out earlier. You also said that person is the former young Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion, Duan Lingtian. It's fine if they only look the same. However, the problem is our new Vice Palace Master is also called Duan Lingtian. As he spoke, Huang Zheng's face was filled with disbelief. Immediately, the other two patrolling disciples were also stunned, shocked silly. Not only did the new Vice Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace share the same name as the young Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion, but even his appearance was identical. Wasn't this too much of a coincidence? If this isn't a coincidence, there's only one possibility. In the end, the patrolling disciple who took out the portrait said solemnly, the new Vice Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace and the young Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion are the same person. In other words, he's the young Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion. There must be a reason why he joined our Wandering Saint Palace. As the patrolling disciple spoke, he voiced his own opinion. If that's the case, doesn't this mean we have a mole in our Wandering Saint Palace? The other patrolling disciple sucked in a breath of cold air. His face was full of shock and fear. That's possible, Huang Zheng said solemnly. His eyes narrowed as he smiled wryly. What should we do now? Although we know he's the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion, he's still the vice palace master of Wandering Saint Palace. With just the three of us here, I don't think anyone will take our words seriously, right? This concerns the safety of our Wandering Saint Palace. Even if our words don't carry much weight, we have to expose this matter. The other patrolling disciple said solemnly. Indeed. This is not a small matter, so we have to expose it. It's best if we expose this matter to Lord Palace Master. Currently, Lord Palace Master is the only one in our Wandering Saint Palace who's capable of dealing with Vice Palace Master Duan. The last patrolling disciple chimed in. The three patrolling disciples discussed among themselves before they came to a decision. They would spread the news that the new Vice Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace was Duan Ling Tian, the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion, to the Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace. Soon after, the three of them arrived at the residence of Yuan Haochen, the Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace. This was as far as they could go. As soon as they arrived, they were stopped by a patrolling elder. Huang Zheng, why are the three of you here in such a hurry? As a patrolling elder, he naturally recognized Huang Zheng and the other two patrolling disciples. Elder Ho Feng, we're here to see Lord Palace Master for an urgent matter. Huang Zheng also realized the seriousness of the matter now, so he spoke in a very hurried tone. Lord Palace Master is currently in closed-door cultivation. The patrolling elder waved his hand and said with a frown, no matter what the matter is, we'll talk about it when Lord Palace Master comes out of closed-door cultivation. Elder Ho Feng, this matter concerns the survival of our Wandering Saint Palace. I have to see Lord Palace Master immediately. Huang Zheng panicked when he heard the patrolling elder's words. He did not hide the fact that he wanted to speak to the Palace Master about the survival of the Wandering Saint Palace. It concerns the survival of our Wandering Saint Palace? The patrolling elder wanted to laugh when he heard Huang Zheng's words. However, the other two patrolling disciples who came with Huang Zheng spoke up one after another. Elder Ho Feng, Huang Zheng is not joking. What he wants to talk to Lord Palace Master about is indeed related to the survival of our Wandering Saint Palace. That's right, Elder Ho Feng. We can't afford to make any mistakes. The patrolling elder frowned when he heard the words of the two patrolling disciples. What's the matter? The patrolling elder narrowed his eyes and asked in a deep voice, if you don't tell me the truth, I won't disturb Lord Palace Master's cultivation. If Lord Palace Master blames me for this, I'll be the one in trouble. Elder Ho Feng, it's like this. Huang Zheng knew it would be difficult for him to meet Lord Palace Master if he did not tell him the truth. For this reason, he told the patrolling elder everything that had happened. The other patrolling disciple obediently took out the portrait. It was the portrait of Duan Ling Tian. I've seen this portrait outside a few days ago. It's indeed the portrait of the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion. However, are you sure the new Vice Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace looks exactly the same as the person in the portrait? After learning the ins and outs of the matter, the patrolling elder also realized the seriousness of the matter. His expression also became dignified in an instant. However, he still asked again to confirm. Elder Ho Feng, I was there when our new Vice Palace Master killed Elder Lin Yuan 2 years ago. I remember his appearance very clearly. He looks exactly the same as the person in the portrait. If you don't believe me, Elder Ho Feng, you can ask the patrolling disciples, Ding Jianhong, and the others. They were there at that time as well, and they have seen our new Vice Palace Master as well. Huang Zheng said anxiously. Of course, if Elder Ho Feng finds it troublesome, I'm willing to swear on the lightning penalty oath to prove that I'm not lying. Almost at the same time as Huang Zheng's voice faded away, he pinched his finger and decisively swore a lightning penalty oath. I, Huang Zheng, swear on the 99 heavenly tribulation that if the new Vice Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace, Duan Ling Tian, is not the person in the portrait, I'm willing to be killed by the lightning penalty. As soon as Huang Zheng finished speaking, boom, 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 boom. In just a blink of an eye, 9 claps of thunder reverberated in the sky. It was the 99 heavenly tribulation that was responding to Huang Zheng's oath. Since Huang Zheng was not killed by the lightning penalty after 9 claps of thunder, it meant he was not lying. At the very least, Ho Feng believed Huang Zheng's words. Who dares to swear on the lightning penalty oath and disturb my master's cultivation? As soon as the 9 claps of thunder reverberated in the sky, an angry and loud voice rang from the mansion ahead. Ho Feng's expression changed drastically as a hint of fear appeared in his eyes. Whoosh! As soon as the angry and loud voice rang in the air, a gust of wind blew past, and a figure appeared in front of Ho Feng, Huang Zheng, and the others. It was a young man dressed in a long blue robe. He was tall and muscular with a handsome face. Just by standing there, Huang Zheng and the others felt ashamed of their inferiority. Greetings, Vice Palace Master. Greetings, Vice Palace Master. Ho Feng, Huang Zheng, and the others immediately bowed when they saw the person. Their tone was full of respect. Who swore on the lightning penalty oath earlier? The blue-clad young man's sharp gaze swept across Ho Feng and the others, causing fear to rise in their hearts. At this moment, they could not help but feel terrified. This was because the blue-robed young man was the first Vice Palace Master of the Wandering Saint Palace. He was also the first direct disciple of the Palace Master of the Wandering Saint Palace. Chapter 2285. Vice Palace Master. It's me, the patrolling disciple. Huang Zheng lowered his head in fear when he saw Yun Fuyi, the former first Vice Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace, staring at him fiercely. At the same time, he broke out in cold sweat. Huang Zheng finally remembered. The Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace was currently in closed-door cultivation in the palace in front of them. He had hastily swore on the lightning penalty oath earlier. The 99 heavenly tribulation had reacted to the lightning penalty oath. It was very likely that it would affect the Palace Master's cultivation. At the same time, Yun Fuyi shifted his gaze to Huang Zheng. In the next moment, Wang. The cold-faced Yun Fuyi casually lifted his hand, and an incomparably solid blade glow appeared in front of the patrolling elder, Ho Feng. It slashed through the air, causing Ho Feng's pupils to involuntarily shrink. Ho Feng's eyes widened in shock. Spurt. The solid saber ray seemed to have transformed into the scythe of the Grim Reaper as it effortlessly cut through Huang Zheng's neck and decapitated him. Before blood could spurt out, the saber ray shone brightly as though it could annihilate everything. Bang! A muffled explosion rang in the air as the two halves of Huang Zheng's body were destroyed by a force that seemed capable of burning everything into ashes. Only a spatial ring was left behind as it fell from the sky. Gasp! Ho Feng was the first to recover from his shock, and he could not help but gasp. His gaze when he looked at Yun Fuyi again had become even more reverent. At the same time, the other two patrolling disciples regained their senses as well. Horror dawned on them. Even though they had only heard a short-lived saber hum and a muffled explosion, they had not been able to clearly see how Yun Fuyi had attacked from the beginning to the end. However, Huang Zheng's disappearance and the spatial ring that belonged to him that had fallen from the sky were reminding them of the fact that he was still alive. Huang Zheng was dead. After realizing this, the two patrolling disciples hurriedly lowered their heads. Their bodies also trembled in an instant, as if they were deeply afraid that Yun Fai would attack them after killing Huang Zheng. After killing Huang Zheng, Yun Fai had a calm expression on his face. It was as if he had just done something trivial and unimportant. As a matter of fact, it was indeed an unimportant matter to him. Why did he swear on the lightning penalty oath here? Yunfei's gaze quickly landed on Ho Feng as he asked bluntly. After all, there must be a reason why a disciple of Wandering Saint Palace swore on the lightning penalty oath here. Lord Vice Palace Master, it's like this. Faced with Yun Fuye's question, Ho Feng, naturally, did not dare to slack off. He quickly explained everything that had happened. Huang Zheng swore on the lightning penalty oath to prove that the Vice Palace Master of our Wandering Saint Palace looks identical to the young Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion. They have the same name and look identical? Yun Fuyi frowned. Ho Feng's words made him realize how serious this matter was. The new Vice Palace Master of the Wandering Saint Palace looked identical to the young Mansion Master of the Azure Cloud Mansion. Moreover, both of them had the same name and were called Duan Lingtian? How could there be such a coincidence in this world? Do you have a portrait of the young Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion, Duan Lingtian? Yun Fuyi asked in a deep voice as he shifted his gaze to the other two patrolling disciples. Lord Vice Palace Master, this is the portrait of the young Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion. As soon as Yun Fuyi finished speaking, the patrolling disciple from Wandering Saint Palace who had a portrait of Duan Lingtian handed it over to Ho Feng respectfully. It was as though he was afraid he would follow in Huang Zheng's footsteps. Whoosh! Yunfei didn't seem to have done anything, but an invisible force had already brought the portrait in the hands of the patrolling disciple to him. Yun Fuyi raised his hand and caught the portrait. After taking a look at it, he asked the patrolling disciple in a deep voice, "Are you sure this is the portrait of the young Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion, Duan Lingtian?" "That's what people are saying." The patrolling disciple replied anxiously. "Lord Vice Palace Master, that's what people are saying. Moreover, many human devils from the Human Devil clan have used the soul-searching secret tactic on humans who have seen this portrait. For this reason, we can confirm that the person in the portrait is the former young Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion, Duan Lingtian." Ho Feng chimed in at this moment. Upon hearing this, Yun Fuyi narrowed his eyes and nodded indifferently. He did not even bid farewell to Ho Feng and the others before he left like a gust of wind. After Yun Fuyi left, Ho Feng couldn't help but sigh in relief. Although he was at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage, he still felt pressured when facing Yun Fuyi who was at the peak of the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. As for the other two patrolling disciples, they were even worse off. Their bodies were drenched in cold sweat as though they were about to collapse. "Don't spread the news today. Otherwise, all three of you will die." Right when Ho Feng and the others heaved sighs of relief and felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted from their shoulders, Yun Fuye's voice resounded through the air like a thunderclap, and it shocked them to the point their hearts twitched fiercely. The three of them immediately remembered Yun Fuye's warning. After Yun Fuyi left like a gust of wind, he returned to the residence of his master, the Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace, after warning Ho Feng and the others. Little junior sister seems to have met the new Vice Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace, Duan Lingtian. At the same time, Yun Fei recalled this matter. Yun Fuyi was the first direct disciple of the Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace. The little junior sister he mentioned was, naturally, the last direct disciple of the Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace, Huang Wenjing. I'll check with little junior sister again. If I'm certain the new Vice Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace is Duan Lingtian, the young Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion, I'll have to discuss this matter with the other Vice Palace Masters. As Yun Fuyi muttered to himself, a chilling light flashed in his eyes. It was as if he was about to devour someone. In just a blink of an eye, Yun Fuyi disappeared from where he was standing. When he reappeared, he was at the other side of the residence of the Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace. It was also the place where his little junior sister, Huang Wenjing, cultivated. Eldest senior brother. Huang Wenjing, who was dressed in white, walked out of her cultivation place when she heard the greeting. Junior sister, take a look at this portrait. Do you know the person in it? After calling out to Huang Wenjing, Yun Fuyi raised his hand and a portrait flew out before it hovered in front of Huang Wenjing. At the same time, the portrait entered Huang Wenjing's eyes. The moment she saw the young man in the portrait, Huang Wenjing's delicate body trembled imperceptibly again, and a complicated luster appeared in her eyes. Ever since she found out the man had a wife 2 years ago, she had forced herself to forget about him. For the past 2 years, she had focused on her cultivation so that she would not think about him. However, Huang Wenjing did not expect this at all. When she saw the portrait of the man again after 2 years, her heart, which had been sealed for 2 years, began to stir. Eldest senior brother, why are you showing me the portrait of Vice Palace Master Duan? Huang Wenjing took a deep breath. She was afraid that Yun Fuyi would notice that something was amiss. However, a hint of doubt appeared on her beautiful and cold face. Vice Palace Master Duan? As soon as Huang Wenjing finished speaking, Yun Fuyi's eyes widened. He said in a deep voice, it seems like they're telling the truth. There's indeed something wrong with Vice Palace Master Duan. Huh? Huang Wenjing could not help but frown when she heard Yun Fuyi's words. Eldest senior brother, what do you mean? What do you mean by there's something wrong with Vice Palace Master Duan? Little junior sister, I'm afraid you're unaware that the portrait I'm showing you isn't about Duan Ling Tian, the new Vice Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace. It's about Duan Ling Tian, the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion. Yun Fuyi did not hide anything from his junior sister, Huang Wenjing. What? Huang Wenjing's expression changed drastically when she heard Yun Fuyi's words. Senior brother, you mean? Vice Mansion Master Duan from our Wandering Saint Palace not only has the same name as the young mansion master of the Azure Cloud Mansion, but they even look identical? Huang Wenjing finally regained her senses. Or rather, they're the same person. Yun Fuyi sneered. The same person? Huang Wenjing was so shocked that her heart skipped a beat. She shook her head. How's that possible? The young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion left Debussy Subterranean for the upper province less than 10 years ago. Before he left, he wasn't even at the Saint Celestial stage. How is it possible for him to be at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage in less than 10 years? In the end, Huang Wenjing's voice became weaker. She could not help but recall Duan Lingtian's ability to help others improve their innate spiritual roots. Since he can help me improve the grade of my innate spiritual root, it means he can help himself improve the grade of his innate spiritual root as well. If he improves his innate spiritual root to a dark violet innate spiritual root and goes to the upper province, it's not impossible for him to become so strong in less than 10 years. Huang Wenjing was flustered when she thought about this. That seems to be the case. I didn't think about this earlier. Upon hearing Huang Wenjing's words, Yun Fai couldn't help but frown and mumble. Chapter 2286. However, he has the same name and looks the same. What do you mean by that? If he had a fortuitous encounter in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, it's not impossible for him to have such a cultivation base in less than 10 years. At the end of his muttering, Yun Fai still felt that, he was certain the new Vice Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace was Duan Ling Tian, the young mansion master of the Azure Cloud Mansion. If he's not Duan Ling Tian, it's impossible for us not to know about a devil cultivator with a pure human bloodline in the human devil clan. It's as though he appeared out of thin air. Moreover, he has the same name and looks the same as the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion. Yun Fuyi was certain the moment he thought of this. He was certain the new Vice Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace was the same person as the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion. Little junior sister, I have something to attend to. Before Huang Wenjing could recover from her shock, Yun Fuyi said goodbye to her. After a cold light flashed in his eyes, he turned into a gust of wind and left. Yun Fuyi had only one purpose in mind when he left. He wanted to gather the other Vice Palace Masters of Wandering Saint Palace to discuss this matter. Originally, such a big matter should have been handled by his master, Yuan Haochen, the Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace. However, Yuan Haochen's closed-door cultivation this time was different from the past. This time, he had found a rare opportunity to comprehend heaven and earth and attract the celestial ascension tribulation so he could break through and become an eminent celestial. After all, such an opportunity was hard to come by. If he managed to seize it, he would definitely attract the celestial ascension tribulation. And if he missed it, he didn't know when he would be able to wait for such an opportunity again. It was precisely because he was clear about this that Yun Fuyi did not disturb his master and let his master come out of seclusion to preside over the overall situation. It was also because of this that Yun Fuyi was so ruthless today and killed the patrolling disciple Huang Zheng, who recklessly swore the lightning penalty oath. At that time, it was fortunate that he reacted in time and set up a soundproof formation. Otherwise, his master would have been interrupted and lost the opportunity to become an eminent celestial. As the former leader of the Vice Palace Masters of Wandering Saint Palace, Yun Fuyi's influence was not weak. He quickly gathered the other Vice Palace Masters. After gathering everyone, Yun Fuyi did not beat around the bush and immediately told them the whole story. The other Vice Palace Masters of Wandering Saint Palace were shocked and they heard Yun Fuyi's words. The new Vice Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace who had just arrived 2 years ago was actually a human. Moreover, he was the young mansion master of the Azure Cloud Mansion. Although the other Vice Palace Masters of the Wandering Saint Palace found it hard to believe, they had no choice but to believe Yun Fuyi's words. Vice Palace Master Yun, does Lord Palace Master know about this? Another Vice Palace Master asked solemnly. Not yet. Yun Fuyi shook his head. Master went into closed-door cultivation this time because he found an opportunity that gave him a 90% chance of attracting the celestial ascension tribulation. This is a rare opportunity. If I interrupt him, who knows when he'll be able to attract the celestial ascension tribulation again. That's why I didn't disturb him and allowed him to come out of closed-door cultivation. Yun Fuyi said. Lord Sect Leader has found an opportunity to attract the celestial ascension tribulation. Hearing Yun Fuyi's words, the other Vice Palace Masters' eyes lit up, and they looked excited. Naturally, they knew what it meant for a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage to find an opportunity to attract the celestial ascension tribulation. It meant that one would definitely attract the celestial ascension tribulation if they managed to grab hold of the opportunity. Powerhouses at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage who managed to find the opportunity had a 90% chance of attracting the celestial ascension tribulation. How could they not be excited? This meant that once Lord Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace came out of closed-door cultivation, he would immediately undergo the celestial ascension tribulation. If he succeeded, he would become an eminent celestial. They did not even consider whether he would be able to pass the celestial ascension tribulation successfully. This was because no palace master in the history of Wandering Saint Palace had ever failed the celestial ascension tribulation. Every generation of palace masters in Wandering Saint Palace had a special method to deal with the celestial ascension tribulation. Master has predicted when he'll come out of closed-door cultivation and told me it'll be in about a year. Yun Fuyi said to the other Vice Palace Masters, for this reason, we mustn't alert him in the coming year. We can't spread this news. At the very least, we have to delay until Master comes out of closed-door cultivation. Yun Fuyi's words also gained the approval of the other Vice Palace Masters. If the Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace did not come out of closed-door cultivation, none of them would be able to deal with Vice Palace Master Duan. If they contacted the other 3 palaces and 6 halls, they would definitely send powerhouses to deal with Vice Palace Master Duan. However, the Wandering Saint Palace could not afford to lose face like that. After all, this was the Wandering Saint Palace's own business. To be on the safe side, I hope all of you can swear on the lightning penalty oath that you won't tell anyone about what happened today. Yun Fuyi glanced at one of the vice palace masters when he spoke. This vice palace master was none other than Huang Qiling's father. Huang Qiling's father smiled wryly when he saw Yun Fuyi looking at him. He knew Yun Fuyi knew about the relationship between his son and vice palace master Duan. Ling, you've really made a good friend. Huang Qiling's father sighed inwardly. After Yun Fuyi set up a simple soundproof formation, the other vice palace masters of Wandering Saint Palace also swore on the lightning penalty oath that they would not tell anyone about what happened today. However, a month after the vice palace masters of Wandering Saint Palace swore on the lightning penalty oath. In the Wandering Saint Palace's estate, news that Duan Lingtian, a vice palace master at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, was Duan Lingtian, the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion, a human force, spread without any warning. News of this spread like wildfire in the Wandering Saint Palace's estate. Everyone in the Wandering Saint Palace knew about this. By the time the vice palace masters of Wandering Saint Palace, including Yun Fuyi, realized what was going on, the news had spread like wildfire in the Wandering Saint Palace's estate. What was done could not be undone. Damn it! In a fit of rage, Yun Fuyi, one of the vice palace masters of Wandering Saint Palace, killed Ho Feng, the patrolling elder, and the other 2 patrolling disciples a month ago because he suspected they were the ones who spread the news. As for the other vice palace masters who knew about this, they were bound by the lightning penalty oath so they could not spread the news. I hope he receives the news in time and leaves the Wandering Saint Palace and the Human Devil Saint City. In the Wandering Saint Palace's estate, a cold and lonely figure stood high up in the sky. She looked in the direction of Duan Lingtian's estate and muttered to herself. Yun Fuyi did not expect this at all. The person who spread the news was none other than his little junior sister, Huang Wenjing, whom he had never suspected. There was only one reason Huang Wenjing had done this. She wanted Duan Lingtian to escape the Wandering Saint Palace, the Human Devil Saint City, and the Human Devil clan's territory. She knew Duan Lingtian would definitely die if her master came out of closed-door cultivation. In the end, she couldn't bear to watch Duan Lingtian die with her own eyes. Even if she knew Duan Lingtian was a human, she could not bear to see him die. That's all I can do for you. The rest will depend on your luck. With a faint sigh, Huang Wenjing's figure gradually faded. She first turned into a shadow, then disappeared into the void. It was as if she had disappeared into thin air. Brother Ling Tian. He's the young mansion master of the Azure Cloud Mansion? He's a human? How? How's this possible? Everyone in the Wandering Saint Palace's estate was shocked by the news about Duan Lingtian. Huang Qiling was also shocked when he received the news. When he regained his senses, an expression of disbelief could be seen on his face. After the news spread in the Wandering Saint Palace's estate, it naturally spread out and caused quite a commotion in the Human Devil Saint City. Meanwhile, in the Boardevil clan's estate, the 3 patriarchs of the Boardevil clan gathered again after receiving the news from the Human Devil clan. After a year, Duan Lingtian, the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion, has finally been exposed. The leader of the Red Boar tribe chuckled. This time, the Human Devil clan is going to be lively. With Duan Lingtian's strength and the Super Saint weapon, the Devil Seal Tablet, he'll definitely be able to turn the Human Devil clan upside down. At that time, let alone the leaders of the 3 palaces and 6 halls, even the patriarch of the Human Devil clan, an eminent celestial, won't be a match for Duan Lingtian who possesses the Devil Seal Tablet. The leader of the Thunder Boar tribe said with a smile. If something happens to the Human Devil clan, those old monsters won't be able to sit still. At that time, even if Duan Lingtian has the Devil Seal Tablet, he won't be able to escape death. The leader of the Black Boar tribe sneered as his eyes flashed coldly. Based on the words of the three patriarchs of the Boar Devil clan, it was obvious they also thought Duan Ling Tian would be able to suppress the Human Devil clan with the Devil Seal tablet. However, they did not expect Duan Ling Tian to be so weak. The Super Saint weapon, the Devil Seal tablet, in Duan Ling Tian's possession was incomplete. The complete Devil Seal tombstone could barely kill an eminent celestial. Chapter 2287. Inside the Wandering Saint Palace's estate. Master, he is actually a human? Not only that, but he's also the young mansion master of the Azure Cloud Mansion. When news spread that the new Vice Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace, Duan Ling Tian, was actually the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion, Elder Peng Lai, who had sworn on the lightning penalty oath to be loyal to Duan Ling Tian, was shocked. This was because even though he had sworn the lightning penalty oath, he was loyal to Duan Ling Tian. However, he did not know Duan Ling Tian was a human. He also did not know Duan Ling Tian was the young mansion master of the Azure Cloud Mansion. I didn't expect. After confirming this, Peng Lai's face was filled with a bitter smile. Of course, he knew he had no other choice. Right now, because he was bound by the lightning penalty oath, he could only go all the way and pledge his loyalty to Duan Ling Tian. Master. For this reason, as soon as the news spread, Peng Lai rushed to the residence of his master, Duan Ling Tian. He wanted Duan Ling Tian to leave the Wandering Saint Palace as soon as possible. Although his master, Duan Ling Tian, was strong, he was not as strong as the Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace. In Peng Lai's opinion, once the Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace made a move, his master would definitely die. Because of the lightning penalty oath, Peng Lai had no choice but to consider Duan Ling Tian's interests. Soon, Peng Lai woke up Ke and her mother who were also cultivating, as well as Gan Ruyen. However, he did not wake up his master, Duan Ling Tian, whom he wanted to wake up the most. What happened? Gan Ruyen looked at Peng Lai and frowned. She naturally wouldn't be nice to this guy who interrupted her cultivation. However, as Peng Lai explained the whole story, Gan Ruyen's expression changed. She realized that Duan Ling Tian had been completely exposed. After hearing Peng Lai's words, Ke's beautiful face suddenly changed. Brother Tian's true identity has been exposed. Instantly, Ke felt a wave of panic in her heart. She knew very well that if her man's identity as the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion was exposed, he would become the enemy of the Wandering Saint Palace and the Human Devil clan. Although her man was not weak. However, she was very clear in her heart. Her man might not even be a match for the Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace, let alone the entire Human Devil clan. Brother Tian told me that without the Super Saint weapon, the Devil Seal tablet, he's no match for the Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace. Even if he uses the Devil Seal tablet, he might not be able to defeat the Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace. After all, the Devil Seal tablet in Brother Tian's hand is incomplete. He won't be able to unleash its full power. As Duan Ling Tian's woman, Ke naturally knew everything about Duan Ling Tian. Because of this, Ke knew a lot of things, which was why she was so worried. Where is he? Gan Ruyen asked anxiously as she looked at Peng Lai. I went to call Master earlier, but he seems to be in a state of cultivation. I can't wake him up. Peng Lai smiled bitterly. Who cares what state he's in? He'll be finished if he doesn't leave now. Gan Ruyen said anxiously before she rushed to the room where Duan Ling Tian was cultivating. She wanted to wake Duan Ling Tian up from his closed-door cultivation. However, no matter how hard she tried, there was no response from the room. Bang! In a fit of anger, Gan Ruyen raised her hand and slammed the door open. Ke did not even have the chance to stop her. Why are you still cultivating? You've been exposed. If you want to die, don't drag Ke and Si Ling down with you. After slamming the door open, Gan Ruyen charged into the room at lightning speed. At the same time, she shouted angrily at Duan Lingtian, who was cultivating in the room. However, just as Gan Ruyen flew into the room and finished her sentence, a voice rang out. Boom! Accompanied by an earth-shattering explosion, Gan Ruyen, who had charged into the room, flew out at an even faster speed. Blood spurted from her mouth, and she appeared to be in a sorry state. Boom! 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 As Gan Ruyen flew out of the room, a series of explosions rang in the air. The room where Duan Lingtian was cultivating in closed door collapsed. For a moment, dust filled the air as though it was blotting out the sun. Barf! When Gan Ruyen finally managed to stop herself, her face paled as she spat out another mouthful of blood. She looked even more wretched now. Auntie! Duan Xiling's delicate face tensed up slightly as she looked at Gan Ruyen worriedly. She could not help but cry out in a low voice. In Duan Xiling's opinion, her auntie was the most important person after her parents. Now that she saw Gan Ruyen was injured, it was only natural for her to be worried. Sister, are you all right? At the same time, Kerr looked at Gan Ruyen worriedly. Before Gan Ruyen could reply, she could not help but turn around to look at the collapsed room. The worry on her face grew even more intense. Her man was still in there. I'm fine. Gan Ruyen shook her head. Then, she looked at the collapsed room angrily. She thought Duan Lingtian was the culprit. Mother, father is still in there. Duan Xiling, who was standing next to Kerr, said anxiously as she pointed at the dust-filled room. I know. Kerr nodded. An anxious expression could be seen on her face as well. At this moment, Peng Lai, who had arrived at the scene, suddenly exclaimed in surprise. A hint of shock could be heard in his voice. Almost as soon as Peng Lai's voice fell, the room in front of them suddenly collapsed. As the dust settled, another figure the size of a small mountain appeared. This mountain-sized figure was condensed from solid golden flames. Standing there, it looked like a bird, enveloping the entire collapsed room. Its huge body blocked everything in the room. It was difficult to see what was going on inside. What kind of bird is this? Peng Lai was stunned. Although he could see that the golden flames in front of him had condensed into a bird, he could not recognize what kind of bird it was. He was not the only one who could not recognize it. Even Gan Ruyen and Kerr could not recognize it. Mother, what kind of bird is this? Duan Xiling could not help but ask Kerr. Her attention was also attracted by the bird formed from golden flames. I don't know. Kerr shook her head. This was her first time seeing such a bird. Auntie. Do you know? Duan Xiling turned to look at Gan Ruyen. Gan Ruyen shook her head as well, indicating she did not know. If only father is here. I'm sure he knows, Duan Xiling murmured. It was as though her father, Duan Lingtian, was omnipotent and omniscient in her eyes. That's right. Father is still in there. When Duan Xiling thought of this, she became anxious again. She flew toward the bird that was formed by the golden flames. Be careful. Gan Ruyen's expression changed drastically when she saw this. At this moment, Gan Ruyen realized it was not Duan Lingtian who had attacked her. It was the bird formed from golden flames. How could she not be anxious when she saw her niece rushing toward the bird? Young miss, be careful. Gan Ruyen's expression changed drastically. Before Kerr could react, Peng Lai flew out and stopped Duan Xiling before she could get close to the bird. At the same time, Peng Lai was only a few meters away from the bird. As soon as Peng Lai stopped Duan Xiling, boom! The bird seemed to have sensed Peng Lai's presence. A wave of energy surged out of its body and formed a shockwave that slammed into Peng Lai's back, sending him flying. While Peng Lai was sent flying, he quickly shielded Duan Si Ling and pulled her to a safe distance away. After stabilizing himself, Peng Lai opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. When he turned to look at the bird again, his eyes were filled with dread. What's that thing? What kind of cultivation method does Master cultivate? How can he have such a mutant beast guarding him? Peng Lai could see it now. The bird that was condensed from golden flames was guarding its master, Duan Ling Tian. No matter who it was, it would attack anyone who approached it. However, this bird doesn't seem to have any aura of life. Instead, Master's aura seems to be stronger than before. As a powerhouse at the seventh form of the Saint Celestial stage, Peng Lai, naturally, could sense things that Gan Ru Yen could not. If Gan Ru Yen could not sense anything, it was even more impossible for Ke and Duan Si Ling who were weaker than her to sense it as well. Don't worry, madam and young miss. Master's aura is stable, and he's unharmed. As for this bird formed from golden flames, it must be Master's doing. As long as you don't get close to it, you won't be attacked. Peng Lai comforted Ke and Duan Si Ling when he saw their worried expressions. Duan Ling Tian. At the same time, Gan Ru Yen condensed her voice transmission into a line in an attempt to wake Duan Ling Tian, who was in closed-door cultivation. However, when her voice got close to the bird, it was blocked out and could not enter the bird at all. It's useless. I've already tried to condense my voice transmission into a line. Peng Lai smiled wryly. You can't defeat this bird as well? Gan Ru Yen asked anxiously. After all, time waits for no man. There's nothing I can do. Its strength is comparable to a powerhouse at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Peng Lai shook his head. Based on the strength the bird had displayed earlier, he could tell it was not weak at all. He could not compare to this bird at all. What kind of technique is he using? At this moment, Gan Ru Yen was extremely anxious. Her expression was extremely ugly. However, Gan Ru Yen was unaware of this. Chapter 2288. The bird that was the size of a small mountain stood motionless in the ruined room. However, the golden flames on its body seemed to be burning fiercely. As it stood there, it was like an indestructible protective barrier that firmly protected Duan Ling Tian, who was in the midst of his cultivation, preventing him from being disturbed by the outside world. If Duan Ling Tian was awake at this moment, he would be able to recognize the bird with just a glance. The bird that was completely condensed from golden flames and was protecting him while he was in closed-door cultivation was none other than a three-legged golden crow. The three-legged golden crow was a mythical creature in Duan Lingtian's past life. Huo Lao, the pagoda spirit of the celestial supreme treasure, the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda, that Duan Lingtian obtained, was a three-legged golden crow. He was also the only three-legged golden crow left in the Jade Emperor heaven. Naturally, Ke, Gan Ru Yen, and Peng Lai did not recognize the three-legged golden crow. Since they did not recognize it, it was even more impossible for the young Duan Si Ling to recognize it. Madam, what should we do now? Peng Lai looked at Ke with a bitter smile on his face. We can't let this drag on any longer. If this continues, the Lord Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace will arrive. Once the Lord Palace Master arrives, Master and we won't be able to leave. Bring the 2 of them away first. I'll think of a way to wake him up. Before Ke could respond, Gan Ru Yen had already looked at Peng Lai and said in a deep voice, "Don't worry." Based on her words, she wanted Peng Lai to bring Ke and her daughter away so she could continue waking Duan Ling Tian. In her opinion, her sister's life was more important than her own. Sister, I won't leave until Brother Tian comes out of his closed-door cultivation. Ke said with a resolute expression. The separation in the past made her cherish everything in front of her even more. She absolutely could not leave her man again. Elder Peng Lai, take my sister and my daughter away. I'll stay here and continue to wake up Brother Tian." After she finished speaking, Kuer looked at Peng Lai and said in a hurried tone. She wanted to stay with her man. Even though she knew she was going to die, she had no regrets. To her, being able to die with her man was the happiest thing in the world. As for her elder sister and her daughter, she naturally hoped that they could live well. "Mother. I'm not leaving. I want to stay and wait for father." Currently, Duan Si Ling was no longer an ignorant little girl. At the age of 12, she had become a sensible and stubborn young girl. "Good girl, Si Ling. You can leave with your aunt first. Daddy and I will look for you later," Kerr said as she looked at Duan Si Ling with a doting smile on her face. However, a hint of reluctance could be seen in the depth of her eyes. After all, she knew she would most likely die if she stayed. Perhaps, she would not be able to see her daughter again. She would not be able to watch her daughter grow up. I won't leave. Mother, if you and father don't leave, Si Ling won't leave as well." Duan Si Ling seemed to have realized something. She was usually obedient, but at this moment, she was extremely stubborn. Just as Kerr was about to say something to Duan Si Ling, Gan Ru Yen interjected. "Then, let's continue to think of ways to wake him up." These were Gan Ru Yan's words. Gan Ru Yan's words were her response to Kerr. She would not leave either. Upon seeing this, Kerr smiled wryly. However, she did not say anything else since she knew her sister's temper very well. In the following days, Kerr and her daughter, Gan Ru Yen, and Peng Lai worked together to think of ways to wake Duan Ling Tian up. They used voice transmission, secret voice transmission jade token. However, no matter how hard they tried, it was to no avail. No matter what they tried, they could not break through Duan Lingtian's protection by the three-legged golden crow. At such a sensitive time, the longer they delayed, the more danger they would be in. In the distance, the three-legged golden crow that was formed from golden flames hovered in the air like an invincible barrier, protecting Duan Lingtian who was cultivating. It allowed Duan Lingtian to focus on his cultivation. The three-legged golden crow was formed from Duan Lingtian's sun saint origin. Duan Lingtian's saint origin was different from the saint origin of other people in the mundane realm. His saint origin was mixed with the sun saint origin that came from Huolao, the three-legged golden crow. Although the effect of the sun saint origin on Duan Lingtian's saint origin gradually decreased, it was still a unique force in the three-legged golden crow. It was not something ordinary forces could compare to. When Duan Lingtian's cultivation base had broken through to the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage, the soul-detaching form, and he had mastered the soul-detaching technique, Duan Lingtian who was cultivating did not notice the sun saint origin had been activated. When he was cultivating, a part of the sun saint energy in his body would be automatically separated and turned into a lifelike three-legged golden crow to protect him. The three-legged golden crow's strength was not inferior to a powerhouse at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. For this reason, Duan Lingtian was unaware of what was happening in the outside world. Currently, he was fully immersed in his cultivation as he tried to break through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, the Celestial Ascension form. Whoosh! 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 The sound of wind whistling rang outside Duan Lingtian's mansion. Peng Lai who was in the mansion was alerted. "I'm afraid I won't be able to leave now." Peng Lai smiled wryly. As soon as he heard the sound of wind whistling outside, he sensed a familiar divine consciousness. It was the divine consciousness of a few vice palace masters and elders at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. In other words, the people outside were the vice palace masters and elders at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Outside the mansion, in the void, the group of vice palace masters and elders from the wandering Saint Palace was led by Yun Fuyi, the vice palace master. He hasn't left yet. Although Yun Fu Ye's divine consciousness did not detect Duan Lingtian's presence, he did detect the three-legged golden crow that was formed from golden flames. Apart from that, he also discovered that Ke, Duan Lingtian, and Gan Ru Yen, who were close to Duan Lingtian, were still around. Therefore, he was certain Duan Lingtian had not left. Peng Lai must have received news that Duan Lingtian is the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion. It's obvious he has betrayed the Wandering Saint Palace as well. Another Vice Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace said in a deep voice. It's not a big deal. It's fine as long as Duan Lingtian hasn't left. Yun Fuyi shook his head. Based on the current situation, it seems like these people are trying to awaken Duan Lingtian, who is in closed-door cultivation. However, currently, Duan Lingtian is protected by the bird that's guarding him, so he's not affected by the outside world. As the great direct disciple of the Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace and the former Vice Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace, Yun Fuyi was, naturally, not a simple person. It was not difficult for him to see through the current situation. This is a good thing for us. After all, if Duan Lingtian comes out of closed-door cultivation, we might not be able to stop him. A hint of dread could be seen in Yun Fu Ye's eyes when he spoke. Although he had never met Duan Lingtian before, he had heard about Duan Lingtian from his master. He knew Duan Lingtian was a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Although he was widely acknowledged as the strongest person below the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage in the Wandering Saint Palace, he was not arrogant enough to think he could fight a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. The other Vice Palace Masters and Elders nodded in agreement with Yun Fu Ye's words. At the same time, the Vice Palace Masters and Elders of Wandering Saint Palace nodded in agreement with Yun Fu Ye's words. All of a sudden, a loud and piercing voice suddenly came from the outside like a clap of thunder. Palace Master Yuan, I'm here to visit you. As soon as the voice entered the Wandering Saint Palace's estate, everyone in the Wandering Saint Palace heard it clearly. It's Shi Feng, the Palace Master of Great Spirit Palace. Yun Fu Ye's expression was unsightly. The expressions of the other Vice Palace Masters and Elders of Wandering Saint Palace darkened as well. At this moment, they realized what was going on. The thing they were most worried about had happened. When news that Duan Lingtian, the Vice Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace, was the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion spread throughout the Wandering Saint Palace's estate, they knew the truth was out. It was only a matter of time before the news spread out of the Wandering Saint Palace, the Human Devil Saint City, and the entire Human Devil clan's territory. Although they had expected this, they did not expect the news to spread so quickly. How long had it been? Shi Feng, the Palace Master of Great Spirit Palace, had personally come to visit them. Yun Fuyi and the others were not surprised that Shi Feng, the Palace Master of Great Spirit Palace, was the first to visit them. After all, they knew Shi Feng was the human devil who hated the Azure Cloud Mansion the most in the Human Devil clan. All of this was due to the fact that Shi Feng's favorite disciple had been killed by the Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion and another powerhouse from Azure Cloud Mansion. Now that Duan Lingtian heard the young Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion was in the Wandering Saint Palace, how could Shi Feng sit still when he heard this? It's a good thing I've set up multiple soundproof formations for Master. Otherwise, he would have been awakened by Shi Feng. Yun Fu Ye's expression turned even more unsightly when he thought about this. Swoosh! All of a sudden, Yun Fu Ye's ugly expression changed drastically. How arrogant! At this moment, Yun Fuyi could clearly feel a powerful aura emanating from the divine sense. A powerful divine consciousness swept across the entire Wandering Saint Palace's estate, including Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian felt as though he had nowhere to hide. This is bad. It's Shi Feng, the Palace Master of Great Spirit Palace. In Duan Lingtian's mansion, Peng Lai's expression changed drastically. Chapter 2289. The Palace Master of Great Spirit Palace? Gan Ruyan's eyes lit up when she heard Peng Lai's words. She knew that the Great Spirit Palace was as famous as the Wandering Saint Palace. Moreover, the Palace Master of Great Spirit Palace was not much weaker than the Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace. However, based on the Palace Master of Great Spirit Palace's tone, it was obvious he did not come with good intentions. If the Palace Master of Great Spirit Palace and the Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace fought, they would have plenty of time to wake Duan Ling Tian, who was still cultivating. However, imagination was beautiful, but reality was cruel. Shi Nanfeng, the Palace Master of Great Spirit Palace, must be here for Master. Peng Lai shook his head. Gan Ruyan's expression darkened when she learned about the enmity between Shi Nanfeng, the Palace Master of Great Spirit Palace, and the Azure Cloud Mansion. Just the Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace was enough to trouble them. Now, there was another Palace Master of Great Spirit Palace. In the air outside the mansion. Whoosh! A gust of wind blew past as a figure appeared in front of the few Vice Palace Masters of Wandering Saint Palace led by Yun Fuyi. The figure belonged to a tall and muscular middle-aged man who was 2 meters tall. He was dressed in a long golden robe, and his long hair was casually tied up. His expression was firm, and he exuded an aura of authority. The young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion is in this mansion? The golden-clad middle-aged man did not even look at Yun Fuyi and the others when he appeared. His eyes were trained on the mansion in front of him. Killing intent flashed in the depths of his eyes. Palace Master Shi. Yun Fuyi looked at the golden-clad middle-aged man with a dark expression and said in a deep voice, "Don't you think it's inappropriate for you to barge into the Wandering Saint Palace without an invitation?" Inappropriate? It's better for your master to say these words. The golden-clad middle-aged man, Shi Nanfeng, the Palace Master of Great Spirit Palace, glanced at Yun Fuyi indifferently. Palace Master Shi, don't tell me you don't know that my master is in seclusion. Yun Fuyi's expression became more and more unsightly. He knew very well in his heart, since Shi Nanfeng dared to barge into the Wandering Saint Palace's estate, he must have discovered his master was in closed-door cultivation. I know you hate the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion, but don't forget this is the Wandering Saint Palace, not the Great Spirit Palace. Now that the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion is a vice palace master of Wandering Saint Palace, my master should be the one to kill him. It's not up to you, Palace Master Shi, to interfere in this matter. Yun Fuyi's tone became stern as he spoke. What a joke. He did not care who killed the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion. However, if Shi Nanfeng killed the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion today, others would only think that the Wandering Saint Palace was incompetent since they could not even deal with a mole. This matter concerned the reputation of the Wandering Saint Palace. Naturally, he did not want the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion to die in the hands of the Palace Master of Great Spirit Palace. Since Palace Master Yuan is in closed-door cultivation, it's not good for me to disturb him. When he comes out of closed-door cultivation in the future, I'll personally apologize to him. Shi Nanfeng said indifferently. As soon as he finished speaking, his aura began to fluctuate, causing the air to stagnate. At the same time, his eyes turned cold as he stared at the mansion in front of him. The person he wanted to kill was in there. Duan Rufeng, you managed to escape that day. Today, I'll kill your son to avenge my disciple. Shi Nanfeng said with a murderous aura. Palace Master Shi, my master will attract the heavenly tribulation and become an eminent celestial in at most a year after he enters closed-door cultivation. For this reason, I advise you to think twice before making a move. Just as Shi Nanfeng was about to charge into the mansion to kill Duan Ling Tian, Yun Fuyi's warning rang in the air. As soon as Yun Fuyi finished speaking, swoosh! Shi Nanfeng's expression changed drastically, and the murderous aura on his body dissipated. Palace Master Yuan. Has he found the opportunity? Shi Nanfeng's gaze was like lightning as he looked at Yun Fuyi. When he asked the question, there was fear on his face. He might not be able to defeat the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace, who was not an eminent celestial, but he was not afraid of him. However, if the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace was an eminent celestial, he had no choice but to fear him. The former would not be able to kill him. The latter would be able to kill him as easily as killing a chicken. Humph! Yun Fuyi scoffed in response to Shi Nanfeng's question. He did not bother to explain himself. Shi Nanfeng's expression changed drastically. In the end, he decided not to charge into the mansion. Since Palace Master Yuan will come out of closed-door cultivation in a year, I'll give him face. As long as the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion doesn't escape, I won't kill him. When Palace Master Yuan comes out of closed-door cultivation, I'll personally watch him deal with the young mansion master. After a while, Shi Nanfeng compromised. Although he could interrupt the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace's closed-door cultivation, he did not dare to do so. Even if Duanling Tian were to interrupt the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace and prevent him from becoming an eminent celestial, the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace would most likely become an eminent celestial before Duanling Tian, since he was slightly stronger than Duanling Tian. If he interrupted the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace, it would mean that he had offended the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace. If the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace became an eminent celestial in the future, the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace would definitely target him. However, if Duanling Tian tries to escape before Palace Master Yuan comes out of closed-door cultivation, and the Wandering Saint Palace doesn't have the ability to stop him. If that's the case, don't blame me for making a move. At the same time, Shi Nanfeng added with a cold look in his eyes. As long as Duanling Tian leaves the Wandering Saint Palace's estate, you can do whatever you want to him, Palace Master Shi. Yun Fuyi said. In truth, he was also worried that Duanling Tian would escape before his master came out of closed-door cultivation. At that time, if his master did not come out of closed-door cultivation, who would be able to stop Duanling Tian? That's all I need to hear. Shi Nanfeng replied indifferently. Then, he sat cross-legged in the air and closed his eyes to meditate. It was as though he was going to wait for a year. Yun Fuyi was not surprised by this. If he were in Shi Nanfeng's shoes, he would do the same. He would not rest until he saw the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion dead. After Shi Nanfeng, the palace master of Great Spirit Palace, many people from the 3 palaces and 6 halls, including the Crimson Blaze Palace, visited the Wandering Saint Palace as well. Their target was the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion, who had caused a commotion in the Human Devil Saint City. I didn't expect the new Vice Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace to be the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion. Regardless of whether he thought of it or not, this time, he will definitely die. I heard the news first spread in the Wandering Saint Palace's estate. I really don't know why he didn't escape when he had the chance. Isn't he seeking death? Although the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace is in closed-door cultivation and there's no one in the Wandering Saint Palace who can stop him, Palace Master Shi from Great Spirit Palace is waiting outside his residence. If he dares to leave the Wandering Saint Palace, he'll definitely die. If he leaves the Wandering Saint Palace, he'll definitely die. If he doesn't leave the Wandering Saint Palace, he'll definitely die when Palace Master Yuan comes out of closed-door cultivation. Similar discussions continued in the 3 palaces and 6 halls outside the Wandering Saint Palace. The Wandering Saint Palace was bustling with activity as well. I was just celebrating the addition of a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage to our Wandering Saint Palace. I didn't expect him to be a human. He's even the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion. Not only did a human kill an elder of our Wandering Saint Palace, but he even infiltrated our Wandering Saint Palace to become a spy. He deserves to die. Don't worry. He'll definitely die when Lord Palace Master comes out of closed-door cultivation. In other words, even if he manages to escape before Lord Palace Master comes out of closed-door cultivation, he'll still die. Shi Nan Feng, the Palace Master of Great Spirit Palace, is waiting outside his residence. If he dares to escape, he'll definitely die. Although most people in the Wandering Saint Palace knew their Palace Master was in closed-door cultivation, they did not know their Palace Master would most likely break through to the eminent celestial stage. Otherwise, the Wandering Saint Palace would be even more lively. Initially, apart from the people from the Wandering Saint Palace, Shi Nan Feng, the Palace Master of Great Spirit Palace, was the only outsider guarding Duan Lingtian's residence. However, after a few days, many people from the Great Spirit Palace came to guard the residence as well. Even the 3 palaces and 6 halls, including the Crimson Blaze Palace, had sent some people to guard the residence. Naturally, the people from the 3 palaces and 6 halls were only there to watch the show. They knew they would not have a chance to make a move at all. Yuan Haochen, the Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace, was inside the Wandering Saint Palace's estate. Shi Nan Feng, the Palace Master of Great Spirit Palace, was outside the Wandering Saint Palace's estate. Currently, all of them were in agreement. Duan Ling Tian, the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion, had nowhere to go. He would definitely die. It's over. It's over. Peng Lai, who was in Duan Lingtian's residence, had a grim expression on his face when he learned about the situation outside. It felt as though the end of the world had arrived. At this moment it was as though Duan Ling Tian's mansion had been segregated. The people outside could not enter. The people inside could not leave as well. He didn't leave. When Huang Wenjing, the last disciple of the Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace, learned about the situation, she could not help but frown. A hint of pity could be seen on her beautiful face. However, she also knew that at this point, even if she still wanted to help that man, she was powerless to do so. She had already done everything she could. Even if Master comes out of closed-door cultivation a year later and I beg him not to kill you, you still won't be able to escape from Shi Nan Feng, the Palace Master of Great Spirit Palace. Huang Wenjing sighed and muttered in a somewhat powerless voice. As the person in question, Duan Ling Tian was still immersed in his seemingly endless cultivation. He did not know he had already become a trapped beast. Chapter 2290. Time continued to pass by. Months passed in just a blink of an eye. Everything was calm in the Wandering Saint Palace's estate. However, a group of people led by Shi Nan Feng, the Palace Master of Great Spirit Palace, was guarding outside Duan Lingtian's residence. The calm before the storm was only the calm before the storm. In Duan Lingtian's residence, apart from Duan Lingtian, Ke, Gan Ru Yen, and Peng Lai were trapped as well. Currently, they had a rough idea of the situation outside and knew they had a slim chance of survival. Initially, they were anxious. However, as time passed, they realized there was nothing they could do about it. They could only accept their fate. When Yuan Haochen, the Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace, comes out of closed-door cultivation, all of this will be over. Gan Ru Yen sighed inwardly. Then, she looked at Ke and asked, Ke, do you regret it? Regret? What are you asking, sister? Ke asked. I want to ask you, do you regret knowing him? If you didn't know him, you wouldn't have had such a difficult life. You wouldn't have to face such a crisis today. Gan Ru Yen added. No. As soon as Gan Ru Yen finished speaking, Ke shook her head firmly. A bright smile appeared on her beautiful face. Knowing Brother Tian is the happiest thing that has happened to me in my life. To me, knowing Brother Tian is the best thing that God has done for me. To be able to know Brother Tian and be with him for so long, I am already satisfied. Even if I die at this moment, I will have no regrets. Ku-er's words came from the bottom of her heart. Based on the bright smile on her face, one could see that she was feeling very happy. Everything she said was her heartfelt words. Although she had already guessed Ker's answer, Gan Ruyan's heart still throbbed when she heard Ker's heartfelt words. Was that man really that good? Unknowingly, Gan Ruyan's gaze became a little misty. No one knew what she was thinking, mother, auntie. The bird moved. It moved. Duan Si Ling exclaimed as she pointed at the three-legged golden crow in the distance. It was as though she had discovered a new continent. That is, at some point in time, Peng Lai had also arrived here. Looking at the bird that was completely condensed from golden flames in the distance, his face was full of shock and astonishment. Ke and Gan Ruyan also looked over. In the distance, the three-legged golden crow that was as big as a hill stood motionless like a lifeless statue in the room that Duan Lingtian used to cultivate in closed-door cultivation. However, at this moment, a pair of huge wings spread out and began to flap. Moreover, the frequency of its flapping continued to increase. In each of its eyes, a ball of solid red flames appeared. They were like two bright lamps in the darkness, and were particularly eye-catching. Whoosh! 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 As the three-legged golden crow flapped its wings, the sound of wind whistling rang in the air. Dust filled the air in the ruins as though a sandstorm had just occurred. It's flying! It's flying! As Duan Si Ling exclaimed in shock, the three-legged golden crow that was as still as a mountain suddenly rose from the ground and flew up. Although it only rose to a height of about 10 meters, it was enough to shock everyone. After all, this was a bird without any signs of life. Where's father? Duan Si Ling thought she would be able to see her father when the three-legged golden crow rose into the air. However, when the three-legged golden crow rose into the air, her father's figure was nowhere to be seen. In the ruins, apart from the shattered walls and tiles, the ground was flat, and the spacious wooden bed was still there. The only thing missing was the purple figure who was sitting cross-legged on the wooden bed. Master is in the bird's body. Unlike Duan Si Ling, Ke, and Gan Ruyan, Peng Lai could clearly sense Duan Lingtian's aura. Furthermore, the aura emitted from Master's body seems to be even stronger than before. This feeling, it's as if I've made a breakthrough. However, isn't Master a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage? How can he raise his cultivation base if he doesn't undergo the heavenly tribulation? Peng Lai muttered in his heart. He was completely dumbfounded. He couldn't figure it out. What was going on? It was obvious Peng Lai was unaware that Duan Lingtian's cultivation base was only at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. He thought Duan Lingtian was a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. After all, Duan Lingtian's cultivation base was at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. If his master was not a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, how could he kill Lin Yuan, an elder at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage from Wandering Saint Palace with just 2 moves? When the three-legged golden crow that was completely condensed from golden flames flew up with Duan Lingtian and hovered in the air. Many people outside Duan Lingtian's mansion noticed the commotion. What's that? Shi Nanfeng, the palace master of Great Spirit Palace, had been paying attention to Duan Lingtian's mansion. He frowned when he saw the three-legged golden crow. He frowned because he could not see what it was. However, there was one thing he was certain of. The young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion whom he wished he could kill was inside. His aura seems to be stronger than before. His current aura is more like that of a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. After faintly realizing this point, Shi Nanfeng was somewhat puzzled. As far as he knew, the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion was only at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Could it be that he concealed his cultivation base's aura when he cultivated? Shi Nanfeng thought to himself. Boom! 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 Peng Lai and Shi Nanfeng were still in a daze when a series of deafening thunderclaps rang from the other side of the Wandering Saint Palace's estate. Everyone in the Wandering Saint Palace's estate was alerted by the thunderous roar. Is this the celestial ascension tribulation? In the mansion of the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace, Yun Fuyi, the vice palace master, flew out of his room and looked at the tribulation clouds in the sky. His eyes shone brightly as an excited expression appeared on his face. The arrival of the celestial ascension tribulation meant that his master was about to undergo the heavenly tribulation. Once his master passed the heavenly tribulation, his master would become an eminent celestial and become a bona fide eminent celestial. He did not doubt his master's ability to pass the heavenly tribulation. In the history of the palace masters of Wandering Saint Palace, no one had ever failed the heavenly tribulation. I didn't expect Master to attract the celestial ascension tribulation a month in advance. In other words, Master will become an eminent celestial in just a few days. Yun Fuyi was excited when he thought about this. Tribulation clouds were the clouds and mist that formed the heavenly tribulation. They were similar to dark clouds, and one could faintly see bolts of purple lightning rolling within them. They were like small purple dragons that were flashing around the tribulation clouds. What was different from ordinary heavenly tribulations was that behind these tribulation clouds, one could occasionally see five-colored light that was on the verge of bursting out. It was as though there were five-colored clouds hiding behind the tribulation clouds. Moreover, the five-colored clouds were glowing brightly. Boom! 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 The thunderclaps continued to reverberate in the sky. Initially, the tribulation clouds did not cover a large area. However, as time passed, the tribulation clouds could be seen moving rapidly in the sky above the Wandering Saint Palace. Moreover, the tribulation clouds were moving in one direction. That's the direction of Lord Palace Master's mansion? In the Wandering Saint Palace's estate, a group of elders and disciples from the Wandering Saint Palace looked at the sky in unison. They were certain the dark clouds were moving in the direction of the Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace. There are purple lightning flashing around the dark clouds. I can even see five-colored lights in the gaps between the dark clouds. Isn't this the tribulation clouds of the celestial ascension tribulation? One of the elders from the Wandering Saint Palace exclaimed as his eyes widened in shock. He seemed to have thought of something. The tribulation clouds of the celestial ascension tribulation? The eyes of many elders and disciples from the Wandering Saint Palace lit up immediately. The tribulation clouds of the celestial ascension tribulation were moving in the direction of the Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace. It was obvious what this meant. Lord Palace Master is going to undergo the heavenly tribulation. It seems like there's going to be an eminent celestial in the Wandering Saint Palace soon. From today onward, the Human Devil clan will have a second eminent celestial. Moreover, the second eminent celestial will be the Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace. The entire Wandering Saint Palace was in an uproar. Everyone in the Wandering Saint Palace was excited. At the same time, outside Duanlingtian's mansion, the people from the 3 palaces and 6 halls, including Shi Nanfeng, the Palace Master of Great Spirit Palace, were looking in the direction of the Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace. They were also looking in the direction of the tribulation clouds. At this moment, they did not notice the tribulation clouds. In the mansion in front of them, the 3-legged golden crow that was completely condensed from golden flames shrunk in the air. In the end, it completely entered the body of a purple-clad young man. This purple-clad young man had been hiding in the 3-legged golden crow's body all this while. "Daddy!" Duan Si-ling cried out in excitement. The purple-clad young man who was sitting cross-legged in the air suddenly opened his eyes. Chapter 2291. Father. As soon as Duanling Tian opened his eyes, he heard a familiar exclamation. He did not even have the time to check his Sun Saint origin that had reached its limit without the help of the elementary devouring tactic. Si Ling. Duanling Tian turned to look at the source of the voice. There was a young girl who was about 12 or 13 years old standing there. Si Ling has grown so big, Duanling Tian's heart skipped a beat when he saw the young girl. It should have been 3 years since I went into closed-door cultivation, right? When Duanling Tian was in closed-door cultivation, he had already made a preliminary deduction. 3 years should be enough for him to break through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Now that he had broken through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, it meant 3 years had passed. When he saw his daughter standing before him, he was even more certain that he had been in closed-door cultivation for a long time. At this moment, Duanling Tian's heart was filled with guilt. His daughter had grown from a little girl to a beautiful young girl during the time he was in closed-door cultivation. He felt that he had failed to be a father to his daughter. Father, you're finally out. Although Duan Si Ling had grown into a young girl, her temperament was still the same. When she saw Duanling Tian, she immediately flew into Duanling Tian's arms. Naturally, Duanling Tian caught her and smiled faintly. Si Ling, you've grown so big in just a blink of an eye. I almost couldn't recognize you. Father, you've been in closed-door cultivation for almost 3 years. Duan Si Ling pouted and said to Duanling Tian with a pitiful expression on her face. It's all my fault. Father, you shouldn't have been in closed-door cultivation for so long. Duanling Tian smiled dotingly. His tone was even gentler now. Father, Mother misses you very much too. Currently, Duan Si Ling had grown into a slender and elegant young lady. Although she still acted like a little girl in front of Duanling Tian, she had matured and become more sensible as she grew older. Therefore, after spending some time in Duanling Tian's embrace, she left Duanling Tian's embrace and held Duanling Tian's hand as they walked towards Ke. At this time, she sensibly stepped aside and stood beside Gan Ruyen. Ke. Looking at Ke, Duanling Tian's eyes were filled with tenderness. Brother Tian. Ke muttered softly as she looked at the man who had captivated her. Then, she threw herself into Duanling Tian's arms and hugged Duanling Tian tightly. It was as though she did not want to let go of him. Duanling Tian had a guilty expression on his face as he hugged Ke in his arms, and they shared a warm moment together. At this moment, silence spoke louder than words. It was as though their hearts were stuck together and could not be separated. Master. Peng Lai, who was standing nearby, could not help but have a complicated expression on his face when he saw Duanling Tian coming out of closed-door cultivation. It was his master who had helped him raise his innate spiritual root to an indigo innate spiritual root. Moreover, it was a dark indigo innate spiritual root. In these 3 years, his cultivation base had broken through to the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage, making him another elder at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage in the Wandering Saint Palace. Usually, it would be a joyous occasion for him to break through to the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. However, he could not bring himself to feel happy at this moment. This was because he knew even if his cultivation base had broken through to the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage, he would still be regarded as a traitor by the Wandering Saint Palace. Let alone being an elder in the Wandering Saint Palace, he might not even be able to survive. If he was not bound by the lightning penalty oath, he would still have a choice. But now, he had no choice but to follow his master to the end. I can only hope that master who has been in closed-door cultivation for 3 years will be able to create a miracle. That way, I'll be able to survive. Everyone was afraid of death. Even Peng Lai was no exception. If he could survive, he was willing to leave the Wandering Saint Palace, betray the Human Devil clan, and follow his master to the ends of the world. Moreover, he had a strong feeling that his master would be able to survive. If his master could pass this test, he would be able to achieve much more in the future by following his master instead of staying in the Wandering Saint Palace. His aura. It seems like it has become much stronger compared to 3 years ago. Gan Ru Yen looked at Duan Lingtian with a complicated expression on her face. However, after a while, she shifted her attention to Duan Lingtian's aura. 3 years ago, his cultivation base was only at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Peng Lai was unaware of Duan Lingtian's true cultivation base 3 years ago, but Gan Ru Yen, who was Ker's twin sister, knew very well about it. Duan Lingtian's strength was comparable to an ordinary powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. However, Gan Ru Yen knew very well that Duan Lingtian's cultivation base was different from Duan Lingtian's. At that time, Duan Lingtian's cultivation base was only at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. With the help of the black innate spiritual root, his cultivation base should have broken through to the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage in 3 years, right? After all, Gan Ru Yen had not reached that level and had not experienced the black innate spiritual root before. Therefore, she could only make such a guess. Currently, he should be able to fight the Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace, right? Gan Ru Yen thought to herself. Uncle Peng Lai, what's with those clouds that keep moving? They seem to be glowing. They're so colorful. How beautiful. Duan Si Ling asked Peng Lai when she saw the rapidly moving dark clouds in the sky. Upon hearing Duan Si Ling's words, Peng Lai shifted his gaze to the sky and saw the dark clouds moving in a certain direction. The dark clouds were moving in the same direction. In addition, behind these dark clouds, there was an incomparably dazzling 5-colored brilliance that occasionally refracted through the gaps between the dark clouds. Suddenly, Peng Lai's pupils shrank, and his face changed greatly. He immediately let out a cry of surprise. He exclaimed, "The Celestial Ascension Tribulation." Peng Lai realized he should not disturb his master, so he lowered his voice so he did not disturb Duan Lingtian and Ker, who were still cuddling. However, Gan Ru Yen, who was standing close to him and paying close attention to him, heard his exclamation. The Celestial Ascension Tribulation? Gan Ru Yen shifted her gaze to the sky. Her expression changed drastically when she saw the dark clouds moving in the same direction. It's really the tribulation clouds from the Celestial Ascension Tribulation. As a former disciple of Zoroastrianism, Gan Ru Yen had, naturally, heard about the Celestial Ascension Tribulation. She also knew about the tribulation clouds from the Celestial Ascension Tribulation. Therefore, the moment she shifted her gaze to the sky, she was completely sure of it. The clouds in the sky were moving in the same direction. She could vaguely see dark clouds with purple lightning flashing around them. These were the tribulation clouds from the Celestial Ascension Tribulation. Where are the tribulation clouds gathering? Gan Ru Yen looked at Peng Lai and asked for confirmation. Although she was shocked and had her own guesses, she still looked at him. That direction. It's where Yuan Haochen, the Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace, lives. Peng Lai smiled bitterly. Previously, I was wondering how Shi Feng, the Palace Master of Great Spirit Palace, hates the Azure Cloud Mansion. If Lord Palace Master didn't come out of closed-door cultivation, he would have attacked Master. However, he obediently stood guard outside. Regarding this, I was extremely puzzled before and did not know the reason. Now, I finally understand. As it turns out, Lord Palace Master went into closed-door cultivation to become an eminent celestial. Now that he knows Lord Palace Master is about to become an eminent celestial, it's only natural that Shi Feng doesn't have the guts to attack Master in the Wandering Saint Palace. Peng Lai finally understood everything. However, at the same time that he understood, his heart trembled even more, and an increasingly bitter smile appeared on his face. Is it really the residence of the Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace? Although she was mentally prepared, Gan Ru Yen still couldn't help but tremble when she heard Peng Lai's confirmation. Does this mean Yuan Haochen, the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace, is going to undergo the heavenly tribulation in a few days? Once I pass the heavenly tribulation, I'll become an eminent celestial? The moment she thought of this, the glimmer of hope that had risen in Gan Ruyan's heart was mercilessly crushed. Previously, she had guessed Duan Lingtian's cultivation base had broken through to the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Duan Lingtian, who was at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage, was no match for the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace. What about Duan Lingtian, who was at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage? Since Gan Ruyan did not know there was a limit to Saint Origin, she was unaware that Duan Lingtian would not be a match for the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace even if he had just broken through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, let alone the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Naturally, that was assuming that Ling Tian's damaged Super Saint weapon, the Devil Seal Tablet, was useless against a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Now that she knew the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace was about to undergo the heavenly tribulation, she knew he would become an eminent celestial. The glimmer of hope in her heart was crushed and replaced by despair. This feeling was equivalent to a drowning person who was on the verge of death. After grasping onto a life-saving straw with great difficulty, the straw was cut off. She felt as though she had ascended from hell to heaven, only to fall from heaven to hell again. No. What if he fails the heavenly tribulation and dies? Gan Ruyan muttered to herself as she thought of another possibility. Her eyes shone brightly, and a hint of hope could be seen on her face. As far as she knew, it was not certain that a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage would be able to overcome the heavenly tribulation. Fail the heavenly tribulation? Chapter 2292. It's impossible for him to fail? Gan Ruyan frowned when she heard Peng Lai's words. What do you mean? Are you that confident in Yuan Haochen, the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace? It's not that I'm confident in him. Peng Lai said with a bitter expression on his face. In the history of Wandering Saint Palace, there's no precedent of a palace master failing the celestial ascension tribulation. All the palace masters of Wandering Saint Palace have passed down a method to deal with the celestial ascension tribulation. What? Gan Ruyan's expression changed drastically when she heard Peng Lai's words. In other words, Yuan Haochen, the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace, will definitely be able to overcome the celestial ascension tribulation and become an eminent celestial? Gan Ruyan asked again after a series of changes in her expression. She wanted further confirmation. When Gan Ruyan saw Peng Lai nodding, she felt as though the sky had changed color and the moon had dimmed. It felt as though the end of the world had arrived. However, after a while, she seemed to have thought of something, and her eyes lit up again. The celestial ascension tribulation will take a few days. This means the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace won't be able to make a move for the next few days. When Gan Ruyan thought of this, she immediately looked at Duan Lingtian and said anxiously, Duan Lingtian, take us away from here while the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace is undergoing the celestial ascension tribulation. We won't be able to leave if he overcomes the celestial ascension tribulation. Gan Ruyan's tone became more and more anxious as she urged Duan Lingtian to leave. As for Shernan Feng, the palace master of Great Spirit Palace, Gan Ruyan might have thought Duan Lingtian was weaker than him. However, now that she could vaguely sense Duan Lingtian's cultivation base had improved, she was confident Duan Lingtian would be able to fight against Duan Lingtian. What she didn't know was, although Duan Lingtian's cultivation base had broken through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, his strength had not improved much compared to 3 years ago. Unless the Devil Seal Tablet could suppress the palace master of the Great Spirit Palace, it would be difficult for Duan Lingtian to fight against him. Tribulation? Duan Lingtian couldn't help but be stunned when he heard Gan Ruyan's words. Then, he fell into deep thought. When Kerr heard Gan Ruyan's words, she immediately left Duan Lingtian's embrace and looked at Gan Ruyan. Sister, you said the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace is undergoing the heavenly tribulation? Is it the celestial ascension tribulation? Kerr knew what it meant for a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage to undergo the heavenly tribulation. This meant that as long as he passed the heavenly tribulation, he would become an eminent celestial. On the other hand, eminent celestials only needed to wait for a while before they could ascend to the Devata realm. Yes. Gan Ruyan nodded solemnly. Then, she looked at the sky and said, "Look at the dark clouds in the sky. These are the tribulation clouds of the celestial ascension tribulation. There are 5 colors hidden behind the tribulation clouds. This is the symbol of the celestial ascension tribulation. The tribulation clouds are converging toward the residence of Yuan Haochen, the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace." Gan Ruyan turned to look at Duan Lingtian when she finished speaking. "Now, take us away. The strongest obstruction is the palace master of Great Spirit Palace, Shi Feng." Gan Ruyan looked at Duan Lingtian. However, before she could finish speaking, she was interrupted by Duan Lingtian. "Shi Feng? The palace master of Great Spirit Palace?" Duan Lingtian was unaware of the enmity between the palace master of Great Spirit Palace and the Azure Cloud Mansion. For this reason, he was stunned when he heard Shi Feng, the palace master of Great Spirit Palace, had become an obstacle to him. Not only was Duan Lingtian unaware of the enmity between the palace master of Great Spirit Palace and the Azure Cloud Mansion, but he was also unaware that his identity as the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion had been exposed a year ago. Duan Lingtian finally understood what had happened after Peng Lai's explanation. The last disciple of the palace master of Great Spirit Palace was the vanguard of the Human Devil clan when they invaded the Azure Cloud Mansion. However, he was killed by father and another powerhouse from the Azure Cloud Mansion. Duan Lingtian could not help but feel shocked when he heard this news. The last disciple of the palace master of Great Spirit Palace was a powerhouse at the 6th form of the Saint Celestial stage, but he was killed by father and another powerhouse from the Azure Cloud Mansion? Who's that powerhouse from the Azure Cloud Mansion? Father's strength has already reached such a level? Duan Lingtian was shocked. Moreover, the entire Human Devil clan knows that I, the new Vice Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace, am the young Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion. Moreover, my identity was exposed because of a portrait drawn by someone from the lower province. Duan Lingtian realized he had been careless when he learned about this. If he had disguised himself in advance, he would not have been in such a passive position. Shi Feng, the palace master of Great Spirit Palace, wanted to kill me a year ago. Perhaps he's afraid of the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace who's about to become an eminent celestial. That's why he didn't make a move and only waited outside my mansion. He waited for me to escape before he made a move. Otherwise, he would wait for the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace to kill me? Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes as a cold gleam flashed in his eyes when he learned about the situation he was in. All of a sudden, Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed as though he had noticed something. My Sun Saint origin seems to be unstable. Duan Lingtian discovered that the Sun Saint origin in his body had begun to stir uncontrollably. It was like a playful child who had discovered a new toy and wanted to rush out of his body. This heaven and earth, at this moment, Duan Lingtian discovered something. His understanding of heaven and earth seemed to have deepened by a lot. Although he had broken through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage earlier, he could still comprehend heaven and earth. Moreover, there was an inexplicable connection between heaven and earth. However, that kind of understanding could not be considered deep. However, when the Sun Saint origin in his body began to stir, he discovered something. His comprehension of this world seemed to have risen by an entire level. It was as though he had just grasped the basics of heaven and earth and was now at the fundamental awareness stage. It seems to be because of the tribulation clouds from the celestial ascension tribulation. At the same time, Duan Lingtian could clearly sense something. The Sun Saint origin in his body seemed to have formed a subtle connection with the tribulation clouds in the sky. It seems like the Sun force that has merged with my Sun Saint origin has formed a connection with the tribulation clouds in the sky. Duan Lingtian discovered this after he carefully examined his Sun force. The Sun force originated from the enlightenment he received from Huolao, the three-legged golden crow. It was the power of the three-legged golden crow. It was superior to all the forces in the mundane world. It was comparable to the Devata realms. For this reason, Duan Lingtian did not know much about the Sun force. The only thing he knew was the Sun force was not simple. Previously, when his cultivation base was still weak, the Sun force had merged with his Sun force. It was so powerful that it was comparable to the strength of someone with a higher cultivation base than him. Duan Lingtian discovered the Sun Saint origin in his body had somehow formed a connection with the tribulation clouds in the sky. In the sky outside the mansion, Palace Master Yuan is undergoing the heavenly tribulation. Shi Nanfeng, the Palace Master of Great Spirit Palace, shifted his attention to the direction of the Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace as the tribulation clouds gathered in the sky. This was because the tribulation clouds were heading in that direction. At this moment, Shi Nanfeng realized Yuan Haochen, the Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace, had attracted the celestial ascension tribulation. From today onward, there's going to be another eminent celestial in the human devil clan. Shi Nanfeng's gaze turned complicated when he thought about this. In the past, although Yuan Haochen, the Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace, was slightly stronger than him, it was not by much. They were both palace masters of the 3 palaces and 6 halls. Their positions in the human devil clan were similar. However, now that Yuan Haochen had become an eminent celestial, not only was Yuan Haochen's strength far superior to him, but his status was also higher than him. Once an eminent celestial appeared in the human devil clan, his status was equivalent to the patriarch. Is Palace Master Yuan going to undergo the heavenly tribulation? Isn't it obvious? Heavens! This is big news. I have to report this to our Lord Hall Master. I have to report this to our Lord Hall Master as well. The people from the 3 palaces and 6 halls began to discuss among themselves when they realized Yuan Haochen had attracted the celestial ascension tribulation. After a brief discussion, 7 figures flew out of the Wandering Saint Palace's estate. These 7 people were from the 3 palaces and 6 halls other than the Wandering Saint Palace and the Great Spirit Palace. They had left the Wandering Saint Palace to inform their respective forces about the Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace triggering the celestial ascension tribulation. It was almost impossible for Yuan Haochen to fail the celestial ascension tribulation that was attracted by Yuan Haochen. In other words, there would be a new eminent celestial in the Wandering Saint Palace in just a few days. This was an earth-shattering matter to the human devil clan. For this reason, they had to return to their respective forces as soon as possible to inform their leaders. Shortly after the 7 people from the 3 palaces and 6 halls left, Shi Nanfeng, the Palace Master of Great Spirit Palace, seemed to have sensed something. His eyes narrowed as he lowered his head and looked at the mansion in front of him. There, a purple figure was leading the 3 women into the air. There was another figure following closely behind them. The young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion, Duan Lingtian. Chapter 2293. Palace Master of Great Spirit Palace. When Shi Nanfeng, the Palace Master of Great Spirit Palace, looked at him, Duan Lingtian noticed it and looked at him. He could clearly see the killing intent in Shi Nanfeng's eyes. Trying to escape? Shi Nanfeng sneered when he saw Duan Lingtian looking at him. He thought that Duan Lingtian was trying to escape. The reason why he thought so was because he had put himself in Duan Lingtian's shoes and tried to guess what was going on in his mind. In his opinion, currently, Duan Lingtian was aware of the situation. He was being targeted by Yuan Haochen, the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace, while Duan Lingtian, the palace master of Great Spirit Palace, was outside the Wandering Saint Palace. Now that Yuan Haochen had attracted the Celestial Ascension Tribulation, he would be able to break through and become an eminent celestial in a few days. Faced with the threat of an eminent celestial, he did not believe Duan Lingtian would dare to stay in the Wandering Saint Palace. For this reason, he thought Duan Lingtian was trying to escape from the Wandering Saint Palace. Go! Duan Lingtian retracted his gaze from Shi Nanfeng and flew into the distance with Ke, Duan Xiling, and Gan Ruyen. Peng Lai heard Duan Lingtian's call and followed closely behind. This direction seems to be the direction of the palace master's residence, right? Following Duan Lingtian, Peng Lai raised his head and saw the tribulation clouds converging in front of him. The residence of the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace was in that direction. Initially, Peng Lai thought his master was going to lead them away from the Wandering Saint Palace. He did not expect his master would lead them to the palace master of the Wandering Saint Palace. For a moment, he was stunned. In fact, he wasn't the only one who was stunned. What is he trying to do? Do you want to send yourself to your death? Shi Nanfeng, the palace master of Great Spirit Palace, initially thought Duan Lingtian would leave the Wandering Saint Palace's estate. However, not only did Duan Lingtian not leave the Wandering Saint Palace's estate, but he was also heading toward the center of the Wandering Saint Palace's estate. It was also the residence of Yuan Haochen, the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace. Huh! That person is Duan Lingtian, the vice palace master of Wandering Saint Palace? At the same time, the rest of the people from the 3 palaces and 6 halls had also discovered Duan Lingtian's group. Vice Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace? He's the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion. Huh! Where was he planning to go? He's heading to the center of the Wandering Saint Palace's estate, right? Even now, he's still not running away. Maybe he doesn't know the way. How is that possible? He's been in the Wandering Saint Palace for 3 years. Even if he spends most of his time cultivating, it's impossible for him to not know the shortest distance from his residence to the Wandering Saint Palace's estate, right? I think so too. Peng Lai and Shi Nanfeng were not the only ones who were confused by Duan Lingtian's actions. Even the rest of the people from the 3 palaces and 6 halls were confused. They had no idea what Duan Lingtian was trying to do. There were a few elders from the Wandering Saint Palace among the people present. When they saw Duan Lingtian heading toward the tribulation clouds in the sky, they could not figure out what Duan Lingtian was trying to do. Isn't the direction he's heading in the direction of the Asgard Master's residence? Is he going to deliver himself to Lord Palace Master so Lord Palace Master can deal with him? Although the same thought had appeared in their minds, they did not believe Duan Lingtian would do such a thing. In that case, why would Duan Lingtian do that? Where was he going? What was he trying to do? It feels like, the closer I get to the place where the tribulation clouds gather, the more agitated the sun force in my Saint Chi becomes. It's as though there's something in the center of the tribulation clouds that's attracting it. Duan Lingtian thought to himself as he led Ke and the other 2 women forward. And during this process, I feel that my comprehension of this world is also gradually increasing. Moreover, it's improving with every passing moment. Although the speed of my improvement isn't fast, my comprehension of heaven and earth is much better than those who have just broken through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage a few years ago. Moreover, the closer I get to the tribulation clouds, the faster my comprehension of heaven and earth is improving. Although it's only a slight improvement, it's still improving. For this reason, Duan Lingtian brought Peng Lai, the 3 women, and Peng Lai to the tribulation clouds. He had a feeling that the tribulation clouds would be helpful to him. Moreover, it would be helpful to him. His current comprehension of heaven and earth was enough to prove this. Based on my current comprehension of heaven and earth, I can activate the Sun Saint energy. With this thought in mind, Duan Lingtian raised his hand slightly. Waves of majestic energy surged out of his hand, causing the air to tremble. As expected, I've become much stronger. Duan Lingtian could clearly see that the Sun Saint energy was not weak at all. The saint power of the sun that he was releasing now seemed to have established a very subtle connection with the heaven and earth. This kind of connection felt very faint, but it did exist. The reason the connection is so faint is probably because my comprehension of heaven and earth is not deep enough. For example, Yuan Haochen, the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace, could easily activate the saint origin in his body and create a strong resonance with heaven and earth. Moreover, his saint origin is very powerful. Duan Lingtian could still vividly remember what happened 3 years ago. He had used all his strength to wield his sword, but Yuan Haochen had casually blocked it. Yuan Haochen held it in his hand as though he was playing with a toy. Subsequently, Yuan Haochen had deflected his sword with just a flick of his finger. The strength contained in the sword was not to be underestimated. It shocked Duan Lingtian. At that time, he could sense how terrifying a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage who had comprehended heaven and earth was. At that time, Yuan Haochen's comprehension of heaven and earth had reached its limit. Otherwise, he would not have been able to attract the Celestial Ascension Tribulation in just 3 years. Although one would need an opportunity to attract the Celestial Ascension Tribulation, one would need an opportunity. However, one would not be able to obtain that opportunity unless one had comprehended heaven and earth to a certain extent. It's only a short journey from my mansion to here, but my comprehension of heaven and earth has already reached such a high level. Duan Lingtian could not help but feel excited when he sensed the connection between his Sun Saint origin and heaven and earth. Duan Lingtian was so focused on comprehending the connection between his Sun Saint origin and heaven and earth that he did not even glance at Shi Nanfeng, the palace master of Great Spirit Palace. He knew Shi Nanfeng would not dare to make a move as long as he was in the Wandering Saint Palace's estate. This was especially true when Yuan Haochen, the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace, was about to break through and become an eminent celestial. Shi Nanfeng would not dare to make a move. Duan Lingtian had a thorough understanding of the current situation. As long as he did not leave the Wandering Saint Palace's estate, Shi Nanfeng would not dare to make a move on him. As for Yuan Haochen, the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace, although Duan Lingtian was wary of him, he still wanted to find out what was attracting the Sun Saint origin at the place where the tribulation clouds gathered. Duan Lingtian had a strong feeling in his heart. He would definitely not return empty-handed this time. The Sun Saint origin comes from Huolao. It's a force from the Devata realm. It's superior to all forces in the mundane realms. Moreover, it'll continue to improve as my cultivation base improves. Now that Yuan Haochen has attracted the Celestial Ascension Tribulation, there seems to be something attracting the Sun Saint origin at the place where the tribulation clouds gather. The closer I get to the place where the tribulation clouds gather, the more agitated the Sun Saint origin becomes. Even my comprehension of heaven and earth is improving. Based on the current situation, it's beneficial for me. Duan Lingtian weighed the pros and cons as he made his way forward. Should he continue taking the risk? Or should he turn back and retreat? He was not the kind of person who would throw his life away. After all, he still had his wife and daughter by his side. He would not harm them. What are you trying to do? Not only are you not leaving the Wandering Saint Palace's estate, but you're also heading toward the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace. If you want to die, don't drag Ke and Si Ling down with you. Gan Ruyen had been holding back for a long time. However, when she saw Duan Ling Tian was still heading toward the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace, she could no longer hold back her anger. Sister, I believe Brother Tian has his reasons for doing this. Don't worry. Ke comforted Gan Ru Yen when she saw Duan Lingtian's reaction. Based on her words, it was clear she trusted Duan Ling Tian. That's right, Auntie. Father won't harm us. Duan Si Ling nodded and said to Gan Ru Yen. Gan Ru Yen felt helpless when she saw this. She was at a loss for words. After glancing at Gan Ru Yen indifferently, Duan Ling Tian ignored her and continued walking. With my current strength, if I don't use the Devil Seal tablet, I'm definitely no match for Shi Nan Feng and Yuan Hao Chen. However, if I use the Devil Seal tablet, I might be able to kill them, but there's also a possibility that I won't be able to kill them. After all, Yuan Hao Chen, the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace, isn't an eminent celestial yet. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself, if I can't kill them, there's no difference between retreating or continuing on. If the Devil Seal tablet can kill Shi Nan Feng, it'll definitely be able to kill Yuan Hao Chen as well. If it can't, it'll be a waste of time. If that's the case, why don't I follow the Sun Force and continue to head to the place where the tribulation clouds of the Celestial Ascension Tribulation gather? Perhaps, there's a fortuitous encounter waiting for me there? Chapter 2294. For Duan Ling Tian, there was no need to worry. It made no difference whether he left the Wandering Saint Palace's estate or headed to the residence of the Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace. If he left the Wandering Saint Palace's estate, he would have to face a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. If he headed to the residence of the Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace, he would have to face a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Under such circumstances, it was only natural for him to choose the Sun Force. At least until now, he had followed the Sun Force's choice and walked toward the place where the tribulation clouds of the Immortal Ascension Tribulation gathered. There were only benefits and no disadvantages. Since the Celestial Ascension Tribulation is attracted by Yuan Hao Chen, the Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace, the place where the tribulation clouds gather should be where he's at. As for him, he should be in the mansion that he usually lives in. This direction is indeed the direction of his residence. Although Duan Ling Tian did not say anything along the way, he had already begun to think about it. Even if Yuan Hao Chen succeeds in passing the Celestial Ascension Tribulation, it'll take him a few days. After all, the Celestial Ascension Tribulation is different from ordinary heavenly tribulations. There are 81 bolts of tribulation lightning. Only by blocking the 81 bolts of lightning and surviving would one be considered to have passed the Celestial Ascension Tribulation. At that time, one saint origin energy would be born in one's body. At that time, one would be considered an eminent celestial. Before he passes the Celestial Ascension Tribulation, he'll only be a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage like Shi Nan Feng, the Palace Master of Great Spirit Palace. When Duan Ling Tian thought of this, he sped up again with the 3 women in tow. Peng Lai followed closely behind. Shi Nan Feng, the Palace Master of Great Spirit Palace, followed closely behind. Apart from Shi Nan Feng, there were also people from the 3 palaces and 6 halls following behind them. Naturally, there were also a few elders from the Wandering Saint Palace. These elders were sent by Yun Fuyi, the Vice Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace, to keep an eye on Duan Ling Tian. Now that Duan Ling Tian had left his residence, they had no choice but to follow him. With Duan Ling Tian and the others in the lead, the group made their way to the residence of the Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace like a swarm of bees swarming to a pond of flowers. My comprehension of heaven and earth is still improving. Moreover, it's getting faster and faster. As Duan Ling Tian drew closer to the residence of the Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace, he could clearly sense this. I can't wait. Because of this, he became more curious and expectant about the thing that attracted the sun's energy. Duan Ling Tian and the others were making their way to the residence of the Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace. Apart from the Wandering Saint Palace and the Great Spirit Palace, the other 3 palaces and 6 halls in the Human Devil clan had also received news that the Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace had attracted the Celestial Ascension Tribulation and was about to become an eminent celestial. Crimson Blaze Palace. Yuan Haochen attracted the Celestial Ascension Tribulation. Wu Tianjin, the Vice Palace Master of Crimson Blaze Palace, was shocked when he heard the news from an elder who had just returned to the Crimson Blaze Palace. Yuan Haochen, the Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace, was widely acknowledged as the person whose strength was closest to the patriarch of the Human Devil clan. However, he had attracted the Celestial Ascension Tribulation. Based on the tradition of the Wandering Saint Palace, the Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace has never failed the Celestial Ascension Tribulation. In other words, to Yuan Haochen, the Celestial Ascension Tribulation is just a small matter. He'll be able to become an eminent celestial in just a few days. Wu Tianjin could not help but gasp when he thought of this. He immediately went to look for the Palace Master of Crimson Blaze Palace. This was no small matter. It was something that would shake the entire Crimson Blaze Palace and the entire Human Devil clan. Azure Sheen Hall. The Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace is going to undergo the Celestial Ascension Tribulation? My goodness! Is there going to be a second eminent celestial in the Human Devil clan? I heard the tribulation clouds are gathering above the Wandering Saint Palace's estate. I have to go and see what's going on. Even if I can't enter the Wandering Saint Palace's estate, I want to watch it from afar. I want to go as well. I've never seen the tribulation clouds of the Celestial Ascension Tribulation before. Azure Sheen Hall. When news of Yuan Haochen, the Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace, spread, everyone was in an uproar. A group of people even left the Azure Sheen Hall and headed to the Wandering Saint Palace's estate to watch the show. Apart from the Crimson Blaze Palace and Azure Sheen Hall, even the other 5 halls of the 3 palaces and 6 halls reacted similarly when they heard about Yuan Haochen, the Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace, attracting the Celestial Ascension Tribulation. When the people from the 3 palaces and 6 halls made their way to the Wandering Saint Palace's estate, many people in the Human Devil Saint City were alerted. Soon after, news of the Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace attracting the Celestial Ascension Tribulation spread throughout the Human Devil Saint City. In the next few days, we'll have a second eminent celestial in the Human Devil clan. This is a joyous occasion for the Human Devil clan. It's indeed great news. With such an eminent celestial in the Wandering Saint Palace, the Wandering Saint Palace will become the leader of the 3 palaces and 6 halls in the Human Devil clan. The entire Human Devil Saint City was in an uproar. Apart from the people from the 3 palaces and 6 halls, everyone else was happy about the Wandering Saint Palace having an eminent celestial. After all, now that the Human Devil clan had a second eminent celestial, the Human Devil clan status in the Devil clans would be elevated. As a member of the Human Devil clan, how could they not be happy? Whoosh! 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 In an inconspicuous and dilapidated mansion in the northeastern corner of the Human Devil Saint City, the sound of a gust of wind could be heard. When the wind blew, a figure appeared in the front yard of the dilapidated mansion. It was as if he had appeared out of thin air. It was a well-built middle-aged man dressed in a green robe. He had thick eyebrows and big eyes. His appearance was ordinary, and his expression was calm. It was impossible to tell if he was happy or angry. Thud. 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 After taking a few steps, the middle-aged man entered the dilapidated mansion and arrived in front of a room. The door of the room was covered in spider webs. It was obvious no one had opened the door for a long time. However, at this moment, the middle-aged man bowed respectfully to the cobweb-covered door as if there was someone he respected behind the door. Master, Yuan Haochen, the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace, has successfully attracted the celestial ascension tribulation. He'll become an eminent celestial in a few days at most. The middle-aged man said respectfully. From the beginning until the end, he had been very polite. Based on his words, it was not difficult to understand why he was so polite. After all, the person behind the door was his master. The leaders of the Human Devil clan's 3 palaces and 6 halls were not present. If they were present, they would be shocked to see the middle-aged man acting like this. This was because, the middle-aged man was none other than the patriarch of the Human Devil clan, an eminent celestial. Whoosh! 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 As soon as the middle-aged man, the patriarch of the Human Devil clan, finished speaking, the sound of wind whistling in the air rang in the air. Following that, a grey fog gushed out of the crack of the door in front of the patriarch of the Human Devil clan, which was covered with cobwebs. During this process, all the spider webs outside the door were swept away. After the grey fog left the door, it hovered near the patriarch of the Human Devil clan. Then, it began to gather and gradually transformed into a human figure. In just a blink of an eye, the grey fog had transformed into an old man dressed in grey. The old man had white hair and eyebrows. His face was wrinkled, and he held an old walking stick in his hand. He looked extremely ordinary. However, based on the mysterious technique the old man had used earlier, one could tell he was not an ordinary person. Most importantly, the patriarch of the Human Devil clan had addressed him as master. What a joke! Why would the patriarch of the Human Devil clan address an ordinary old man as master? Yuan Haochen? You're the descendant of the old fart from the Wandering Saint Palace, Yuan Dongxing? The old man's cloudy eyes suddenly lit up as he looked at the green-clad middle-aged man. The old man's voice was so hoarse that it sent chills down one's spine. Yes. The green-clad middle-aged man, the patriarch of the Human Devil clan, immediately nodded in response to the old man's question. Naturally, he knew who Yuan Dongxing was. Yuan Dongxing was an elder from the Wandering Saint Palace 5,000 years ago. 5,000 years ago, as an elder of the Wandering Saint Palace, Yuan Dongxing was already at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. After breaking through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, he attracted the Celestial Ascension Tribulation. Unfortunately, he was not the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace, so he did not have the means to overcome the Celestial Ascension Tribulation. Most people in the Human Devil clan thought Yuan Dongxing was dead. He had died after failing the Celestial Ascension Tribulation. However, if he had died at that time, would the mysterious grey-clad old man, the master of the current patriarch of the Human Devil clan, have called him an old fart? Yes. The grey-clad old man nodded when he heard the patriarch of the Human Devil clan's confirmation. Not bad. You're much better than that old fart Yuan Dongxing. I've been waiting for this day for a long time. Now that there's a second eminent celestial in the Human Devil clan, it's time for me to leave, the grey-clad old man said. The grey-clothed old man continued. There was a sense of relief in his tone. Master, are you really leaving? Chapter 2295. 1,000 years have passed in just a blink of an eye. My 4th heavenly tribulation is coming soon. I'm not confident I'll be able to overcome the heavenly tribulation if I continue to stay here. The grey-clad old man sighed when he saw the patriarch of the Human Devil clan's reluctance. This time, the little fellow from the Wandering Saint Palace has attracted the Celestial Ascension Tribulation and is about to become an eminent celestial. This is a great opportunity for me. With both of you guarding the Human Devil clan, I can leave with peace of mind. The grey-clad old man had addressed the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace as a little fellow. After all, Yuan Haochen, the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace, was about to become an eminent celestial. How could the grey-clad old man address him as a little fellow? It was only because no one else was here. Otherwise, their hearts would have jumped out of their chests when they heard the grey-clad old man's words. However, the patriarch of the Human Devil clan did not react when he heard the grey-clad old man address the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace as a little fellow. It was as though it was only natural for the grey-clad old man to address the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace as a little fellow. Counting the time. Master, your fourth heavenly tribulation is indeed coming soon. The patriarch of the Human Devil clan nodded. The reluctance on his face intensified. After a long while, he asked, Master, when do you plan to leave? I'll leave after the little fellow passes the heavenly tribulation and becomes an eminent celestial, the grey-clad old man replied. The patriarch nodded. All right. The patriarch nodded. Since that's the case, I'll accompany you when he's done with his tribulation, Master. Let's go now. The tribulation clouds have been gathering for some time now. The first bolt of lightning will strike in half an hour at most. Speaking of which, it has been a long time since I've seen the Wandering Saint Palace's technique to overcome the heavenly tribulation. As soon as the old man finished speaking, his entire body moved again, and then he turned into a cloud of grey mist that soared into the sky like a grey cloud breaking through the sky. The grey mist was flying toward the Wandering Saint Palace's estate. Swoosh! Almost as soon as the old man turned into a cloud of grey mist, the patriarch of the Human Devil clan followed closely behind him. Master, I've heard about the Wandering Saint Palace's inherited heavenly tribulation technique. However, it said that only the palace master of the Wandering Saint Palace can use it, right? The patriarch of the Human Devil clan asked respectfully as he looked at the grey fog in front of him. Yes. It was none other than the master of the patriarch of the Human Devil clan, the grey-clad old man from before. The Wandering Saint Palace's heavenly tribulation transcendence technique can only be used once in a while. For this reason, only the palace masters of Wandering Saint Palace have the opportunity to use this technique. Based on the grey-clad old man's words, it was clear he knew the technique passed down in the Wandering Saint Palace. I see. The patriarch of the Human Devil clan finally understood what was going on. He continued to follow his master to the Wandering Saint Palace's estate. Whoosh! Soon after, the grey-clad old man arrived above the Wandering Saint Palace's estate. To be more precise, he arrived above the residence of Xiaofan, the palace master of the Wandering Saint Palace. The sky ahead was filled with dark clouds. 5-colored auspicious clouds were blooming in the sky, emitting dazzling rays of light. Under these colorful auspicious clouds, dark clouds covered the sky. Countless bolts of purple lightning intertwined within them, and they looked like tiny purple snakes that were slithering and rolling about. The dark clouds that had gathered together were none other than tribulation clouds. It was the tribulation clouds of the celestial ascension tribulation. Whoosh! A gust of wind blew past, and the grey mist transformed into a figure in just a blink of an eye. The grey-clad old man had reappeared. At the same time, the patriarch of the Human Devil clan arrived as well. He stood respectfully beside the grey-clad old man as they watched the changing scenery in front of them. Beneath the 5-colored auspicious clouds was a tribulation cloud that was filled with purple lightning bolts. Beneath the tribulation cloud was a spacious residence. It was the residence of Xiaofan, the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace. It was also where he cultivated. At this moment, the surroundings of Xiaofan, the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace, were not peaceful at all. The commotion had been going on for a long time. Due to this reason, more and more elders and disciples from all over the Wandering Saint Palace had gathered. In the end, it was like a bustling city. It hasn't started yet? The tribulation clouds from the celestial ascension tribulation are still gathering. When will it end? I can't wait to see the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace show off his might and easily pass the celestial ascension tribulation. Me too. Most of the elders and disciples from Wandering Saint Palace had come for the Celestial Ascension Tribulation. All of them wanted to see Lord Palace Master overcome the Celestial Ascension Tribulation. One had to know that such a scene was not something that could be seen all the time. I've read about the Celestial Ascension Tribulation in an ancient book. It said that it takes about an hour for the tribulation clouds to gather. About an hour? That's still early. It's only been about half an hour. In other words, the Celestial Ascension Tribulation will take form in half an hour? That's right. Many of the elders and disciples from Wandering Saint Palace were knowledgeable, so they knew a thing or two about the Celestial Ascension Tribulation. When they realized the Celestial Ascension Tribulation would take form in half an hour, the elders and disciples from Wandering Saint Palace were excited. Their faces were filled with anticipation. In the front courtyard of the residence, Yuan Haochen, the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace, stood there expressionlessly. Not far from him, his eldest direct disciple, Yun Fuyi, the vice palace master of Wandering Saint Palace, was reporting to him about Duan Ling Tian, the new vice palace master of Wandering Saint Palace. The young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion. After learning about Duan Lingtian's true identity, Yuan Haochen could no longer remain calm. A slight frown appeared on his face. It was apparent he was surprised as well. Where's he now? Yuan Haochen asked as he looked at Yun Fuyi. He's cultivating in his residence and hasn't come out of closed-door cultivation. Even if he comes out of closed-door cultivation, there's nowhere for him to go. If he's in the Wandering Saint Palace's estate, you'll be able to suppress him. However, if he leaves the Wandering Saint Palace's estate, he won't be able to escape from Palace Master Shi from Great Spirit Palace. Yun Fuyi said. All right. Yuan Haochen nodded before he said, I'll deal with him after I'm done with the Celestial Ascension Tribulation. I have to start preparing now. In 15 minutes, the Celestial Ascension Tribulation will take form and the first bolt of lightning will descend. As soon as Yuan Haochen finished speaking, he did not wait for Yun Fuyi's reply before he rose into the air and hovered in the air above his residence. Above him, the tribulation clouds shrouded the land as though they were about to blot out the sun. At the same time, numerous tribulation clouds continued to converge from all directions outside the tribulation clouds that filled the sky. As the tribulation clouds gathered, the tribulation clouds above Yuan Haochen's head deepened. They seemed to have become stronger and stronger in an instant. The violet bolts of lightning that surged within the tribulation clouds were ceaselessly increasing in number. Later on, these lightning bolts that looked like small purple snakes also became much thicker in size. Boom! 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 As the tribulation clouds gathered, the sound of thunder continued to ring in the sky. Eldest senior brother, is Master going to undergo the Celestial Ascension Tribulation? The commotion outside finally woke Huang Wenjing up from her closed-door cultivation. She immediately left her cultivation and went to the front yard of the residence to stand next to Yun Fuyi. At this moment, Yun Fuyi was looking at the sky. A figure hovered in the sky like a god. The tribulation clouds in the sky seemed to be centered around him. Little junior sister. When Yun Fuyi heard Huang Wenjing's familiar voice, he immediately regained his senses. He looked at Huang Wenjing and said with a faint smile on his face, "That's right. Master has finally undergone the Celestial Ascension Tribulation. In just a few days, we'll have an eminent celestial in the Wandering Saint Palace. Moreover, our human devil clan will have a second eminent celestial." When Yun Fuyi reached the end of his sentence, he could not help but sound excited. After all, the eminent celestial in the Wandering Saint Palace was his master. Master. When Huang Wenjing heard Yun Fuyi's words, she immediately looked at the figure hovering in the sky. Apart from admiration, there was also a hint of joy in her eyes. Her master was going to become an eminent celestial soon. As Yun Wenhaochen's last disciple, Huang Wenjing, naturally, knew how long her master had been waiting for this day. And now, the day that her master had waited for had finally come, and her wish had come true. As his last disciple, she was, naturally, happy for her master. Master is going to undergo the celestial ascension tribulation soon. In other words, when Master becomes an eminent celestial in a few days, he'll finally come to an end? While Huang Wenjing was happy for her master, she couldn't help but think of a purple figure. Once this figure appeared, it was impossible to get rid of it. It was like a gangrene attached to the bone. All of a sudden, Duan Ling Tian. Yun Fu Ye's voice rang in Huang Wenjing's ears again. Chapter 2296. Duan Ling Tian. Yun Fu Yi shouted angrily as he looked into the distance. Huang Wenjing followed his gaze and looked in the direction he was looking at. In the blink of an eye, the purple figure that appeared in Huang Wenjing's mind overlapped perfectly with the figure that was leading the group in the distance. Why is he here? The moment she saw this figure, Huang Wenjing panicked. Doesn't he know that coming here now is very dangerous? Huang Wenjing could not figure out why this man would come here. Did he not know his identity had been exposed? Did he not know her master would kill him? Duan Ling Tian? Yun Fu Ye's voice was so loud that many elders from the Wandering Saint Palace who were hovering in the air outside the mansion heard his words. They immediately turned to look at the group of people who had just arrived. Everyone's attention was on the purple-clad young man in the lead. He's the new Vice Palace Master, Duan Ling Tian, who joined our Wandering Saint Palace 3 years ago. It's him. I've seen his portrait before. Of course, it wasn't drawn after he became the Vice Palace Master of the Wandering Saint Palace. It was drawn many years ago. At that time, he wasn't the Vice Palace Master of the Wandering Saint Palace. He was the young mansion master of the Azure Cloud Mansion. Duan Ling Tian, the young mansion master of the Azure Cloud Mansion. I've heard of him before. I didn't expect him to be at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage in such a short time. That's right. It's said that it has only been 10 years since he left the Debussy subterranean for the upper province. However, he's already a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage from a martial cultivator who hasn't even broken through to the 1st form of the Saint Celestial stage. I wonder what kind of fortuitous encounter he had in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Or perhaps, the cultivation environment and resources in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land can allow one's cultivation base to improve so much in such a short time? Impossible. No matter how good the cultivation environment and resources in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land are, it's impossible for someone to improve so much in just 10 years. He must have gotten some other fortuitous encounter. Even so, the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land is still a good place. After all, there's a fortuitous encounter there that allows a person to obtain such a powerful cultivation base in just 10 years. Indeed. When the group of elders and disciples from the Wandering Saint Palace looked at Duan Ling Tian, they could not help but discuss among themselves. The topic of their conversation gradually shifted to the strength that Duan Ling Tian had raised in the past 10 years. Almost all of them were certain that Duan Ling Tian had obtained a great fortuitous encounter in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. For this reason, the elders and disciples of the Wandering Saint Palace were looking forward to the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Based on the current progress, it won't be long before the interrealm transportation formation is completed. That's right. Once the interrealm transportation formation is completed, the Human Devil Clan will be able to invade the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land along with the Devil Clans and occupy the rich resources there. Who knows, we might be lucky enough to encounter something similar to Duan Ling Tian's fortuitous encounter. I can't wait. The group of elders and disciples from the Wandering Saint Palace discussed among themselves. Duan Ling Tian brought Duan Si Ling, and gone Ru Yen to the sky above the residence of the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace. When Duan Ling Tian came to a halt, Peng Lai who was following behind him did the same as well. Shi Nan Feng, the palace master of Great Spirit Palace, the people from the 3 palaces and 6 halls, and a few elders from the Wandering Saint Palace also came to a halt when they saw Duan Ling Tian. At the same time, all of them looked at Duan Ling Tian. Up until now, they still did not know what Duan Ling Tian was trying to do or why he had come here. After all, this was the residence of Yuan Haochen, the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace. Moreover, Yuan Haochen was about to become an eminent celestial. Was he not seeking death by coming here? At this moment, it was not only the group of people who thought Duan Ling Tian was seeking death. Even the group of elders and disciples from the Wandering Saint Palace felt that Duan Ling Tian was seeking death. Brother Ling Tian, why are you here? It's dangerous here. Leave as far as you can. A familiar voice suddenly rang in Duan Ling Tian's ears. Duan Ling Tian didn't have to turn around to be able to discern that this was Huang Qiling's voice. Huang Qiling was the first person he met in the Wandering Saint Palace. He was also the son of one of the vice palace masters of Wandering Saint Palace. Duan Ling Tian had only learned that Huang Qiling was the son of one of the vice palace masters of Wandering Saint Palace after he joined the Wandering Saint Palace 3 years ago. Although Duan Ling Tian knew Huang Qiling's identity in the Wandering Saint Palace was not simple, he did not know Huang Qiling's background. It's dangerous here? Duan Ling Tian shook his head when he heard Huang Qiling's voice transmission. He replied through voice transmission, I know you mean well, but don't you think Shi Nan Feng, the palace master of Great Spirit Palace, will hunt me down if I leave the Wandering Saint Palace's estate now? After all, Palace Master Yuan hasn't passed the heavenly tribulation and become an eminent celestial. To me, there's no difference between him and Shi Nan Feng. If I leave the Wandering Saint Palace's estate now, Shi Nan Feng will hunt me down. If I stay here, Shi Nan Feng won't make a move. Who knows, I might be able to live for a few more days after Palace Master Yuan passes the heavenly tribulation. Huang Qiling was speechless when he heard Duan Ling Tian's words. Duan Ling Tian's words made sense. Is there really no other way? Huang Qiling muttered to himself with a frown on his face. Actually, I'm curious. You should know I'm a human, the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion. If that's the case, why are you still concerned about me as the son of one of the vice palace masters of Wandering Saint Palace? While Huang Qiling was frowning, Duan Ling Tian's voice transmission entered his ears in a timely manner. Faced with this question, Huang Qiling did not hesitate at all as he replied through voice transmission, Brother Ling Tian, I want to befriend you because of you as a person, not because of your identity and origin. It doesn't matter if you're a human devil or a human, you're still my friend. Moreover, compared to a human devil, I think humans are my own kind. Unfortunately, I'm useless and can't help you at all. A hint of helplessness could be heard in Huang Qiling's voice when he spoke. Huang Qiling's words had touched Duan Ling Tian's heart to a certain extent. He felt as though he had not made friends with Huang Qiling in vain. You. What are you doing here? Are you seeking death? All of a sudden, a familiar voice entered Duan Ling Tian's ears. He immediately lowered his head to look at the front courtyard of the mansion in front of him. There was a familiar figure standing in front of him. Huang Wenjing. With just a glance, Duan Ling Tian recognized the figure. It was none other than Huang Wenjing, the last disciple of the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace. She was also the strongest person among the younger generation in Wandering Saint Palace and the most beautiful woman in the Human Devil clan. Duan Ling Tian could hear the voice. The voice transmission earlier had come from Huang Wenjing. Huang Wenjing must have found out about my true identity. However, based on her tone, it seems like she's concerned about me rather than hostile. Based on Huang Wenjing's voice transmission earlier, Duan Ling Tian could tell she was genuinely concerned about him. Sigh. Duan Ling Tian sighed inwardly when he figured out the reason behind Huang Wenjing's concern. He pretended not to hear her voice transmission and ignored her. The person next to her must be Yun Fuyi, one of the vice palace masters of Wandering Saint Palace. When Duan Ling Tian sensed the hostility from the person next to Huang Wenjing and saw the person was a young man in the mansion of the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace, he could roughly guess the person's identity. Yun Fuyi was the first direct disciple of the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace. He was also the first vice palace master of Wandering Saint Palace before Duan Ling Tian joined Wandering Saint Palace. I feel like the Sun Saint energy in my Saint origin is about to go out of control. After Duan Ling Tian looked away from Yun Fuyi, he shifted his gaze to the place where the tribulation clouds gathered. It was the center of the tribulation clouds. The thing that was attracting the Sun Saint energy in his body was also there. I wonder what's in there. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian was filled with curiosity and anticipation. Along the way, my understanding of this world has risen to another level. It's completely different from before. After realizing this, Duan Ling Tian became even more certain. The thing behind the tribulation clouds that was attracting the Sun Saint energy in his body was not simple. Yuan Haochen. At the same time, Duan Ling Tian also saw Yuan Haochen, the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace. Duan Ling Tian was still wary of Duan Ling Tian who had casually blocked his attack 3 years ago. At this moment, Yuan Haochen was staring at the tribulation clouds in the sky as Saint Origin surged out of his body and emitted a powerful aura. After his Saint Origin surged out of his body, it resonated strongly with heaven and earth. Based on this, one could see that Duan Ling Tian was extremely powerful. Yuan Haochen's comprehension of heaven and earth had reached an extremely high level. However, not only did Yuan Haochen not look at Duan Ling Tian, but he did not even use his divine consciousness on Duan Ling Tian. It was obvious Yuan Haochen's attention was focused on the tribulation clouds in the sky. It was as though the tribulation clouds from the celestial ascension tribulation were the only things in his world. Chapter 2297. As soon as Duan Ling Tian arrived, he became the center of attention. He even overshadowed Yuan Haochen, the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace who was about to undergo his celestial ascension tribulation. Duan Ling Tian was the vice palace master of Wandering Saint Palace. If he only had this identity, he would not have become the center of attention. The reason why he could become the focus of attention was more because of his other identity. He was the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion. Moreover, the Azure Cloud Mansion was a human force. With such a sensitive identity, it was difficult for him not to become the center of attention. I remember. When Duan Ling Tian came to the Wandering Saint Palace 3 years ago, he brought a little girl with him. They're twins. A disciple from the Wandering Saint Palace suddenly recalled this. It must be the girl next to him. There are 2 other girls as well. These 2 girls look identical. They must be twins. Duan Ling Tian is really lucky to have a pair of twins with different temperaments. That's not the point. The point is, the 3 girls next to him must be humans as well. The elders and disciples from the Wandering Saint Palace discussed among themselves as they shifted their attention to the 3 girls next to Duan Ling Tian. The 3 girls had come to the Wandering Saint Palace with Duan Ling Tian 3 years ago, so it was not difficult for them to figure out who they were. Just like Duan Ling Tian, the 3 girls were humans. Peng Lai, you're really foolish. Peng Lai, who was following behind Duan Ling Tian, suddenly heard a voice transmission. Peng Lai was familiar with this voice. It came from one of his best friends in the Wandering Saint Palace, an elder from the Wandering Saint Palace. What's wrong with you? Duan Ling Tian is a human. He's the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion. Based on the current situation, it's impossible for him to leave the Wandering Saint Palace alive. Can't you see that? If you continue to follow him, won't you be seeking death? The elder from the Wandering Saint Palace was clearly very concerned about Peng Lai. His voice was filled with anxiety as he spoke. When Peng Lai heard the voice transmission from the elder of the Wandering Saint Palace, he felt warmth in his heart. It wasn't that he didn't want to leave Duan Lingtian, but that he couldn't leave. With the restriction of the lightning punishment oath, if he left directly, he would be considered to have betrayed Duan Lingtian, and he would immediately be killed by the lightning punishment. If he followed Duan Lingtian, he might die, but he would definitely die a slower death. In the end, he did not have the courage to face the lightning punishment. In addition, there was also a very strong desire in the depths of his heart. Although even he himself felt that it was not realistic, he could not help but desire. It longed for its master to create a miracle. After all, his master was not an ordinary person. He could even help people improve the grade of their innate spiritual roots. In his opinion, this was already the work of an immortal. Suddenly. Whoosh! 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 The sound of wind whistling rang in the air as figures appeared from all directions. In just a blink of an eye, they arrived near the residence of the Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace. Lord Palace Master. A sturdy and tall figure was the first to appear near Shi Feng, the Palace Master of Great Spirit Palace. He bowed respectfully at Shi Feng. It was a young man wearing a blue robe. Although the blue robe was spacious, it seemed to become a tight fit on his body, showing off the contours of his muscles from head to toe. When he bowed at Shi Feng, a hint of respect could be seen on his face. Yuanba, you're here. Shi Feng nodded at the blue-clad man. It was obvious he thought highly of the blue-clad man. It's Xing Yuanba. The Vice Palace Master of Great Spirit Palace, the strongest person below the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage in the Human Devil clan. Soon after, the group of elders and disciples from Wandering Saint Palace recognized the blue-clad man. He was the Vice Palace Master of Great Spirit Palace, one of the 3 palaces and 6 halls in the Human Devil clan. He was also widely acknowledged as the strongest person below the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage in the Human Devil clan. The people from Azure Sheen Hall are here as well. That's Gongsun Jin, the Vice Palace Master of Azure Sheen Hall. The people from Crimson Blaze Palace are here as well. That's Wu Tianjin, the Vice Palace Master of Crimson Blaze Palace. The group of people from Wandering Saint Palace soon discovered that the Vice Palace Masters of Great Spirit Palace were here as well. Apart from the 7 leaders of the 1 palace and 6 halls, all the high-ranking officials from the 3 palaces and 6 halls had gathered. The Palace Master of Crimson Blaze Palace and the Hall Masters of the other 6 halls aren't here? Some of the disciples from Wandering Saint Palace were puzzled. Perhaps they're held up by something, someone said. Even if they're held up by something, how can all 7 of them be held up by something at the same time? Many people voiced their doubts. He. Don't forget that although it's a good thing that there's a second eminent celestial in the Human Devil clan, this eminent celestial is from the Wandering Saint Palace. One of the elders from Wandering Saint Palace chuckled. It's a good thing that there's an eminent celestial in the Wandering Saint Palace, but it might not be a good thing for the other 3 palaces and 6 halls. I think the palace masters and hall masters of the 3 palaces and 6 halls are gathered somewhere, discussing how to deal with the Wandering Saint Palace's rise to power. Many of the elders and disciples from Wandering Saint Palace agreed with the elders' words. They thought about it carefully and realized it was indeed the case. The 3 palaces and 6 halls had always been competitors and had always maintained a balance. However, now that there was an eminent celestial in the Wandering Saint Palace, how could the other 3 palaces and 6 halls not be anxious? The Palace Master of Great Spirit Palace is really magnanimous. He came here personally, a disciple from Wandering Saint Palace who had just come out of closed-door cultivation said. Many of the elders and disciples from Wandering Saint Palace laughed, and they heard the words of the Wandering Saint Palace's disciple. One of the disciples from Wandering Saint Palace tried to hold back his laughter as he asked, "You don't tell me you think the Palace Master of Great Spirit Palace is here because our Palace Master is about to undergo the heavenly tribulation and become an eminent celestial? Is that not the case?" "Of course not. The Palace Master of Great Spirit Palace came to our Wandering Saint Palace a year ago and has never left. His target is none other than our Vice Palace Master, Duan Lingtian. The young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion? That's him. I'm sure you've heard about the enmity between the Palace Master of Great Spirit Palace and the Azure Cloud Mansion, so I won't say much about it." "I see. So that's how it is." At the same time, the high-ranking officials from the 3 palaces and 6 halls who had just arrived turned to look at Duan Lingtian in unison. As soon as the high-ranking officials from the 3 palaces and 6 halls shifted their attention to Duan Lingtian, boom! An earth-shattering boom suddenly exploded, deafening everyone's ears. At the same time, a shockwave that seemed to cross the sky swept down from the sky. Accompanying it was an incomparably powerful aura that caused the hearts of everyone present to palpitate. The celestial ascension tribulation is here. In an instant, the same thought appeared in the minds of everyone present. Everyone who was looking at Duan Lingtian shifted their attention to the sky above Yuan Haochen, the Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace. The tribulation clouds were so dense that they seemed to be able to blot out the sun. Not only did the tribulation clouds cover the vast residence of Yuan Haochen, the Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace, but it also covered a large area in the surroundings. It was dark and gloomy. Naturally, there were still some rays of light that refracted from afar, so it did not obstruct their vision. Boom! 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 The thunderous roar continued, and one could clearly see bolts of purple lightning shuttling through the countless tribulation clouds like small snakes. Moreover, one could vaguely see some small 5-colored snakes among these small purple snakes. Naturally, the 5-colored snakes were inconspicuous compared to the purple snakes. Those who had not reached a certain cultivation base would not be able to notice them at all. The earth-shattering sound of thunder earlier must be a sign that the celestial ascension tribulation is complete. Duan Lingtian knew a thing or two about the celestial ascension tribulation. At this moment, Duan Lingtian thought to himself. At the same time, he seemed to have noticed something, and his expression changed drastically. This is bad. At this moment, Duan Lingtian discovered that the sun force in his saint origin was becoming more and more restless. He felt as though he could no longer suppress it. Moreover, the restlessness was still going on. Forget it. Just let it be. It just so happens that I also want to see what is attracting it and what it wants to do. With this thought in mind, Duan Lingtian, who already found it difficult to withstand the sun force, no longer tried to resist it. He allowed the sun force to escape his body. Almost at the same time, Duan Lingtian removed all the defensive lines. Swoosh! 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 The sun force in Duan Lingtian's saint origin left his saint origin and turned into a golden flame that surged out of his body. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's body seemed to be spitting fire. Golden flames gushed out from every pore on his body. Only his hair, eyebrows, and robes were not burned. At first glance, this scene was extremely strange. Father! Duan Xiling was the first to notice the change in Duan Lingtian's body. She was so shocked that she covered her mouth with both hands. Her big eyes were filled with surprise. Brother Tian? Kerr also noticed the change in Duan Lingtian's body. Although Duan Lingtian's body was spitting fire, Kerr, who was standing close to him, did not feel any heat at all. At the same time, Ganru Yen was also attracted by the change in Duan Lingtian's body. Boom! The flames on Duan Lingtian's body left Duan Lingtian's body and turned into a ball of golden flame that shot up into the sky. It shot toward the center of the celestial ascension tribulation where the tribulation clouds gathered. That's Chapter 2298. Due to Duan Lingtian's confidence, Feng Tianwu did not hold back at all when she attacked. She went all out as soon as she made her move. This was her trust in Duan Lingtian. It was also her declaration to the others. She did not hold back, and there was no need for her to hold back. I can't believe Tian Wu's strength has increased to such a level. Duan Lingtian was shocked when he saw the strength Feng Tianwu displayed. Although he knew Feng Tianwu was very powerful, he did not expect her to be this powerful. If he had not broken through to the Paramount Saint Rudiment stage, he might not be a match for Tian Wu even if he used all of his techniques. Whoosh! 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 After witnessing Feng Tianwu's strength, Duan Lingtian knew what was going on. With just a thought, the area within a 100-meter radius around him instantly turned into a sea of swords. Tens of thousands of swords whistled through the air. Wherever they passed, the void seemed to be torn apart, producing a series of piercing sounds. At the place where Feng Tianwu's territory overlapped with his territory, the flame territory gradually shattered as the sword lights whistled through the air. It was as though a mirror had been hit hard. Duan Lingtian's 10,000 swords territory was like a giant hammer that smashed hard on the mirror. As the saying went, pulling one part will affect the whole body. Although only a part of Feng Tianwu's flame territory was destroyed by Duan Lingtian's 10,000 swords territory, it was this part that affected the rest of the territory. In an instant, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Duan Lingtian's overbearing 10,000 swords territory destroyed Feng Tianwu's flame territory effortlessly. In fact, Feng Tianwu's territory was already considered very powerful. However, there was always a gap between them. In front of Duan Lingtian's 10,000 swords territory, her flame territory was so weak that it could not withstand a single blow. In just a blink of an eye, it was completely destroyed. Is this a joke? Upon seeing this scene, many of the onlookers had the same thought in their minds. Miss Feng, are you going easy on Duan Lingtian? This is too obvious. Even if they are both half-step Saint Realm experts, even if there is a difference in their strengths, it shouldn't be so exaggerated, right? It must be Miss Feng who is giving in to him. Many people whispered to each other. These people had one thing in common, and that was that they were not Saint Realm experts. The Saint stage powerhouses present on the scene, including Ziyun, the sect leader of Drift Blaze sect, fell silent at this moment. Is this Duan Lingtian really from the mortal realm? Ziyun looked at Duan Lingtian, her heart was filled with shock. Although she had vaguely guessed that a man who could catch the eye of her disciple, Feng Tianwu, was definitely not an ordinary man, she did not expect that this man would be so strong. Just his domain alone was enough to crush her disciple Feng Tianwu's domain. As a saint stage powerhouse, she, naturally, could see that her disciple, Feng Tianwu, did not hold back at all. The domain that she cast was also at its peak. However, even then, her domain was still shattered the moment Duan Lingtian's domain appeared. She was certain that Duan Lingtian was definitely not a saint stage powerhouse. Due to this reason, she deeply realized how terrifying Duan Lingtian's domain was. It was definitely not an ordinary domain. In fact, her disciple, Feng Tianwu's domain was an extremely high-grade flame domain. One of the reasons Feng Tianwu was so powerful was because of her powerful domain. However, even the powerful flame domain that Feng Tianwu relied on was shattered by Duan Lingtian's domain. Everything happened in just a blink of an eye. It was so fast that the onlookers could not react in time. What kind of domain did Duan Lingtian cast? Old man Ian from the Skyrex sect had an extremely ugly expression on his face. After witnessing Duan Lingtian's domain, he faintly realized that Duan Lingtian really had the strength to defeat Feng Tianwu. As a saint stage powerhouse like Zi Yun, he could naturally see that Feng Tianwu did not hold back at all. However, even then, Duan Lingtian still had the upper hand in terms of domain. The other saint stage powerhouses were also shocked. As the group of saint stage powerhouses discussed among themselves, the onlookers who originally thought that Feng Tianwu had held back realized that they had misunderstood Feng Tianwu. If Miss Feng did not hold back, then the foreign advisor of the Sidu clan, Duan Lingtian, is too terrifying, right? That's right, this is too exaggerated. As soon as his domain appeared, it crushed Miss Feng's domain. You must know that Miss Feng is a powerhouse who's ranked at the top of the heaven ranking. It said that half of her strength comes from her own domain. Without the advantage of her domain, Miss Feng is like a tiger without its teeth. How is she going to fight? Many people were still in disbelief. After all, Duan Lingtian's domain had brought them too much shock. Elder brother Duan, what's your domain? After her own domain was crushed, Feng Tianwu was also shocked. After being stunned for a moment, she asked with an astonished expression, I feel that my domain has no resistance at all in front of your domain, 10,000 swords domain. Duan Lingtian said with a faint smile, 10,000 swords domain. Upon hearing this, Feng Tianwu nodded. Soon after, her eyes shone with brilliance again. Based on the confidence that Duan Lingtian had displayed earlier, she also knew that Duan Lingtian was really confident in fighting with her. However, when she saw the scene earlier, her heart was still filled with shock. Her big brother Duan had only unleashed his domain, yet he had crushed her domain. In retrospect, the moment her elder brother Duan's domain appeared, she clearly felt an oppressive aura rushing towards her, causing her to be a little breathless. However, she did not pay much attention to it at that time. It was not until after the domain was crushed that she realized that her elder brother Duan's strength today was not something she could compare to. The destruction of her domain also meant that her strength would be greatly reduced. Under such circumstances, defeat was already set in stone. 10,000 swords domain. When Duan Lingtian opened his mouth to respond to Feng Tianwu, the onlookers also heard Duan Lingtian's words and knew what kind of domain Duan Lingtian had used. 10,000 swords domain. It really lives up to its name. In Duan Lingtian's domain, I'm afraid there are really tens of thousands of solidified sword rays. Moreover, they don't look much different from real swords. Such a domain looks so domineering. I didn't expect it to be so powerful as well. Most of the people present on the scene had their eyes focused on the sword rays that were wreaking havoc within a radius of 100 meters around Duan Lingtian. The sword rays seemed to have surrounded Duan Lingtian and formed a world of swords, 10,000 swords domain. After hearing Duan Lingtian's words, the sect leader of Drift Blaze sect, Zi Yun, narrowed her eyes. If it's really the 10,000 swords domain, doesn't that mean he's most likely the successor of the extinct disciple? In Zi Yun's heart, there was a secret that only she knew. It was a fortuitous encounter she had when she was young. That fortuitous encounter allowed her to obtain the inheritance of a female powerhouse. That female powerhouse claimed to be the successor of the Blazing Phoenix progeny, the fifth absolute of the seven absolutes sect. After she obtained the inheritance, it was equivalent to her inheriting the Blazing Phoenix progeny's inheritance. She became the only successor of the Blazing Phoenix progeny. Due to that fortuitous encounter, her innate talent that was originally not very strong further stimulated her potential. Currently, she even possessed a strength that even the Windfall Nation's imperial family was wary of. She knew very well that if it was not for that fortuitous encounter, she might not even be a saint stage powerhouse now, let alone a saint stage powerhouse that even the Windfall Nation's imperial family was wary of. Her entire life had changed because of that fortuitous encounter. For this reason, she was filled with gratitude toward the female powerhouse who left behind the blazing phoenix progeny's inheritance and remembered her message. In her message, the female powerhouse had mentioned that she hoped that after she obtained the inheritance, she would continue to pass down the blazing phoenix progeny until the 7 Absolutes sect's 7 Absolutes token appeared. Once the 7 Absolutes token appeared, the blazing phoenix progeny would have to return to the 7 Absolutes sect. As long as the 7 Absolutes sect needed it, they would be willing to sacrifice everything for the 7 Absolutes sect. Ziyun knew her innate talent was only ordinary. Even if she continued to improve, it would be difficult for her to achieve great things. For this reason, she had been looking for a young genius who could inherit the blazing phoenix progeny since a long time ago. Feng Tianwu was the young genius she had found. Although she was only born in the mortal continent, her innate talent was extraordinary. What surprised her even more was Feng Tianwu's progress in cultivating the blazing phoenix progeny's mental cultivation method was so fast that it was terrifying. It was as though the blazing phoenix progeny's mental cultivation method was made for her. When she saw how Feng Tianwu managed to achieve so much in just a few years with the help of the blazing phoenix progeny's mental cultivation method, she knew she could give an explanation to the powerhouse who left behind the blazing phoenix progeny's inheritance. Due to her innate talent, it was difficult for her to shoulder the responsibility of inheriting the blazing phoenix progeny. However, this disciple of hers could do it. She believed her disciple's innate talent in the martial Tao was definitely not inferior to the successors of the other 6 Absolutes of the 7 Absolute sect other than the Fog Rain progeny. She did not dare to compare herself to the Fog Rain progeny. This was because the female powerhouse who left her the inheritance had left behind some information about the 7 Absolute sect. She had emphasized on the Fog Rain progeny, the Absolute of the 7 Absolute sect. As the Absolute of the 7 Absolute sect, the Fog Rain progeny was different from the other 6 Absolutes. It could go 1,000 years without a successor, 10,000 years without a successor, or even 100,000 years without a successor. However, when a successor appeared, it would signify the beginning of a new era. There was a saying in the Tao martial Saint land. The Fog Rain progeny of the 7 Absolutes had the ability to summon clouds and rain with a flip of their hand. This sentence was widely acknowledged by many people in the Tao martial Saint land. Based on this, one could see how famous the Fog Rain progeny of the 7 Absolute sect was. It said that the previous Fog Rain progeny was a powerhouse known as the Sword Saint. The territory he mastered was the 10,000 Swords territory. This was the reason why Ziyun was shocked and Duan Lingtian said his territory was the 10,000 Swords territory. Chapter 2299. The dazzling flash of light happened to block the view of the patriarch of the human demon clan, who could see through the tribulation clouds. At the same time, boom! When a dazzling purple and white light was reflected in the eyes of the group under the tribulation cloud, an earth-shaking thunder resounded in their ears in a timely manner. It was deafening. Following that, they saw a bolt of lightning as thick as an adult's arm shot down from the tribulation clouds toward Yuan Haochen, the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace. It's the tribulation lightning. The first tribulation lightning has appeared. Many people had the same thought when they saw the lightning bolt that was about to descend. However, their eyes widened when they saw it. This was because they were shocked to see, before the bolt of lightning that was as thick as an adult's arm could reach Yuan Haochen, the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace, and Yuan Haochen had yet to make a move to destroy it. Yuan Haochen was shocked. Another purple and white light flashed, causing many people with lower cultivation bases to feel pain in their eyes. Boom! Then, another thunderous clap rang in the air as though it was going to shatter the heavens. Following that, another bolt of lightning as thick as an adult's arm appeared. This bolt of lightning was similar to the one that struck Yuan Haochen, the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace. It was the tribulation lightning. What's going on? The first tribulation lightning hasn't even gotten close to Lord Palace Master. Why is the second tribulation lightning here? Is this the second tribulation lightning? I don't think there's any difference between the second tribulation lightning and the first tribulation lightning. In fact, they look identical. What's going on? Are there 2 bolts of lightning in the first tribulation lightning? Impossible. There are 81 bolts of lightning in the celestial ascension tribulation. However, each bolt of lightning is independent. Moreover, there's a gap between the bolts of lightning. If the bolts of lightning were to appear one after another, it would only take half a day. There's no need to wait for a few days. That's true. However, what's with this tribulation lightning? The Vice Palace Masters of the Wandering Saint Palace were not the only ones who were confused. Even the Vice Palace Masters and Vice Hall Masters of the 3 palaces and 6 halls, including Shi Feng, the Palace Master of Great Spirit Palace, could not understand what was going on even though their minds could keep up with the speed of the tribulation lightning. Master, why are there 2 identical lightning tribulations? High up in the sky, behind the tribulation clouds, the patriarch of the Human Devil clan finally managed to see through the tribulation clouds. He happened to see 2 identical bolts of tribulation lightning appearing one after another. Regarding this, he could not understand it no matter how much he thought about it. After all, he was someone who had overcome the celestial ascension tribulation. However, when he was undergoing the celestial ascension tribulation, there was an hour between the first and second lightning bolts. Moreover, the second bolt of tribulation lightning was even thicker and more powerful than the first. Now, not only were the 2 bolts of lightning exactly the same, but they had also appeared only a single breath apart. He couldn't understand it at all. This was completely different from the celestial ascension tribulation he knew about and the celestial ascension tribulation he had overcome. Since there are 2 people undergoing the celestial ascension tribulation at the same time, it's only natural that there would be 2 identical bolts of tribulation lightning. This time, the grey-clad old man gave the patriarch of the Human Devil clan an affirmative answer. At the same time, the grey-clad old man's piercing gaze pierced through the tribulation clouds and landed on a purple figure below. Under the tribulation clouds, the Vice Palace Masters and Vice Hall Masters of the 3 palaces and 6 halls were still in shock when they saw the second bolt of tribulation lightning. However, the second bolt of tribulation lightning did not strike Yuan Haochen, the Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace. Instead, it changed direction and shot toward another figure in the distance. Master, watch out! Duan Lingtian was still immersed in his new understanding of heaven and earth when Peng Lai's cry rang in his ears. He was so shocked that he regained his senses. When he regained his senses, he felt an aura locking onto him. Duan Lingtian was shocked when he saw a flash of light in front of him. In the sky, a bolt of lightning as thick as an adult's arm actually blasted towards him. It was like an angry dragon whistling down from the sky. It opened its bloody mouth and wanted to swallow him in one gulp. Is this the tribulation lightning? Shouldn't the tribulation lightning be targeting Yuan Haochen, the Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace? Isn't he the one undergoing the tribulation? What's going on? Just as this thought appeared in Duan Lingtian's mind, the tribulation lightning that descended from the sky was getting closer and closer to him. No! I can't let it come over. If it comes over, Si Ling, and the others will be in danger. Since it's targeting me, I'll bring it away. With that thought in mind, Duan Lingtian's Saint Origin surged out of his body and formed a pair of flaming wings on his back. It was the divine ability, the Golden Crow's wings. However, the Golden Crow's wings formed by Duan Lingtian's Saint Origin was different from before. In the past, the Golden Crow wings he had formed with his Saint Chi seemed to have been completely transformed from a deep golden flame. However, this time, the Golden Crow wings he had formed with his Saint Chi seemed to have been completely transformed from pure golden flames. However, the golden crow wings he had condensed with his Saint Chi now looked like they were formed from pale golden flames. This was because most of the sun force in Duan Lingtian's body had left his saint origin, causing his saint origin to revert to its original form. However, the sun saint origin, which had been beaten back to its original form, seemed to resonate strongly with the world as soon as it broke out of his body. As the person involved, Duan Lingtian, naturally, could sense this. Just now, I discovered that my comprehension of this world seems to have reached a critical point after a rapid increase. That's right. I thought it was a bottleneck. I didn't expect it to be the limit. Based on my current comprehension of heaven and earth, the resonance between my saint origin and heaven and earth is no different from when Yuan Haochen, the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace, activated his saint origin 3 years ago. In other words, my current understanding of this heaven and earth has almost reached the limit. Duan Lingtian realized when he sensed the resonance between his saint origin and heaven and earth. His comprehension of the heaven and earth had reached the limit in a daze. Such a change gave Duan Lingtian a feeling as if he was cheating in a game in his previous life. After all, his cultivation base had just broken through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage today. In just a day, his cultivation base had broken through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Following that, his comprehension of heaven and earth had reached its limit again. It should be noted that for those who had just broken through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, it would take them at least a few decades to hundreds of years to comprehend heaven and earth to its limit. However, Duan Lingtian had only spent less than a day to comprehend heaven and earth. Naturally, as mentioned earlier, Duan Lingtian was still in a state of confusion about all of this. This was because he had not made any preparations. His comprehension of heaven and earth had reached its limit in a daze. Could it be because of the sun force that left me? Duan Lingtian did not have the time to think about it. However, the threat from the tribulation lightning stopped Duan Lingtian from thinking about it. Golden crow's wings. With just a thought, Duan Lingtian activated the golden crow's wings on his back and flew into the distance. It feels different when I activate the divine ability, the golden crow's wings. Everything feels so natural. In particular, the use of my Saint Chi has become much easier. This was the first time Duan Lingtian had activated the saint origin in his body after his comprehension of heaven and earth had reached its limit. He could clearly feel his control of the saint origin had improved by more than one level. If it was said that Yang Kai had a slight understanding of this world before, and when he circulated his Saint Chi, he felt that there was only a faint connection between his Saint Chi and this world. However, when he activated his saint origin, he felt a strong connection between his saint origin and heaven and earth. There was a strong resonance between his saint origin and heaven and earth. It was a completely different feeling when he compared the two. Boom! 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 When Duan Lingtian activated the divine ability, the golden crow's wings, and flew out, the tribulation lightning that had locked onto him also shot out and chased after him like a gangrene attached to a bone. As it tore through the sky, it set off a series of muffled thunderclaps. There's another tribulation lightning over there? When Duan Lingtian left the place where Ke, Duan Si Ling, and Gan Ru Yen were with the tribulation lightning, he saw another tribulation lightning. At the same time, another tribulation lightning was heading toward Yuan Haochen, the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace. Coincidentally, he saw Yuan Haochen raising his hand and spitting out saint origin that resonated with heaven and earth, engulfing the tribulation lightning. The tribulation lightning that's chasing after me isn't Yuan Haochen's tribulation lightning? Could it be my own lightning tribulation? How? How's this possible? Although Duan Lingtian thought it was impossible, he had no choice but to accept this reality. After confirming the tribulation lightning would not hurt Ke and the other two women, Duan Lingtian came to a halt. Break! All of a sudden, Duan Lingtian's eyes turned cold as he swept his arm out like a dragon. Waves of rolling and vast Saint origin instantly surged out of Duan Ling Tian's arm like a vast ocean. Moreover, it was a vast ocean that resonated strongly with heaven and earth. The vast ocean swept out and engulfed the tribulation lightning in just a blink of an eye, leaving no trace behind. The two tribulation lightning that came with ill intentions were defeated by Yuan Haochen and Duan Ling Tian one after another. Chapter 2300. It seems like I've overestimated it, or rather, I've underestimated my current strength. Duan Ling Tian had brought the tribulation lightning here because he was worried it would harm Ke, Duan Si Ling, and Gan Ruyen. For the sake of the three women's safety, he immediately cast his movement divine ability, the Golden Crow's Wings, to leave the place where the three women were. However, it turned out that there was no need for him to leave at all. Just now, he had casually swung his arm. He did not even use any martial arts techniques or divine abilities, nor did he use the profundity of the Supreme Sword Tao mental cultivation method, Sovereign Heart Sword. He had easily drowned the first tribulation lightning. With his saint origin that was as vast as the ocean, the tribulation lightning did not even cause a ripple. It was so weak. Yuan Haochen. After defeating the first tribulation lightning, Duan Ling Tian felt a sharp gaze on him. He immediately regained his senses and looked at the owner of the gaze. It was none other than Yuan Haochen, the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace. Yuan Haochen was a middle-aged man with a medium build. Although he did not have a striking appearance, as the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace, he had a dignified air about him. He exuded the aura of a superior. Yuan Haochen was dressed in a silver robe, just like the first time Duan Ling Tian had seen him. When Yuan Haochen looked at him, Duan Ling Tian looked back at him fearlessly. In just a blink of an eye, not only did he see a sharp gaze, but he also saw a hint of shock and disbelief in Yuan Haochen's eyes. He was not surprised by this at all. At this moment, Yuan Haochen was not the only one who was shocked by the tribulation lightning. Even Duan Ling Tian was shocked and in disbelief. Previously, I felt my comprehension of heaven and earth had reached its limit. Initially, I thought it was just a bottleneck. However, it seems like my comprehension of heaven and earth has indeed reached its limit. Especially when I defeated that tribulation thunder just now, my Saint Chi resonated strongly with the surrounding heavens and earth. Even compared to when Yuan Haochen attacked 3 years ago, my Saint Chi is stronger, not weaker. Even compared to the resonance between Yuan Haochen's Saint Chi and the surrounding heavens and earth, it's not much different. In other words, I've fulfilled the conditions for the celestial ascension tribulation. When Duan Ling Tian thought of this, he became excited again. The celestial ascension tribulation. At this moment, he had a faint feeling. The celestial ascension tribulation. When he defeated the tribulation lightning, he discovered the tribulation lightning not only had Yuan Haochen, but it had also had its eyes on him as well. In other words, he had the tribulation stage. If that's the case, then I should thank Yuan Haochen. Usually, those who have comprehended heaven and earth to my level would have to look for an opportunity to attract the celestial ascension tribulation. As for me, my comprehension of heaven and earth had reached its limit when Yuan Haochen attracted the celestial ascension tribulation. Moreover, I was targeted by the tribulation lightning from the celestial ascension tribulation. Now that Duan Ling Tian realized his comprehension of heaven and earth had reached its limit, he was able to figure out many things. Duan Ling Tian and Yuan Haochen looked at each other silently for a long time. The atmosphere seemed to have frozen at this moment. However, just because they did not speak, it did not mean the others did not speak as well. Heavens! Am I seeing things? The second bolt of tribulation lightning is actually targeting Duan Ling Tian. An elder from the Wandering Saint Palace exclaimed, breaking the silence. The second tribulation lightning? I don't think it's the second tribulation lightning. The tribulation lightning that's targeting Duan Ling Tian is the same as the tribulation lightning that's targeting Lord Palace Master. Another elder from the Wandering Saint Palace said. What's going on? Many disciples from the Wandering Saint Palace were confused. They had no idea what was going on. If I'm not mistaken, at this moment, a vice palace master from the Wandering Saint Palace said with difficulty, Duan Ling Tian is undergoing the celestial ascension tribulation just like Lord Palace Master. Duan Ling Tian was undergoing the celestial ascension tribulation as well? As soon as the vice palace master of the Wandering Saint Palace spoke, the entire place fell silent. After a while, someone finally voiced his doubts. How's this possible? How can Duan Ling Tian be undergoing the celestial ascension tribulation as well? I thought Lord Palace Master was the one who attracted the celestial ascension tribulation. That's right. Lord Palace Master is the one who attracted the celestial ascension tribulation. How can Duan Ling Tian be undergoing the celestial ascension tribulation as well? This is impossible. To undergo the celestial ascension tribulation, one must have a certain level of comprehension of heaven and earth. It's impossible for Duan Ling Tian's comprehension of heaven and earth to have reached such a level. More and more elders and disciples from the Wandering Saint Palace voiced their doubts. It's impossible for Duan Ling Tian's comprehension of heaven and earth to have reached such a level. Another vice palace master from the Wandering Saint Palace said as he shook his head. When Duan Ling Tian destroyed the tribulation lightning earlier, the resonance between his saint origin and heaven and earth was on par with Lord Palace Master's saint origin. It's obvious his comprehension of heaven and earth is on par with Lord Palace Master's. The Vice Palace Master of the Wandering Saint Palace spoke in a confident tone. That's right. His comprehension of heaven and earth is on par with Lord Palace Master's. The elders and disciples from the Wandering Saint Palace fell silent when they heard the Vice Palace Master's words. At this moment, another Vice Palace Master from the Wandering Saint Palace, Huang Qiling's father, stepped forward. Rumor has it that when someone who has comprehended heaven and earth to the limit attracts the celestial ascension tribulation, if another person who has comprehended heaven and earth to the limit is present, the latter person will be able to draw the celestial ascension tribulation as well. In my opinion, this is the case for Duan Ling Tian. The Vice Palace Master from the Wandering Saint Palace looked at Duan Ling Tian with a complicated expression on his face. He did not expect Duan Ling Tian's strength to be so strong. He remembered his son's words. Did his son not say that 3 years ago, Duan Ling Tian was powerless against the Palace Master of the Wandering Saint Palace? Is that even possible? I've never heard of it. As the Vice Palace Masters from the Wandering Saint Palace spoke, the elders and disciples from the Wandering Saint Palace were shocked as well. Was that even possible? After all, they had never heard of such a thing before. On the other hand, Huang Qiling's father, the Palace Master of the Wandering Saint Palace, looked at his son and asked through voice transmission, "Are you sure Duan Ling Tian was no match for Lord Palace Master 3 years ago? Based on his current strength, he's not any weaker than Lord Palace Master." In the end, Huang Qiling's father's tone was full of doubt. "Father, I saw it with my own eyes 3 years ago. Brother Ling Tian was indeed no match for Lord Palace Master. I don't know why he's like this now. Perhaps, he has improved in the past 3 years." Huang Qiling said through voice transmission with a wry smile on his face. Although Huang Qiling smiled wryly, he was inwardly excited. When he saw how strong Brother Ling Tian was, he knew Brother Ling Tian might be able to overcome the celestial ascension tribulation. This was especially true when he heard his father's words. Brother Ling Tian's current strength was no weaker than the Palace Master of the Wandering Saint Palace. Impossible. Upon hearing Huang Qiling's words, Huang Qiling's father felt it was impossible. How could someone who couldn't even defeat Lord Palace Master grow so strong in just 3 years? No matter how monstrous he is, it's impossible. I don't know. Huang Qi-ling shook his head and replied through voice transmission. Meanwhile, the people from the 3 palaces and 6 halls were also shocked by Duan Lingtian's strength and the celestial ascension tribulation he had attracted. Their discussion was similar to that of the people from the Wandering Saint Palace. His comprehension of heaven and earth has reached such a level? Shi Nanfeng, the palace master of Great Spirit Palace, had a grave expression on his face. This was because he did not expect Duan Lingtian to be so strong. He did not expect Duan Lingtian, whom he wanted to kill, to be so strong. Duan Lingtian was even stronger than him. Apart from that, he could also see it now. Duan Lingtian, the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion, had attracted the celestial ascension tribulation with the help of Yuan Haochen, the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace. As long as Duan Lingtian passed the celestial ascension tribulation, the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion would become an eminent celestial. At that time, Duan Lingtian would be able to kill him with just a wave of his hand. Even now, he knew he might not be a match for Duan Lingtian, the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion. Damn it! How did Duan Rufeng have such a powerful son? At this moment, apart from feeling indignant, Shi Nanfeng felt a deep sense of jealousy in his heart. He was jealous of Duan Rufeng, the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion, and Duan Lingtian's father. At some point, Shi Nanfeng's eyes landed on the people next to Duan Lingtian. They were Ke, Duan Si-ling, and Gan Ruyen. His eyes gleamed with a sharp light like a blade. It was as though he wanted to vent his anger that he could not vent on Duan Lingtian on them. On the other side. Duan Lingtian, you're really good at hiding your strength. After a long time, Yuan Haochen, who was staring at Duan Lingtian, took the initiative to speak. At this moment, Yuan Haochen's gaze turned even sharper as he looked at Duan Lingtian. 3 years ago, Duan Lingtian was so weak that he could not even withstand a single blow from him. However, Duan Lingtian's strength was not inferior to his at all. Not only that, but Duan Lingtian had also attracted the celestial ascension tribulation. Palace Master Yuan, kill him. Don't tell me you're going to help a human become an eminent celestial? You're tuning into the Xiaofan's Wuxia Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.